Good morning and welcome to the final day of the Europe and Africa over 35 water ski championships. It's the climax of 4 days of competition, and on the final day, as you would expect, it's all about the finals. So we're starting off with the over 45 women's slalom finals. There are 5 women in this category, and there on the webcast you can see being pulled out of the water is our first skier of the day, Claudia Langrock of Germany. And I'm pleased to say I'm joined by Jan Johnson, slalom specialist from South Africa, to commentate with me during this final. So Claudia Langrock, opening pass, should be nice and easy for her. Let's have a look at that. Should also introduce Jan by saying that she is, of course, the new champion, and in fact multi-time champion in the over 65 women's category and younger. So let me just hand over to my colleague Sofia Kostula to introduce the skier, and then we'll come back to Jan.
Καλημέρα φίλες και φίλοι του θαλασσίου σκι. Φτάσαμε στην τελευταία μέρα του Πανευρωπαϊκού Πρωταθλήματος θαλασσίου σκι άνω των 35 ετών, εδώ στο κανάλι της Αμφιθέας, στο όμορφα Γιάννενα. Η σημερινή μέρα έχει τελικό στο αγώνισμα του σλάλομ στην κατηγορία άνω των 45 γυναίκες. Εδώ έχουμε 5 αθλητρίες. Ήδη είδαμε την πρώτη, την Κλαούντια Λάνγκοκ από τη Γερμανία. Δεύτερη, Παπαδημητρίου Αγγελική. Έλενα Τόμψεν από Ελβετία. Ανδρεοπούλου Αγγελική από Ελλάδα. Και Νατάσα Άντερμπεργκ από Σουηδία.
So that first pass was Claudia Langrock at 16 metres. Jan, she's coming back in at 16. At 14. What did you make of that opening pass? Nice and easy?
Nice and easy, and of course if we remember the qualifying, Claudia made the finals by the skin of her teeth. She had to ski off against Mariana Conti of Greece, and she made it. And here we are back in Ioannina, beautiful conditions, not a breath of wind. And I think we're going to see some great results from the skiers today.
Thank you, Jan. Seems to be a longer delay than we were expecting.
It's a 50-second delay, isn't it?
Yeah, between each pass there is a 50-second set down, which allows the water to settle, make sure there's no wash, and that every skier gets the same conditions for the same final. And here we go, she's coming in now at 14.
Looking a little bit on the nervous side. Yeah, she buckled on buoy 3 and unfortunately fell after buoy 5. So I would give that a score of 4.5, but let's wait to hear what the judges have to say. And confirmed, 4.5 buoys on 14 meters for Claudia of Germany. Congratulations, Claudia.
Yeah, so that's in the preliminary round, as you said, Jan. She initially scored 2 at 13, very good score indeed, but that was a tie with Mariana Conti for the last place in this final, and of course the ladies then had to go out on that 14 metre line, or 14.25 metres to give it its precise length, which is a very tough call, of course. They don't usually do that, or not always anyway, and Neither of them completed that pass, but Claudia got in by having the highest boy count. It's early in the day, of 4. So there you go. She's got 4.5 at 14. That's the current score to beat. And next on the water is Angeliki Papadimitriou of Greece.
4,5 μπάλες με 14 μέτρα σκηνή για την Κλαούντια Λάνγκροκ και η αθλήτρια που βλέπουμε αυτή τη στιγμή είναι η Αγγελική Παπαδημητρίου από Ελλάδα.
So this is 16 meters.
Με 16 μέτρα σκηνή.
I really enjoy watching her ski. She's not the tallest of people, but she looks supremely strong, absolutely solid. There's no buckling or moving around, and I would predict that she's really going to go very far in her set today. She started on 16. So Angeliki starting on 16, she'll be coming back on 14 meters, and really great to see so many of the Greek skiers doing particularly well. Yesterday, especially in the ramp jumping, really impressive to see some of these Sylvette, delicate ladies jumping further than a lot of the really good men. I was really impressed.
Yeah, we also had a very emotional Celia Standiti here when she realised that she'd won in the trick. So she said she'd been waiting a very long time to hear the national anthem atop the podium. So that'll be interesting later on today. So yeah, the Greeks' big team here doing very, very well indeed. Angeliki, she got 1 at 12 in the slalom prelims, so it'll be interesting to see how far down she can go and whether she can put up a challenge for the podium positions. So sitting in the water at the top end of the lake, composing herself.
Η Αγγελική στο προκριματικό έφερε μία μπάλα στα 12, 14 μέτρα σκηνή αυτή τη στιγμή, τη βλέπουμε.
So lovely long reach, pulling strong and steady through the wake on her 14-meter pass, going around the 6th buoy and out. That was absolutely a doddle for her. On the first day, we were really concerned about the glare on the water, but actually, once you're on the water, it's not a problem at all. You think it is, but of course, the course doesn't move.
Yeah, exactly. From our commentary position, when we started with the slalom at 8 o'clock Greek time in the morning, we thought that you wouldn't be able to see buoy 4 at all, but the skiers were telling us it wasn't a problem, which is great. And of course, we started an hour later today anyway, so the sun is a little higher. As you said, Jan, absolutely perfectly still conditions here. We've had that for the last few days, and then the wind has tended to pick up a little bit in the afternoon, so we'll see what happens. We've got some jump finals later, but here we go. Here comes Angeliki on 13 metres.
So Angeliki, a nice wide pull out. It's a two-handed pull out. Good gait. Powering around 2, a little bit of a buckle as she goes into 3. She's regained, going around 4 into 5. Oops, a little bit of a buckle, but she made it. So not the easiest of passes. It's one of those passes you actually get through and you think, how did I do it?
Yeah, unfortunately she has lost the handle there though, so I think that was after the gate. So again we'll have to wait for the judges, but that looks like it'll be, Jan, that would be a full 6 but no continuation, is that right?
That would be 6 boys. She went out the gate. She'd have to be in a skiing position as she went out the gate to qualify for the full 6 boys, but having lost the handle, she'll definitely not be coming back, which is going to be hugely disappointing for her.
Yeah, we're just looking here at the replay of that pass. What do you see happen here, Jan?
Battling to see with the glare, but I knew that she was in trouble. 3 boys before, she buckled twice, and whether she made that 6th boy we couldn't really see sitting over here with the glare, but it was clearly just a bit of a scrabble around the 6th if she did make it. And let's hear what the judges have to say about her score, but definitely she won't be continuing. The boat is coming back, and the next skier on the water is Ioannina Thompson from Switzerland, and I'm really looking forward to seeing her. She's an incredibly determined, strong skier. Lovely to watch her on the water, and always great support from the Swiss team, ringing their cowbell, which drives me mad sometimes.
Yeah, they're down there at the grandstand there. Yeah, they're listening to us and making that noise that annoys Jan. But yeah, okay. So we're still waiting to get a confirmation here of the score for Angeliki. But next on the water, Ioannina Thompson.
Can we ask the judges?
Yeah, in fact, just confirmation there that she was not fully round that 6th boy. In fact, not rounded at all. It looks like, 5 boys at 13 metres, the confirmed score for Angeliki Papadimitriou.
So yes, in her scrabble, she got around boy number 5 rather desperately. Must have missed 6 and then fell just as she exited the gate. So 5 boys for her. Very disappointing, because I know she's certainly capable of getting into 12 and beyond.
Of course, it's finals day. The nerves must be even greater than they would be in the prelims. Once you're in, once you're in the final, of course, you can settle down a bit. But now is the big day. So let's see what Ioannina Thompson can show us. It looks like she's starting on the 14-metre line, Jan.
So that's a challenging pass. Some people want to just settle in, and others just want to go in and attack it strongly. And she is looking incredibly strong on the water. Lovely, long arms, wide reach, and she's just working her way through that 14-boy course. Absolutely no problem at all. She'll be coming back on 13 metres.
6 and 6. 6 contour, time's okay, next pass.
And while we wait for the boat, just a big thanks to all the judges, all the officials, to the drivers. You've all made just such a relaxing competition for the skiers. The drivers always have a smile on their faces. The officials always relaxed. Always great to come to Greece. Everything works and everything's relaxed.
I'm sure they'll be very happy to hear that. It's always nice for the officials to get the appreciation of the skiers, because we're here for the skiers, but of course skiers wouldn't have a competition were it not for the officials giving up their time. Yep, thank you very much to everybody involved in the organisation of the event, and of course also these people here at Ski Pamvotis in Ioannina. So here we go, coming back on 13. 5 is the score to beat to take the lead.
And I don't think that Eleanor's going to have... Oh, not a good boy 1. She got on her back foot. Bit of a recovery on 2. She's back in the game on 3, on 4, coming across. Oh my word, but that was quite a moment for her on her boy 1. She came in and got totally on her back foot. The ski just lifted out of the water. I was wondering whether she made boy 2, but she did, and she'll be coming back on 12, the first skier to do so.
Yeah, remarkable to make that sort of error that early on and then pull it back. Sheer determination, skill, talent, whatever it is, it looks like she's made it through enough to take the lead and be the first skier in this final to get into the 12-metre line.
Getting on your back foot is a very common problem when you are nervous. You just feel you've got to turn and go. And I really found on this water you've got to turn and finish the turn to get the angle of the ski so that you've got a nice cut going across the wake.
When you say on this sort of water, I mean, what is it about this water that means you have to do that, do you think?
I find the water very soft over here, which means that you've got to pull hard. If I ski as though the water was fast, I wouldn't get to the buoy. So you've got to finish the turn, get into position, pull hard, and pull across the second wake to get to the buoy.
So let's see if she can get a good start here at 12.
Looking good. She pulled out earlier, waited, but she got the angle out. Good one. She waited. Not so great the 2, but she's gotten around 3, and I think she's recovered. Oh my word, she is such a fighter, this lady.
Whoa.
Fighting across. Is she going to make 6? It looks like she did. Oh my word, that was a huge effort, and looks like she's made 6 buoys on 12, and she'll be back on 11. That's an impressive score.
That is going to be tough to beat, I am sure. Yeah, incredible. 12 metres. I mean, what's 12 metres like, Jan? You've got into 12 metres, have you not?
My best score is 5 on 12, cleared it a few times in practice. It's very, very tough. We all know the distance, 11.5 metres from the boat to the buoy. You've really got to reach out, and women are generally shorter, and Eleanor is a real fighter. She had a little bit of a wobble 3 times. She doesn't give up. She just goes... She goes like a bulldog. Lovely to watch her ski, and I'd really like to see how far she gets into 11.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Jan, the distance from the centre pylon in the middle of the boat, perpendicular out to the buoy, is 11.5 metres. So now, when we say 11, this is 11.25, so it's 25 metres short. She's got to use all her reach, her body, to try to get out to the buoy. Let's see, 11 metres.
Oh, well, she went around buoy 1 and buoy 2. She got back to the wake, and the question was she in a skiing position, in which case it'll be 2 buoys. And if she wasn't, it looked like she stopped in the middle. I would have given her a score of 1.5 buoys on 11. Really, really impressive. You've got to pull out hard, you've got to turn around, you can't rush your corners the shorter the rope, and then you've got to really pull hard, which she did to get around buoy 2. So congratulations to her, to Switzerland. Eleanor, great run.
Yeah, let's have a look here. I don't know where she loses. Oh, where does she lose the handle? We'll have to see what the judges say.
1.5.
Looks like it's 1.5, as you suspected, Jan.
So you've got to be in a skiing position as you cross the wake. She wasn't. It looked to me that she let go as she crossed the wake, fell back. So yes, score of 1.5, an impressive score, something she can really be proud of, and a score that certainly gives her the capability of winning.
And it puts her on the podium. Let's say that with 2 more skiers to go, she is definitely on the podium. If we saw anything exceeding those scores, then this would be an unbelievably impressive final.
Να πούμε για την Αγγελική την Παπαδημητρίου. Οι κριτές δώσανε 5 μπάλες με 13 μέτρα σκηνή και η αθλήτρια που μόλις τελείωσε ήταν η Έλενα Τόμσεν από την Ελβετία με 1,5 μπάλα στα 11 και 25 που τη φέρνει στην πρώτη θέση. Έχουμε άλλη μία αθλήτρια, άλλες 2 αθλήτριες. Η επόμενη είναι η Αγγελική Ανδριοπούλου από Ελλάδα και η Νατάσα Άντερμπεργκ από Σουηδία.
So now we've got Angeliki Andriopoulou of Greece. She got 1 at 11 to get through to this final, so she has the capability too, and she's starting on the 14.25 metre line.
And some skiers like to know what the skiers ahead of them have done, and others don't. They find it puts too much pressure on them. So with her having done one buoy, now she knows she's got to beat 1.5. It's going to be challenging, but she had a really, really good first pass. No signs of nerve from what I could see, but often the skiers look really calm, and then you see them rushing off to the loo 3 times with the squirts, can I say it?
Thank you very much, Jen. People may still be eating their breakfast.
Με 14:25 ξεκίνησε η Αγγελική Ανδριοπούλου, επιστρέφει με 13 και αυτή τη στιγμή να πούμε ότι πρέπει να φτάσει στο 1,5, στη 1,5 μπάλα με 11 για να πάρει μια θέση στη τριάδα.
Yeah, so I mean the fact that Ioannina Thompson has scored 1.5, which exceeded what these last 2 skiers did in the prelim, does put the pressure on. Both of them actually, I think, tied at 1:11 in the prelim. So yeah, so it's going to be tough, but Angeliki is perfectly capable. She's a long time ago. She said she got 4 at 11. So it's going to be a tough ask, but let's see what she can do on 13.
Αγγελική Ανδριοπούλου, 13 μέτρα σκηνή. Η Αγγελική είναι μια δυνατή αθλήτρια.
So here she is powering around buoy number 3. Buoy number 4, lovely long reach, strong across the wakes, crossing to buoy 6. And that was just such a beautiful pass to watch her, like a pendulum.
Με επιτυχία λοιπόν και το 13 της η Αγγελική. Θα επιστρέψει κοντένοντας το σκηνή στα 12.
So certainly not showing any sign of nerves there. She is a many-time world champion in overall, in the open category and also in the seniors category.
Why am I echoing? Why is there an echo? I don't know why I'm suddenly getting the echo.
Bring back at 12. 1, 2, blue.
So Angeliki will be coming back on 12 meters.
12 meters confirmed.
She'll be determined to make this pass. She's already on the podium. A nice early pull out, 2-handed cut into buoy 1. Going around 2, a little bit on the back foot. And around 3, pulling hard. Oh, she's very late. Is she going to make 5? Oh my word, that was a hard try. Did she make 6? Couldn't see from here, but that was a really tight 5 and 6. Let's wait to hear from the judges. But she's skiing off to the end. Let's hope she made that pass so that we can see what she can do on 11.
Next pass,
Yep, it seems as if she did. She used all her grit. She's well known for to get through that pass. So yes, she is the second of these skiers in this final to get into 11 meters. So she has to get 2 at the minimum to take the lead.
She's got to beat 1.5. So she'd have to make 2. Yes, as you say, 2. And that's an interesting result to have, because if you want to beat 2, you've actually got to get around buoy 3. So I think if she gets around 2, she's going to be very hard to beat. But she's a very determined skier. She fights to the death. Great to watch her.
Έβγαλε το 12 της η Αγγελική με επιτυχία και συνεχίζει με 11 και 25 και για να βρεθεί στην πρώτη θέση θα πρέπει να κάνει τουλάχιστον 2 μπάλες. Για να δούμε. Αγγελική Ανδριοπούλου με 11 και 25 μέτρα σκηνή.
No, so she went around boy one. Again, she got on the back foot, but she got back to the wake, so that'll be a score of 1 and 11. So congratulations, great performance by Angeliki of Greece.
Μία μπάλα έδωσαν οι κριτές για την Αγγελική, οπότε το αποτέλεσμά της είναι 1 στα 11 και 25. Και φέρνει στη δεύτερη θέση αυτή τη στιγμή. Έχουμε ακόμα μία αθλήτρια, τελευταία, η Νατάσα Άντερμπεργκ, η οποία στο προκριματικό έφερε 1 στα 11 και 25.
So what we know now, of course, is that Elena Thompson of Switzerland has got the silver medal at least, and Angeliki the bronze at least, because we have just one more skier to go, and this is Natasha Anderberg of Sweden, who also scored 1 at 11 in the prelim. So this could be very exciting. And of course, we ought to point out here, should there be a tie with 1.5, there would be a runoff. But of course, we're a long way from that yet. Let's see what happens. Opening pass for Natasha Anderberg of Sweden, 14 metres.
So we really saw great skiing from Natasha in the qualifying. I had a chat to her afterwards, and she said to me that she'd never cleared 12 in a ranking list competition, and for her to have achieved it during qualifying at the European African Championships is really quite something. But I think it's given her a huge amount of confidence. She loves the water, starting on 14, taller, nice long reach, and absolutely a very determined lady. That was a great pass by her.
TEDx, please come in. TEDx. At 6 and 6. 6 confirmed, time's okay. Go ahead. Next pass, 6.4.
And nice to see a couple of the mums joined by their children. I know that Natasha's joined by her son. I think his name's Daniel. So great to see the youngsters supporting their parents. And I think as a lady skier, it's great to have someone to help you carry your skis. So Natasha coming back. She started on 14. She'll be coming back on 13. She's pulling out, and she's going in through the gate. Round 1 looking great. Round 2, she was early. This is looking really good. 3, round 4, really looking totally in control. Around 6, there was no problem at all. Fabulous pass.
The style looks really good. It looks easy, strong. Very little movement of the body there.
I think she's got a very strong core, and also watching her do tricks, she's like a ballerina on the water. So I think she's tall, but she's small. But don't underestimate the strength that she's got. She made that look so easy, so smooth. And my word, if that's how she did that pass, I think she's going to go very far.
So she's on the podium anyway, but let's have a look, see whether she can get through this very difficult 12-metre pass. Just a reminder that she got 1 at 11 in the prelim.
And here Natasha's coming back on 12 metres, and this is when it starts to get fun. Pulling out two-handed gate. Around boy 1, looking good. Nice square looking down, and she goes around 3. She's still looking good. Around 4, little bit of a wobble. And it looks like she missed 5. So around 4, her ski didn't seem to go around quickly. She pulled, she didn't have angle in the ski, she didn't make 5. She'll be very disappointed, but still on the podium, and a good score for her.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jan. So that's our champion and our podium confirmed, subject, of course, to just checking that the judges have given that. So that will be the winner and champion is Elena Thompson of Switzerland with 1.5 at 11 metres. The silver medalist is Angeliki Andriopoulou of Greece with 1 at 11. And the bronze medalist, Natasha Anderberg of Sweden with 4 at 12. I hope I've got that right, Jan?
That's right indeed. Great skiing by the ladies. And we've now got the over 45 men slalom finals coming up. And we've got 12 skiers, so...
Εδώ τελείωσε ο τελικός γύρος του σλάλομ στην κατηγορία 45, άνω των 45 γυναίκες, με πρώτη την Τόμσεν Έλενα με 1,5 στα 11, δεύτερη την Αγγελική Ανδριοπούλου με 1 στα 11 και τρίτη την Νατάσα Άντερμπεργκ με 4 μπάλες στα 12. Συγχαρητήρια στα κορίτσια. Και φυσικά θα συνεχίσουμε με τους τελικούς στην κατηγορία άντρες άνω των 45 ετών. Έχουμε 12 αθλητές, εκ των οποίων 1-2 είναι Έλληνες.
You really need a fan or an air conditioner over you.
Yes, maybe.
Yeah. No, I can see you like wilting.
I don't see nothing.
Too much information.
If you need
you need a towel.
So yeah, we just got confirmation there of the final standings in the women's slalom, over 45 women's slalom. So I think without much further ado, we're going to be moving on to the over 45 men. There was a very, very big field, Jan, in this category, which meant that 12 skiers made it to the final. And this is the first of them, who was the bottom seed, of course, Andreas Toutsiaridis of Greece.
Ο αθλητής που μόλις είδαμε είναι ο Ανδρέας Τουτζιαρίδης από Ελλάδα. Με 14-16, θα μάθω σε λίγο. Με 14, μπράβο Δευτέρη.
Yes, Andreas started out on the 14-metre line, so he will be coming back at 13.
That was a good pass by Andreas. He really made that look easy. Strong skier.
Με 14 μέτρα ξεκίνησε λοιπόν ο Ανδρέας, επιστρέφει με 13. Ο Ανδρέας κάνει και φιγούρες, είναι από τους δυνατούς αθλητές μας.
Yes, we saw 3 groups in the over 45, so we've got Europe and Africa's best over here with these 12 skiers, so you're going to see some great action on the water. And here Andreas is coming back on 13 meters. Oh no, there were 3 groups.
No.
Yes, right. Yeah. Oh my word. Gosh, so going around buoy 5, that ski just seemed to pop out the water. And we were looking yesterday. I just wonder about that boy 2 or boy 5, whether there's a little bit of a backwash from the control tower. But that ski just seemed to pop out and he fell on his side. How incredibly disappointing for him, because until that stage Andreas was looking so strong.
There we go, just having a look at it there on the replay.
I would give him 4.25. 4.25, 4.5. I think it's 4.25. So we'll have to look and see, was that 4.25 or 4.5?
Oh,
See, that ski just popped out.
just for those watching, Jan, the difference between a quarter and a half, I know it can be difficult to judge, but where would you give a quarter and where would you give a half?
So if you take a line from boy 1 to boy 3 to boy 5, once you cross that line before the boy, you've made a quarter, and anything until you go around the boy and cross that line again is a quarter. Thereafter it's a half, and then obviously skiing, crossing the wake in a skiing position would be your full boy.
Well, it looks like it's 4.5 that's been given, and we're straight on to the next skier, Gabor Nemeth of Hungary.
So Gabor was a really good skier. He didn't have a great pass in his qualifying, and he'll be going out to really prove what he's capable of. Really one of the top skiers in this category. And that was a great pass. Was it at 14, Jane?
Yes, I believe so. Just trying to get confirmation of that. I think the phone signal was a bit slow here.
4,5 πάλες για τον Αντρέα τον Τζιαρίδη, 4,5 με 13 μέτρα σκηνή. Ο αθλητής που μόλις πέρασε ήταν ο Γκαμπόρ Νέμεθ από Ουγγαρία.
So in fact, that was 13 meters. We're getting confirmation. There was, I think, the judges themselves wanted confirmation of that, because that's quite unusual. But I suppose if you're a very good slalom skier, then you're used to starting at 13. Some of these men really will go out at 13, at least in practice.
If you're planning on hitting 10.75 meters, you don't want to exhaust yourself by the time you get there, and most of the top skiers are going to start on 14 or 13. So pulling out Gabor, two-handed gate. Interesting, it's many of the skiers are onto two-handed gates. Easy one, lovely long reach, and around 3. Lovely lean, lovely angle. Absolutely no problem at all for Gabor.
He must have been supremely confident that he was going to do far better than he did in the prelim to go out at 13, because, of course, as you said, in that prelim he had a disappointing score of 1.5 at 12, but absolutely no issues at all there running the 12.
Oh, really? I'm not scared. Do you want Stuart? He's better looking. Stuart, do you want to come and do it?
Sorry. Okay, so
When he's ready.
yeah, let's see what Gabor can do at 11 meters. His personal best from back in 2016 is 1 at 10.25. I mean, we're talking about getting into real elite men skiing. Could be up there with the pro men who are currently competing on that sort of score. But yes, that was in 2016. Not sure what his best is so far this year, but here we go. He's coming back in on the 11.25 meter line. Jan, just talk us through this.
So out, he's pulling two-handed strong gate around boy 1. Really, no, he hit his shoulders, and he still managed to get around 3. Is he going to get back to? Didn't look like he made the full. He got around boy 3, but he didn't get back to the wake. Let's see what the judges have to say. I would give him a score of 2.5, even though he went around 3, but he wasn't back in the wake by the time he hit the boat pass buoys.
Yeah, so indeed, you could be one of the judges, Jan. That was indeed 2.5 at 11, but that is the score to beat. But we do have another 10 skiers here who are well capable, of course. So let me just say now, thank you very much to Jan Johnson, the over 65 champion in slalom. And she's going to vacate her expert pundit seat and be replaced by the one and only Stuart Scott Ely of Great Britain.
Let's just be clear, Jan is irreplaceable. I think that's the wrong word.
Yeah, no, that's true, and very, very glamorous. I'm ashamed. I'm really sorry we haven't got a camera on Jan, because that beautiful red hat with her South Africa water ski team shirt, perfect makeup, lovely sunglasses. You can imagine the scene. You can imagine the scene. And what's Stuart wearing today? A snazzy pair of green shorts and a very clean white T-shirt, I'm pleased to see.
All purchased here in Ioannina. Pleased to hear.
Did your luggage not arrive?
Beg your pardon?
Did your luggage not arrive?
No. I just thought it was it's a lovely place and I went shopping.
Great. Well, thanks very much for joining us to talk through this final, especially as, I mean, from your point of view, you had a bit of a disappointment, I guess. You were hoping to make the podium, perhaps even win in your category, over 55 men, but it didn't quite go to plan.
No, I mentioned before, I think this is such a mental game when you get to the finals, well, even the qualifying, of course. And I pushed too hard on the ski. I wanted to get going. I knew I needed a score, somewhere down 11. And I overworked the ski at two boy, so very disappointing.
12, yeah.
At 12, yeah, very disappointing. But interesting, not everybody managed their 12-metre pass. It just goes to show all of these competitors are capable of doing more. Their ranking scores prove that. But on the day, we can't blame the conditions, we can't blame the boat driving or anything. It's just the mental game. Go out there and deliver the scores. Yeah,
as you say, you weren't the only one. It really was a case of not as many people getting into 11 as we thought. Anyway, the lead score at the moment is 2.5 at 11 in this over 45 men's slalom final. And the next skier on the water is Magnus Jönsson of Sweden.
Okay, well, we know Magnus is a very strong skier. The whole Swedish team here this weekend have been super strong skiers. So let's see what he's got. Out at 14 metres, I think. Nice and patient watching Magnus ski there. He's a little bit tentative, but no, not a problem. It's his opening pass. He knows he needs to get down there and just get all the muscles moving, feel his way down that course. I think he's going to be opening up and getting a bit more stuck in now on 13 metres. And he's one of the skiers here who was an open skier, at a high level in the Swedish team, and then moved into the seniors as he aged. But you didn't do that, Stuart, did you? No, I was a late starter, late bloomer, and I haven't quite bloomed yet. I'm still hoping to come back another year and try a bit harder. But certainly Magnus has been on the scene for many years and is well known by all of the competitors here. Lovely guy, bit of a comedian when it comes to the end of season party or the end of competition party, but fantastic. Yeah. When he was on the mic yesterday, I brought that up, and he was giving me the eye as if to say, let's not go there, let's not say any more. So but he's a good party animal when it's time to party. Of course, now it's down to business, and he will want to give his absolute best in this final. Here we go. So 13 metres now for Magnus. Yeah, Magnus all over this pass. I don't think there's any problem with him on this. Nice and early at 6, very relaxed out there. Yeah, he knows what he's got to do. He's got to get down the next pass and a fair way down the 11 metres, I think, to stand a chance here. What did Magnus get in his qualifying? I can't remember his score in qualifying. He got 2.5 at 12, so okay. I mean that you would think would not be enough to get anywhere near the podium in this category. It's way too competitive, I guess. Sure. So it'll be interesting, the psychology on the skier. Those skiers that didn't do so well in qualifying, usually come out fighting. Maybe they're even a little bit stronger, not having had to work down an 11-metre pass. Maybe they've had a bit more rest and come out knowing what they've got to do. They've also got no benefit here in playing tactics of trying to score for points, because on countback they're going to lose out. So Magnus knows he's just got to get down as many boys one at a time as he can.
Yeah, and when you talk about countback, it's a question of if there's a tie, say for a second or third podium position, the person who will get that higher medal will be the one who scored most highly in the prelims. So let's have a look now, see how far, if indeed Magnus can run this 12 metres.
A little bit of slack line out of one. We'll see on replay what he did. I think he was just a bit too tentative. Did exactly what I did.
So we'll wait for the judges, but that you'd give that as 1.5, would you?
I would score that at 1.5. We'll have to see what the officials score this as. And I know Magnus will be disappointed. But he's not quite up on the boat enough. Loads hard, pulls a little bit long into one. Handle comes down, hooks up, that boat just moves away. And he's pulled over, he comes off his back shoulder going into 2-ball. Just causes him to break and lose a line at 2-ball. 1.5, I'm sure they'll score.
Indeed, that is the final score for Magnus, 1.5 at 12. So still leading is Gabor Nemeth of Hungary with 2.5 at 11. And next up is Rikos Savopoulos of Greece. Not a team member for Greece. Is that right, or is that...
If there's a star by him, then he's not a team.
No,
Correct.
so yes, that's right. He's an individual skier, so not contributing to the very large and very successful Greek team so far in these championships. Let's see what he's going out at.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many wild cards the Greeks have got. You'll remember at these sort of events, I think the host country get the choice of a few more wild cards than the visiting countries. But they certainly have a very strong team here, some excellent competitors, and it'll be good to see how they do. Where are they in the standings at the moment in overall? Do we know?
Just gonna have a look. I think the last time I looked, they were at the top. Let's see Yep, at the moment, after day 3, so that's yesterday, losing track here.
Yes, yeah.
Then the positions for the team classification at the moment are first place Greece, second place France, third place Switzerland. And your team, Stuart, Great Britain, currently lying in 5th. Not bad out of 16.
No, and I think you have to remember again, we didn't have any skiers in the 45 categories, so we're lucky enough to have 3 of our older skiers in the 55s, and some of them even the late 55 category, putting themselves forward to ski in that younger age group. So,
and doing pretty well as well, and getting some points for the team. So I'm sure you all and Mark Beard, the team captain, will be delighted with that. So we're just waiting now for Rikos Savopoulos.
We'll see if we can get a word with Magnus while we let Rikos go. Magnus, unlucky, you were copying my technique. I did exactly the same. So what do you think happened?
I lost the line a little bit on 2. I think I pulled a little too long. And it's moving a little bit, so it's quite... If you turn that hard, it's not going to work. So, unfortunately, but what the hell. Next year.
You're coming back stronger, we know that. Unlucky.
Ο αθλητής που μόλις βλέπουμε είναι ο Ρίκος Ζερβόπουλος. Ξεκίνησε με 14 μέτρα σκηνή την πρώτη του προσπάθεια. Ο Ρίκος στο προκριματικό είχε 4,5 μπάλες με 12 μέτρα σκηνή. Επιτυχημένο το πρώτο του πέρασμα. Θα κοντίνει το σκηνή και θα επιστρέψει με 13.
So that opening pass there from Rikos on 14 metres, successfully passed.
Very easy pass for him there, just watching on replay. Connects up nicely behind the boat, patient in the turn, lets the ski come round. Yeah, not a problem at all.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to look to see what happens to these skiers, because Jan Johnson earlier was saying that there may be a little bit of movement. She was suggesting possibly a little bit of backwash off the jury tower onto that buoy 2-5 in the other direction. We've seen a few people go down there, so let's see. I don't know whether that is an issue, but...
Yeah, I can say it definitely is, but I'm a skier. It's never our fault, you know. I mean, there's definitely, because it's so glassy flat, you feel every little ripple, you can see it coming, and you've got to be soft legs on 2-ball and a little bit on 4-ball. You watch that ski bouncing there for Rikos, you know, it's glassy flat, but the water is still moving a bit.
Yeah, we've talked about this over the last couple of days anyway, and I've asked skiers whether they think that, you know, there can be such a thing as too flat water, too still, and everybody is saying, yeah, but we complain about everything. It's too flat, it's too glassy, it's too windy, there's there's too much wash, there's sun in my eyes, the driver, I don't like the driver, I don't like this. I mean, you know, it's never our fault, is it?
No, I mean, that's slalom skiing, you know, it's frustrating.
Πάρα πολύ ωραίο το 13 το Ρίκο. Με επιτυχία και το 13 του ο Ρίκος. Δυνατός αθλητής και αυτός στο σλάλομ. 4,5 στα 12 στον προκριματικό. Ο Ρίκος μπαίνει στα 11. Θα επιστρέψει με 12 μέτρα σκηνή.
Please, I have to have some time for announcement also in Greek. Don't forget it.
So this is going to be a key pass for Rikos, 12 metres. He got 4.5 on this line length in the prelim. So let's have a look, Stuart.
Yeah, Rikos very capable of getting down this pass. Oh, big turn out of 1. He's got to stay patient now. His handle comes up to his chin on 2. He's got him back in shape. He's up again on 4. Oh, he's having to work for this pass.
Oh!
And he's dropped the handle through the gate.
He really wanted that one, and he was very close. Let's have a look at this on replay.
Λίγο πριν το τέλος του δεκαριού.
Okay, Rikos
περίμενε το δεκάρι ο Ρίκος. Αλλά αγώνας είναι. Δεν πειράζει Ρίκο. Ούτως ή άλλως είσαι πολύ δυνατός σκιέρ.
Yeah, Rikos, just looking at the replay, a little bit on his back foot at the end of that glide, which means he didn't manage to get the ski all the way around into 1-ball, pulled long to 2, and it all went wrong from 2. He did fantastically well to get as far as he did down that pass. Looking on replay, the handle's there in the water on 4 or 5, that was. Yeah, really good skiing from him to get that far. He had an unlucky start, basically, from the gate.
So far enough round that for the judges to score 5.5, but that's really a score you don't want, isn't it? 5.5 or 6 and no continuation is just about the worst thing when you're really looking, you're probably even thinking about that next pass.
Absolutely. All of these skiers know they need to run 12. And I can tell you from experience that means you are focused on getting down that pass, not focused on staying balanced, staying calm, and you just pull a little bit too long and you turn a little bit tighter than you need to, you get buckled out of shape, and it becomes a battle rather than working with the boat, staying still and smooth. So.
But still, sorry, here?
5,5 μπάλες στα 12 μέτρα σκηνή έδωσαν οι κριτές. Είναι λίγο έτσι στενάχωρο, γιατί εμείς εδώ στην Ελλάδα λέμε πήγαμε στη βρύση και δεν ήπιαμε νερό. 5,5 μπάλες στα 12, δεν πειράζει Ρίκο.
But that score of 5.5 at 12, enough to put him currently in second place, but we've only had 4 skiers out of 12, Stuart, so a long way to go yet, and the next skier on the water is Nicolas Ducrot of France, and he got 5 at 12 in the first round. So I mean, this could be tight, or it could be a situation of where he didn't actually ski to his potential in the prelim, and it'll be more of a breeze now. But it's all down to how they feel on the day, the nerves, whether that gets them, how they respond to it, I guess.
No, you're absolutely right. Yesterday, the over 55s category, I think we had one skier get into the 11-metre line initially, and that was a guy who started first off the dock, the Swedish guy who didn't do so well in his qualifying but came out fighting. So it was a surprise to see so few skiers get an 11, and I would say the same in this younger age category of over 45s. They're all very capable of getting deep down 11, and we've seen some of them get deep down the 10-7 line. So to see so many fall at 12 is a sign that the nerves are definitely kicking in. They all want a chance of a medal here. So I think our next skier is just entering the water. And we have, who do we have now? The French?
Nicolas Ducrot.
Yeah,
Nicolas Ducrot of France. He should be our next skier. Yeah, as you mentioned, Stuart, in this category, we got 2 people who got into the 10.75 line. Those are our top 2 seeds who we'll be seeing later on. But here comes Nicolas Ducrot on 14.
So that was a nice, easy pass for Nicolas on that opening 14-metre line. Looks like he's a little bit disconnected from the handle, which is unusual. I mean, it was a very smooth pass, and maybe that's why he'll engage that handle a little bit more now that the line shortens. But he was quite upright and quite still, but didn't work overly hard. And yeah, good line control out of all of those turns. Nicolas is one of those skiers, very interesting, does what I call a double pump on this turn. If they take too much speed into the buoys, sometimes you'll see him pre-turn. He'll kind of push on the ski to slow it down, then stand back up, and then finish the turn. So it's kind of a double take on the ski. And we saw Pierre Sesinski using the same technique yesterday. It's interesting to watch. They can really load up and take too much speed, and it's a technique the skiers use to slow the ski down enough to make a clean turn. Coming back now on 13 meters, the green line, 13. I have to say, he looks so patient in that pass. There was no problems at all with that, but it just looks like he's not working. And at some point I'm thinking he's going to have to step up the intensity as that line gets shorter, but certainly no criticism at all from me on that 13 meter. Very patient, nice and early, and as we say, no dramas. Just watching here on replay, this analogy I've given before, we know that the boat takes 17 or 16.95 seconds from the start of the gate buoys to the end of the gate buoys. We also know that it's 250 meters long, the slalom course, and for every second that the skier stops, that boat is moving 15 meters away from him down the course. Every half second, that's 7.5 meters. So, this was a perfect example where that ski did not stop moving. The skier was able just to keep it going. 12 meters. Let's have a look.
Oh, no.
So we'll have to see what they score that. It looks to me as though he went possibly inside 5 ball. But I would put that down to his disconnection of the handle. You see, he's been so light on all of these early passes. Gets to 12 metres, doesn't look strong when he finishes the turn. He's certainly got a tight line, but he's not connected at the hips with that handle. And it just pulls him out of shape. You'll watch 1, he's nice round 1, keeps the ski moving, good across the 2, comes off that back shoulder a bit too early as a left foot forward ski and springs into a hard turn for 2. 3's his onside, loads hard for 3, but look how far that handle is away from the hips. Comes up quite high there, up to his chin on 4. Now he's having to work, gets pulled out of shape completely. And that looks to me as though he's inside the 5 ball. So.
Yeah, the judges agree, of course. They have seen that and given it as 4 boys. We should say there are a lot of slalom judges, actually. You have a couple of slalom judges on the bank. You have one in the boat. You have cameras looking at the gates at each end, and 2 judges, as I understand it, in the tower just watching those gates on cameras that are set up to be absolutely precise. I think at a 45-degree angle, so that they can be absolutely confident whether a skier has gone through the gates. Because you've obviously been in the boat with, watching skiers, and it can be quite difficult to see the gates from there, and that's why they're not judged from there.
No, you're absolutely right, and it's a good point. I will be the first to admit that I have sat in the boat with my own eyes and seen a skier go round a buoy and given the score, only to be proven totally wrong when you watch it on slow replay. Maybe that's just the slalom in me that wants them to run the pass, but the only people who can really see this properly is, as you rightly say, the judges in the tower. They're the ones who have the cameras that you'll see here on galvanized poles pointing at those gate buoys, and they're able to zoom in, watch it in slow-mo and see. We did have a challenge, I think, yesterday on one of the skiers. And just to point out, don't take whatever we say, we think the score is here as a commentator, because we're watching from quite a far away. You've got to wait for the judge's decision.
Indeed, they're the ones who matter. They are skilled, and
we're grateful to have them.
We certainly are. So here we go. This is Sébastien Marois of France, going in on 14 metres.
Okay, so the French have got a very strong team here. You'll see Sébastien on the start there using a one-handed gate. He's also looking a bit tentative. I don't think he's got any problems here, but he's pulling in that handle more than he'd like. Easily down that 6-buoy opening pass on the 14.25 metres. Very nice glide as he pulled out there, releasing progressively onto the one hand so he can control that line tension, which is so important for the turn-in. Opens up his shoulders at the start there, just watching on replay. So right foot forward skier. Yeah, very smooth. The French have definitely got a strong team here this week. I guess are they running second overall? So we know Greece last night were leading, and France are indeed second. I don't know how many points are apart between them, but they're pretty close. They're within 1,000 points of one another, so there's all to play for here. The scores that the skiers achieve in the finals, the team can take the better of the 2 scores, is my understanding. So the qualifying score of, let's say, 2 at 11 versus a final score of 2 at 12, you'll choose, obviously, the qualifying score towards your team. I think that's how it works.
Okay, so pass number 2 for Sébastien.
Yeah, no, that was a very easy pass for Sébastien. His control of that line is getting a little less smooth, should we say, as this line gets shorter. He's a very light skier, so he's light on the boat, but I'm watching his knees, thinking he's not using his knees as much as maybe he's going to need to as this line gets down to 12 and shorter. we'll see what he can do when he comes back on the 12-metre line.
Yeah, 1 at 11 in the prelim.
Yeah, all of these skiers are more than capable of running this pass, so I don't think that it's in any question that they've all got it in them to do. But as I know for myself, it's what you do on the day that counts, and that pressure plays on your mind. They know they have to run this 12, so that sometimes you pull a little long, you push with your feet to get going, and you've got your eye on the prize, which is I want to get down 6 and have a crack at the 11 metres. So you'll watch here this one-handed gait that he uses. Nice steady pull out. Slow off that handle, back on. Or he's having to work again from 1. A lot of these skiers, same thing. So he's got past 2, but he's patient. That was a superb recovery, absolutely superb recovery. Interesting because he did what so many of the earlier skiers did, which is a little bit narrow through the gate, safe, play a safe turn on 1, which resulted in the boat moving away. He's had to take up that slack line and he's had to get moving again. Then 2 ball becomes, it's a little bit of movement around 2, and he was out of shape at 2, buckled at 2, but managed to stay calm. Patient, see there, look, he's big spray out of 2 ball. Stays patient, 3, knows he's halfway down the pass, buckles again at 3. Gets better, good turn out of 4. On that handle so long into 5, which helped him get a nice tight line out of 5. And across to 6 with time to spare.
And I think there was a little whoop of relief there as he ran that, because he is now only the second skier in this final to have a crack at 11 metres. We keep saying it, it's shorter than the distance from the boat out to the buoy, so this becomes significantly more difficult. What can he do at 11?
Yeah, the width that the skier gets to on this is all important. He's round 1 safely with a bit of slack.
Oh, yeah. No.
So he didn't get up on the boat enough. The pendulum swing that you get in slalom skiing is so important on that 11-metre pass. For myself, I'm always working on the basis if I've drifted back as far back as the platform on the boat, if I'm alongside looking at the platform, I know I'm going to be narrow into 1. So you've got that trade-off with having to try and get yourself up by the pylon. You want to be by the pylon at the point that you turn in, and every metre that you're further back from that is going to make you narrow at 1 ball, and that's exactly what you see here on replay. He did get up on the boat, he just drifted back. Too much speed then to get to 1 ball means, again, he's broken a little bit at 1 and can't quite get his ski outside of 2. So I think that'll be a score of 1.
Indeed, and how much more difficult is it getting that gate right at 11 than 12 because of the fact that the line doesn't get out there? I mean, is it significantly different between 12 and 11?
It's a very interesting one. I mean, there'll be different coaches out there that have different techniques, and you'll see all different styles that people use here today. I'm always taught by Steve Glanfield at Oxford in the UK that from 14 down, the pull-out should be the same. You should be up alongside that boat and the same pull-out, the same intensity, and that will give you a tight line. But personally, I changed where I pull out.
So 1 at 11 for Sébastien. Here comes Thierry Rocher of France on 14 metres for his opening pass.
Yeah, Thierry again, very good skier, very tall, can use that height to give him an advantage with leverage. If he's able to get himself in a good position with that handle at his hip and lean against the boat, there's no way he's not going to get across to the next buoy. Now, going back to your comment on the gate, so the pendulum swing that you get if you start slightly behind the boat means that the angle that you can get through the gates, you're just not pointing early enough to create that space you need at 1 ball. And of course the nerves play in. None of us want to miss a gate. It's fine running a PB of running the whole pass, but if you don't score those gates, it doesn't count. So you go a little bit cautious, you maybe don't commit the turn in at the hip fully, and that maybe results in the ski pointing straight at 1 and you're having to put in a big turn to try and catch up.
Interestingly enough, I was having a little discussion earlier about whether we should have gates or not, or whether they should be irrelevant. And there are quite a few different opinions, and I think there has been some discussion at, I don't know if it's at world level or at a confederation level, so, world or Europe and Africa. Should we have the gates? Should we care about the gates, or should it just be the boys? What's your opinion on that, Stuart?
Yeah, I mean, I'm old school. I think, I can even remember when we used to ski without pre-gates. So pre-gates were a new thing in my skiing time. Taking away the gates just means just another factor that's going to change. And I look at those skiers who have got world records or things skiing with a course that's got gates. You're thinking you're now going to propose that they have to do that without gates. I'm not sure. I'd leave them as they are. He's easily down this 13-metre pass. All the time in the world. Could have made a cup of tea there at Six Boy.
He's French, maybe it'd be coffee.
That's true. Could be cafe, huh? For sure, my vote would be keep the gates in. Without the gates, maybe you'd say we'll take out three-boy. Who needs three-boy? Maybe we don't need that one, The sport involves those gates. It has done for years. And if you can't get through them, it doesn't count.
And the fact that we're sitting here discussing their approach to the gates and what they have to do makes it more interesting, I think.
Sure, I think undoubtedly you would probably see higher scores if the gates weren't there. So if people are saying we want no gates for that reason, that's fine. But no, I think it's part of the sport. It sorts out those people who can deal with the nerves, those people who can judge exactly where they need to get out at their pull-out, all that sort of thing. The gates are slightly wider, remember, than the actual boat guide boys. Worth bearing in mind if you ever look down a slalom course, the reds at the start and finish gates are slightly wider.
So 12 metres for Thierry. Oh no!
There's another skier that has just choked on his opening pass, on his 12-metre pass, and I can relate to that. It looked like he pulled out a little bit too early and was stuck waiting, and he just had not the angle that he needed out of one. And it comes back to that example. You'd have to be looking alongside and see where, well, we can see it on replay now, where Thierry was at the point that he turned in. A nice patient pull out. See, he's not up on the pylon, he's even behind the platform at the point he turns in there. So that ski is now pointing at one, he's got to put in a big turn, elbows in the water, and he's out of shape.
Yeah, so half a buoy on 12 metres for Thierry Rocher. Going down earlier than he would have hoped there. At the moment, we've still got Gabor Nemeth in the lead with 2.5 at 11. He was the second skier out here, and followed by Sébastien Marois of France, who also got into the 11-metre line and has scored 1. So those are your two leaders at the moment. And next up will be our 8th skier of 12 in this over 45 men's slalom final, and that is Stefan Lund of Sweden. Stefan managed 2 at 11 in the prelim. I'm guessing he'll be going out at 14, but we'll let you know. I should also add that in third place at the moment is Rikos Savopoulos of Greece. So at the moment the podium positions are Gabor Nemeth, Sébastien Marois and Rikos Savopoulos. But there are 5 more skiers to go.
Yep, and all to play for. And these scores, as with the 55s, are lower than you would expect when you look at these guys' rankings. It's just showing that they all want it. They want it so badly. They don't want to miss the gates. They don't want to buckle, and they're just skiing tentative.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Stefan can do, because, as I say, he did 2 at 11 in the prelim, But on the information he provided to us, his best was 3 at 11. So it would suggest that that was a pretty good score in the prelim.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree, Jane. I mean, with some of these scores, you're looking back at their best performance last year. We don't know how many competitions Stefan did. If he only did one, and that was the 3 he got, I'd say that's a good score. So one of the problems that the competitions, certainly in the UK, are getting fewer and fewer, and the athletes are getting less chance to post a PB. And that's why I think you see some of these scores slightly down. I bet Stefan has run his 11 more than once and is capable of getting deep down 10-7.
Yeah, of course, because when we talk about best, we're only talking about competition scores.
Absolutely.
So here, excuse me, here we go. Sebastian Lund on his opening pass. Sorry, Stefan. Sorry, I've just renamed him.
Stefan Lund, yeah. So the Swedes have got a very strong team here again this week. Stefan making this pass look very easy indeed. He's able to whip that ski round so well on his onside. Yeah, that was a nice smooth opening pass. But he'll be another skier. He knows what he's got to do to stand a chance of getting on the podium. He's seen what the other skiers before him have done, and he knows that there are only 4 more after him. He should have the confidence that anything can happen. It's no use just worrying about who's coming after you and looking at their scores and knowing what they're capable of, because we've seen time and time again where it doesn't go quite to plan, and you're swimming.
Εντάξει, οκ, τους με δίνουν πέρα μόνα. Κατευθείαν να το κάνεις. Ναι, δεν γίνεται. Δεν μπορείς να σηκωθείς και όταν ξεπλωθείς. Αυτό δεν μου χρέει να το πει. Γιατί δεν μπορείς να το πάει, να το κάνεις. Ναι. Γιατί άσε αν δεν μπορείς να το πει. Είναι στον άνθρωπο τώρα.
Okay, returning now, Stefan on the 13 metre. Nice hook up out of 1. And again at 2. Strong skiing from Stefan here. Yeah, that was a textbook 30. Maybe a little pull, a little bit long into 5, but there's never any worries for him. Stefan safely down 13 metres and challenging now for a chance to run the 12. Interesting, Stefan, the only skier we've seen this week wearing a helmet. I don't know if he's got an injury. The only time I've worn a helmet was when I was training in Florida with Jody Fisher, and they introduced this idea of the driver, the coach, could coach you through your headset. And all I found is any time I turned, the weight of that helmet, especially when it was wet, added a few pounds, and my head would keep dropping, my shoulders would drop. Plus it doesn't help having a coach shout at you just as you're about to turn. Get on your front foot, get on your front. Didn't help at all. But.
Yeah, I know that technology exists, and it's been used in the UK and certainly in wakeboarding quite a lot. And you have the ability. You could have a coach in wakeboarding, say, or with a beginner, going out alongside them and talking to them through the headset or from the boat or somebody from the shore. So it is quite interesting, but yeah, I'm not sure that I would particularly like that in slalom. So here we go, Stefan Lund on 12 metres.
Nice and strong out of 1. Oh, he's got slack to 2, he's going to have to work now. Big pull up.
Oh no.
No, another skier that doesn't get down that 12-metre opening pass. This is becoming I keep saying opening. It's not that 12-metre pass. It is not a given that all of these skiers who are more than capable and have demonstrated a score at 12 or lower, that they are going to get through this pass.
Well, we have still got 4 more, but it's looking very good for Gabor Nemeth of Hungary so far, with still with the lead as the second skier out. So, from that seeding position, he's still the one to beat.
And this is something you'll see time and time again. Often the skier that comes last comes back fighting. They know they can do better and they know what they did wrong. and they'll come out all guns blazing. We saw that yesterday. I think the guy who led yesterday was second, or even first or second off the dock, and he came out to get himself a medal. So we don't have many left in this category, do we?
No, we've got 4 more skiers, and the next one out will be another Swede, the third Swede in this final, Henrik Tengius.
So for a medal, Jane, what do I need for a medal in a 45 men's slalom?
Let's have a look. We've got 2.5 at 11, and we've got 1 at 11. And then the next score is 5.5 at 12. So I guess at the moment we're talking about completing 12.
Yeah, there you've got it. If any of these next skiers can get down 12, they are going to nudge somebody off the podium, and you're going to need a score at 11.
There you go. So, obviously, as I say, that third place at the moment is 5.5 at 12. So even a 6 and no continuation, if you drop the handle, is a podium position at the moment.
Absolutely.
At the moment.
Absolutely.
So that's the way where we are at the moment. Top Gabor Nemeth of Hungary, 2.5 at 11. Second, Sebastian Marois, 1 at 11, and third, Rikos Savopoulos, 5.5 at 12. And those have been the positions for quite some time in this final.
Yeah. And as you pointed out earlier, there's only a runoff for first place. If the skiers tie, if somebody else at the moment gets a 5.5 on 12, then we look back at the previous score for the qualifying, and that qualifying score will determine their medal position.
Unless, of course, that's a tie as well, and then there'd have to be a runoff if they scored the same score in the prelim.
Indeed.
And we've already seen a couple of tie breaks, one in slalom and one remarkably in tricks, which I've never seen before. So, Henrik Tengius of Sweden.
Another Swede, yeah.
Yep, third one in this final. Only the second one who's scoring for the team. Stefan, who we saw just before, was an individual skier.
Okay.
But that was looking okay, Stuart?
That was easy. Interesting. You'd assume that the individual skiers are better than the overall skiers, but that's certainly not always the case. I mean, I have massive respect for anyone who can slalom, trick and jump, apart from the fact they've got to train 3 times more than I do. As a one discipline skier, they're fantastically strong. Interesting to see that Henrik here is scored slightly higher than his specialist skier on the qualifying round.
Actually, I think I'm just looking. Actually, I think they both got 2 at 11.
Oh, was it a tie? Okay. Well, we shall see. Henrik now returning to the course on the 13-metre line. 13.13. Nicely hooked up at a 1. Yeah, he's early on 2. Oh no! He was just so calm. He relaxed, I think, too much and did not get that ski around properly on the 4-boy. He won't be happy with that at all. He looks so smooth on the start of that pass. But this is a danger. It's that combination between staying strong and working hard behind the boat versus not pulling long. I want to be relaxed. I want to be patient. And I think he was just too relaxed on that turn. 1, he's got all the time in the world. 2, no problem at all. 3, patient, relaxes there a bit. Legs bobble. Maybe he's just got his legs a little bit too straight on 4, and this is certainly one of the problems that many of the skiers we keep talking about, because the water is glassy flat. Any little ripple, any little movement, you've got to have those soft knees, soft ankles. Okay, so we've still got that podium position, the lowest position of 5.5 on the 12 metres. with only 3 skiers to go.
That's right. So this next skier is Robbie Alexander of South Africa. So once we've got his score, we will know at least one of the podium positions, unless there ends up being a tie. As I say, we'll have to work back. But let's see first of all what Robbie Alexander, the only South African in this competition, in this category, can do on his opening pass of 14 metres. Very tall, strong athlete, Stuart.
Yeah, Robbie is a seasoned slalom skier. He skis at Vineyard Lake in Cape Town. He also skis here with Stelios and Mariana at Drepani.
Sotiris.
Beg your pardon, Sotiris at Drepani. I think he probably does 10 sets a day before breakfast, and
He looks like he does. He looks like he's the sort of person who would be capable of doing that and then maybe going for a 10-mile run.
Absolutely. I'm dreading him coming up to the 55 category. I think we've got maybe a year or two yet to wait, but...
Yeah, he's 54, so you probably, depending on, I guess, when his birthday is, but probably 2 more years, Stuart.
Yeah, well, we've definitely got to watch ourselves when Robbie joins the over 55 category.
He's run 10.75. I mean...
Yeah.
2016, but yeah, he's run 10.75. That's
Sure.
no mean feat.
Yeah, and if you get a chance to go to Cape Town, I think they're talking about having a competition out there either sometime between December and February. Fantastic weather conditions, superb boats, lovely course. Ross, his brother, does the coaching down there. Yeah, definitely worth a visit. You'll see how patient Robbie is there. One thing I like about Robbie's skiing, he's one of the skiers that you'll really see push that handle forward in the turn. So in terms of keeping a tight line, those skiers that just put their arm out to the side are the ones that end up turning, getting that slack line, and then having to work. Robbie will make a big thing of pushing that handle forward and making sure that line stays tight as he turns. Right over the front of the ski. Then again here on 2-ball. Pushes it forward, comes back round to his hip. And again there on 3, so. Gets that handle nicely low to his hip, stays still, engages the boat behind the wakes and cruises that pass.
It's lovely to watch how early that edge change comes on and watch the ski still continue to go out and turn at exactly the right time.
Yeah, I'm not sure what boat setting Robbie uses. I've got a feeling he might be on a C setting.
So that's where the pull comes on quite early. Is that right?
Yeah, let's just see how he gets on 12. Lovely tight line out of 1. And again on 2. Yeah, he's got this all over this pass. Yeah, Robbie Alexander all over that 12-metre pass. No drama at all there for him.
Yeah, you said he's got this. That's usually the commentator's curse, but it's key that obviously the skier doesn't think that. How many times do you go out and think I've got this as you go round 5 and then miss 6?
Absolutely right. Last thing the skier wants to be doing is counting the buoys that he's not yet made. You've got one buoy at a time.
Well, really key pass now. Robbie will be the 3rd skier in this final to go into 11. Just a reminder, the score to take the lead will be more than 2.5, so a full 3. And we'll see if he can manage that. That's the lead score at the moment, set very early in this final by Gabor Nemeth of Hungary.
Yeah, and of course I watched Robbie in the Pamvotis Open the weekend before this competition run 4 on the 10.7 line, so he's more than capable of getting down this 11-metre pass. but he knows that the two competitors are after him are also capable of doing the same.
And indeed got down it in the prelims.
Yep.
Oh, turn. Oh, yes.
Yes.
Wow,
It wasn't pretty. It was not pretty.
It doesn't have to be pretty.
No.
That is your leader and a guaranteed podium spot for Robbie Alexander. Of course, we've got to wait for the judges' official score, but it looked pretty clean. As you say, not pretty, but clean round the boys here.
Just watching you see Robbie nice and high up on the boat for that gate. One, he kind of took a bit of slack line out of one and had to work at that point, but he's super patient. He waits, lets that ski come round on 2, loads up behind the boat, patient again at 3. He knows he's running late but doesn't panic. Handle comes up high on 3. So patient at 4. Big turn out of 4. Now knows he's almost home if he can just stay still on 5. Stretches for 5, gets that handle nicely round, connects with the hip and slingshots across to 6. A lot of slack out of 6, boy. Manages to hold it back through the gates. Fantastic skiing from Ollie.
He's happy, and he's one of the skiers who has really managed to step up his game after the prelim. 3 at 11 in the prelim. He wouldn't have been that pleased with that, but now the first skier into 10.75. What can Robbie do?
Okay, Robbie, come on. We need to get him up on that boat a little bit higher. Safely around 1, 2, and holds it to 3. So Robbie Alexander banking a full 3 on the 10.7. We'll have to wait for the official score from the judges, but that's what I would score from here.
Stuart, that is going to be very tough to beat.
Yeah, but again, these other 2 skiers are both capable of doing that. The problem is mentally now they're forgetting about the 12. They've got to run this 11, and even that they've got to get deep down 10.7. What were the scores now in the qualifyings
for the remaining skiers?
Yes,
they were half and at 10.75 and 1 at 10.75.
Okay.
So. Yeah, I mean, they'll have to go further than that. And if they're going out at 14, they're going to have to run a lot of passes.
Yeah. But they're capable of doing it. That's the point. They know what's got to be achieved. You have, for some skiers, it's interesting. You've got the advantage of knowing what you've got to beat. Personally, that would make me nervous now, knowing that I've got to get past 3. If I tie with Robbie, where do I? How does that help me? I can't remember what Robbie scored in the qualifying.
3 at 11.
3 at 11. So then these 2 skiers got a higher score, right?
Yes, exactly.
So all they need is a 3 if they're looking for silver or bronze. That'll on countback will post them above his score. But of course they're not fighting for silver or not even fighting for bronze. They want a piece of this gold medal.
Yeah. Well, the number crunching will need to get a bit quicker from us at the commentary point, potentially. With these next 2 skiers. That skier you see on the dock is the penultimate skier in the over 45 men's slalom final, and that is Pierre Szynski of Switzerland. And as I say, Pierre was the skier who posted a score of half a boy at 10.75 in the prelim.
Yeah, now Pierre is a fantastic skier to watch. He is a real technician of this slalom. You'll see him stay very still. You'll see him not take a great deal of slack at all at the turns. And he will whip that ski across to the other wakes with time to spare, do a double pump and then finish his turn with a nice tight line. Really impressive skiing. Let's see what he's got in the finals. Okay, so interestingly, Pierre is coming out on the 13-meter line, so a whole 1.25 meters shorter than we just saw the previous skier. This is to your point you were talking about, technique. You know, there's no point him wearing himself out on 5 passes. He's going to say, I'm going to keep my strength for that money pass, that 11 meters and 10.7. was superb skiing from Pierre. Really very committed. Nothing I can fault at all in that pass. Superb skiing.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I haven't got a note of it, but I'm trying to remember whether he went out at 13 in the prelim. I think he may have done anyway. So this may be what he usually does. Can you recall?
I don't recall, but it wouldn't surprise me. A lot of these skiers that routinely run their 11 in practice now, as a rule of thumb, short line skiers, maybe older skiers that we are, we want to be sort of 4 passes back from our best. You start getting to 6 and you're going to get tired. So somewhere at 4. Many of the skiers will use 14 as a safe pass just to get their rhythm. But I think Pierre's saying on strength, I'm going to go out on 13. I use that all the time in practice as a warm-up. He's going to start working when that line gets down to 11.
So just clear, with this penultimate skier on the water at the moment, we've got Robbie Alexander in the lead, followed by Gabor Nemeth and Sebastian Mahoua.
Yep. So
here we go. 12 metres for Pierre Szynski.
Nice and wide on the boat. Left foot forward skier taking a big turn on 1. Settling down nicely. Nice and patient from Pierre. Yeah, I don't think there was ever any doubt that Pierre was going to run that. And he knows that now the 11 metre is where it's all going to go down.
So just to be clear, to go into second spot at the moment, he's got to get 3 on this next pass. But he won't be satisfied with that. He'll want to go into, well, want to run it clearly and get into 10.75 as he did in the prelim.
Yeah, nice. Just looking on the replay, Pierre's got those nicely flexed knees and ankles. He's patient, super patient. Makes the turn, gets into position, and just goes. And then off that second wake, he's edge changed, he's compressing his legs and just allowing that ski to come round. All the time in the world on that 12 metre. Okay, Pierre coming back on the all-important 11 metre line, 11.25 metres. Oh, he's got a little bit pulled up on there. This is not going to be a walk in the park.
Oh.
No.
Oh, no.
No, that I think I'd put that down to Gates. So he was out there a little longer than he needed to be on that 11, which means he started his pull out a metre or so earlier maybe than he needed to. Remember I was talking about earlier, if that ski stops for a split second, how much that boat moves forward over a 250 something metre course, and that was a classic case here. That ski just stopped even for a quarter of a second as he checked that turn. The boat moves away from him. He's in fight mode from 2. Big stretch at 3, shoulder down, buckled out of shape again. Reaches to 4, but he's down course, pulls a handle up to his chin. And I'm not sure whether he gets the ski outside. There looks like that may have been inside. We'll have to wait for the judge's decision again.
The judges have actually given 4, so I think you were correct there that he didn't get that ski outside the boy, number 5. So that's enough to put him in second place at the moment.
Yeah.
And we have 1 skier to go. So the podium will be decided. Well, it will be if there's not a tie, as we mentioned earlier. But we may not have long to wait to find out the podium orders. The final skier is Anders Foss of Norway.
Okay, so just crunching these numbers, I'm never very good at this, but have any of those current second and third places, or even first, second, and third places, tied with anybody else in the qualifying? Do we know?
Let's have a look. So we've got Robbie Alexander, who's out in the lead at the moment.
Yeah, and I think nobody's tied with that score, have they?
No,
so
exactly.
He's safe.
So tied with these current scores.
Yeah.
So
Does anyone have a 4 at 11 from the qualifying round?
Let's have a look. No.
No, so he should be safe as well. And the third score was there
2.5.
2.5. Anybody else get a 2.5?
Yes. But not anybody who's...
But not Anders Foss?
No.
No,
so Anders Foss got one at 10.75 in the prelim.
Okay, right. So, Gabor will be sitting nervously down there to see whether he can keep in that medal position with a score of 2.5 on the 11-meter line. And as Foss is sitting down that end with his stomach churning like a washing machine, his legs going to jelly, thinking, I want this and I need...
To speak also. Και με τον Ανδρέα Anders Foss από Νορβηγία θα τελειώσει η κατηγορία, ξεκίνησε με 13 μέτρα σκηνή. Έλα.
13. Okay,
Στο
so...
κλιματικό γύρο ο Φως έφερε μία μπάλα στα 10.75. Ξεκίνησε με 13 και μέχρι στιγμής τα αποτελέσματα έχουν ως εξής. Βέβαια θα περιμένουμε και τον Ανδρές να δούμε την επίδοσή του. Μέχρι στιγμής λοιπόν πρώτος είναι ο Ρόμπι Αλεξάνδερ με 3 στα 10.75. Δεύτερος ο Πιέρ Τσεσίνσκι από Ελβετία με 4 στα 11.25. Τρίτος ο Νέμεθ Γκαμπόρ από Ουγγαρία με 2,5 στα 11.25. Τέταρτος Ζερβόπουλος. Ας δούμε τι θα γίνει και με τον Φως και θα έχουμε την τελική εικόνα σε λίγο.
So Team Norway marching their way down to the grandstand to support Anders, coming back on 12 meters.
He has to run this and get into 11 to be in with a chance at the podium.
He was so early on that 12-meter pass. That was lovely from Anders. He had a little bit of a wobble, I think, on 3 ball, where he just fell back on the ski slightly, but knew what he had done, made sure he was up over his front foot for the next 2 turns, safely through around 6 ball and out the gates. So. He's a right foot forward skier. Lovely tight line, keeps that handle nice and low by his hip. Waits for that ski to come round before he loads up behind the boat. Yeah, so a little bit of a safety check there on 3 ball. But very strong skier.
So as he's in the water at the jetty end, waiting to come in on 11.25, just to confirm, in order to secure a bronze medal, he's got to get 3 on this line. So that would be the bronze.
Well, even if he ties, he knocks out Gabor, doesn't he? I'm guessing so.
Indeed.
So anything more than 2.5 secures him 2.5 onwards secures him a medal.
Anders Foss, 11.25 σκηνή.
And he's done that.
That was superb skiing. That again was not the prettiest, easiest 11 meters we've seen. He checked that turn a little bit tight on 1 ball. We'll watch it on replay. And that caused that Nordique 6 leader to move forward a few meters on him on the course. Then he has to work hard to 2. So you just watch it here. Yeah, big turn at 1. Gets his shoulder down across to 2, has to lose that speed at 2, slightly brakes at 2.
Άλλος ένας αθλητής που θα
Three,
μπει στα 10
big
και
stretch at
75.
three.
Sorry, but I have to speak because we have Greeks there.
So this is exciting. We've got Anders Foss, only the second skier in this final to come in on 10.75. He's let's see what he can do. Can he get more than 3?
No, he's out of shape. I think that's inside a 3. I do not think the judges will score that 3 ball. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it looked to me like 2, which would give him the silver medal. Let's wait for the official confirmation, and then we can give you our medalists.
Δύο μπάλες στα 10.75 για τον Anders Foss και η κατάταξη αυτή τη στιγμή, τελικό σλάλομ, χρυσό μετάλλιο για τον Ρόμπι Αλεξάνδερ με 3 στα 10.75, αργυρό μετάλλιο για τον Anders Foss από Νορβηγία με 2 στα 10.75 και χάλκινο μετάλλιο για τον Πιέρ Τσεσίνσκι από την Ελβετία με 4 στα 11 και 25. Συγχαρητήρια σε όλους.
So congratulations to our champion in the over 45 men's slalom final, and that is Robbie Alexander of South Africa, who scored 3 at 10.75. Your silver medalist is Anders Foss of Norway with 2 on the 10.75 line, and your bronze medalist Pierre Szynski of Switzerland with 4 at 11.25. So congratulations to those skiers. They will be on the podium later today. We're going to have a very short break while the officials change over, and then we will be moving on to the over 35 women's slalom final. 5 skiers will go in that.
Η απονομή των μεταλλίων θα γίνει το απόγευμα, αργά το απόγευμα, εδώ στο χώρο του καναλιού. Θα κάνουμε ένα μικρό διάλειμμα και θα συνεχίσουμε με τον τελικό του σλάλομ στην κατηγορία των γυναικών άνω των 35 ετών. Εδώ έχουμε 5 αθλήτριες, εκ των οποίων οι 2 είναι Ελληνίδες. Τα λέμε σε λίγο.
So it was the top 3 who won, but not in that order. Not necessarily in the same order. So we're just coming back because we've stopped Robbie Alexander in his tracks. He was on the golf buggy. Robbie, ready to go back. But we've called him back to give him many congratulations. Robbie, South Africa, gold medalist, you are the champion. How was that for you out there?
Thank you so much, Jane. The water was fantastic, but you had to keep your speed up. So I was trying to pull as hard and as long as I could. And a lot of pressure. Well done to Pierre, well done to Anders. They did a fantastic job. In fact, the whole category, the guys skied very well. So exciting.
Well, many congratulations. Enjoy the celebrations.
Thank you so much, Jane. And well done to you. And we hope to see you next year.
Thank you very much, Robbie. So, yeah, thank you. You can see Robbie there walking down. Oh, no, I think the golf buggy's gone without him. He's going to have to walk now, so apologies. Maybe the golf buggy can come back, and he deserves a lift after that performance, doesn't he?
He deserves a stretch limo, let's be honest. I mean, that was a fine winning score. He put it out there. I think looking at that qualifying list, there were how many skiers? 12 skiers in that category. and the last three skiers off the dock are all the last three podium skiers as well, but not in the same order.
Yes, indeed.
Robbie finished third according to the qualifying score, but has boosted his score up to first, and Anders, who finished first, has finished second. So
Great stuff. So we'll be back with the over 35 women's slalom final. just seeing the boat drive up the lake on the first of their two phantom or simulation passes. Phil Ingle of Great Britain at the wheel. He will be towing the over 35 women in this slalom final. Rules state that the boat has to do two passes, one up the lake, set down for the 50 seconds and then come back the other way, so that all of the remaining skiers have the same conditions as the first skier. So we have 5 women in this final. They are Alexia Anastasopoulou of Greece, Sam Bloomsma of South Africa, Linnea Sederqvist of Sweden, Marie Vimpranyetsova of Greece, and Kelly Atkins of Great Britain. So those will be your 5 women competing for the 3 podium slots and competing to be the 2022 Europe and Africa champion in over 35s.
Ξεκίνησε, αν όχι αμέσως, αφού περάσει το σκάφος και κάνει 2 περάσματα, ένα τσεκ του στίβου, θα ξεκινήσει η κατηγορία των γυναικών άνω των 35 ετών. Τελικός σλάλομ σήμερα, τελευταία μέρα των πανευρωπαϊκών αγώνων άνω των 35 ετών, εδώ στο κανάλι της Αμφιθέας, στα όμορφα Γιάννενα, στην κατηγορία των γυναικών άνω των 35 ετών έχουμε 5 αθλήτριες, με πρώτη την Αλεξία Αναστασοπούλου, δεύτερη τη Σαμάνθα Μπλόμσμα από Νότια Αφρική, τρίτη την Λίνια Σέντερκουιστ από την Σουηδία, τέταρτη την Μαρία Βιμπρανιετσοβά από την Ελλάδα και πέμπτη την Κέλι Άτκινς από την Μεγάλη Βρετανία.
So Stuart Scott Ely is still with me to talk us through this final. Interesting, Stuart, of the 5 women here, 4 of them got into 12 metres in the preliminary round. So the lowest score we had was 4 at 13 and the highest 3 at 12. As is usually the case, they go in reverse order, so the top seed from the preliminary round goes first.
And I think 2 of these ladies tied as well, didn't they, with a score of 2.5, I think.
Yeah, indeed. So that could be significant later on.
So we have 2 Greek ladies in this over 35 women's finals.
Και αυτή τη στιγμή έρχεται η Αλεξία Αναστασοπούλου από Ελλάδα στο πρώτο της πέρασμα.
So a nice view of the boat there and a couple of diving ducks, but unfortunately on the webcast we didn't see that opening pass very clearly, but Stuart was watching and I gather that was 52 kph, but on the 16-metre line.
Yes, I think some of the skiers just want to make sure that they get their first pass safely under their belt, and that was the case here for Alexia. She's easily down that pass, no problems at all for her. And she's going to be coming back on that same line length, I believe, at the required faster speed of 55 kph or 34 miles per hour.
Με 16 μέτρα σκηνή και 55 ταχύτητα ξεκίνησε η Αλεξία. Θα επιστρέψει κοντένοντας στο σκηνή στα 14 και 25.
Okay, Alexia returning to the course now at 34 or 55 kph, 16 meters, the orange line.
«55-16» για την Αλεξία, ξεκίνησε τελικά με 52, 55-16. Αλεξία Αναστασοπούλου.
Oh no!
Bad luck.
So that pass looked as though she wasn't really balanced going through the gates at the start. Bit tentative. Competition nerves possibly getting to Alexia there. And the judges giving a score. What did we get for that, Jane?
I think it was 2.5, but as she started at 52 kilometres per hour at 16 and then went 55-16, I think that means she doesn't actually score 2.5 at 16. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's my understanding as well. Yes, the skier has to complete the opening pass of whichever line length they choose at the required speed for this category, which is 55 kph. If the skier opts to go in on either a longer line or a shorter line or at a slower speed, they can do that, and it will allow them to get a bit of the feel on the water, but it does not count as a completed pass.
2 στα 52 για την Αλεξία. Δεν μπόρεσε να τελειώσει το πέρασμα με 55-16, οπότε το αποτέλεσμά της πηγαίνει στην αρχική ταχύτητα, που σημαίνει 2 μπάλες στα 52.
So yes, just to confirm, that will be 2.5 buoys at start speed. It looks like we've got the transmission back, which is good for Sam Bloomsma of South Africa's opening pass, or at least we've got the camera, I think, that we've got from a roof on our commentary position. But hopefully we'll be able to bring you back the boat camera soon.
The score is 2 on 52 on 6.
2.5 and 55. So that'll be start speed.
Okay, so Samantha safely down that pass. Nice wide gate. She needs to settle down a bit. That was a little bit of a big pull on one. She's got that handle quite high up on her body there, pulling up to her chest on 2, which is a sign of the nerves. She needs to settle down, get that handle down to her hip if she's going to have a chance to get deep down these next passes. Sam, of course, married to Jamie from Four Lakes in Cirencester in the UK, and I think their claim to fame for this particular event is the only married couple to both make it through to the finals. You'll have to correct me if I'm wrong on that, but that's my understanding.
There may be some married couples I don't know about, but I think you or partners, I don't know, but I think you're probably right there.
Μια διόρθωση για το αποτέλεσμα της Αλεξίας είναι 2,5 μπάλες στα 52, όχι 2 που αναφέρθηκε προηγουμένως.
Jamie, of course, skiing for the Netherlands. They live in the UK, but multinational team here in this family.
And Samantha, of course, is South African, yeah. Well, come on, Samantha. Having to work here. Gets that ski round. Oh, she's pulling along into 6, but she's safely down at that second pass of 14.25 meters for Sam Bloomsma of South Africa.
It was 14.
Με επιτυχία και το 14 της η Samantha Bloomsma από την Νότια Αφρική. Θα κοντίνει σκηνή και θα γυρίσει με 13.
It's interesting watching on replay here. Samantha a little bit twisted out of shape. She's a left foot forward skier. Seems to be doing better on her 2-4, strangely here, but which is normally her offside. But a true battler, gets that ski back underneath her and safely down that second pass. So remember, we only have 5 skiers in this category and only 3 medals. So Sam has 3 skiers to ski after her. She's going to want to get as far down the course as she can, and I'm going to predict that she needs to run this 13 meters, I think, for a chance of a medal. Nice and wide. It's a good start for Sam.
Oh, come on.
Oh no, so she just got broken at the waist at 4-ball and couldn't quite get that handle back to her hip. I'm not sure what happened in terms of 5, whether they score the 5. We'll have to watch the replay and hear for the judge's decision. But she is now leading this group of 5 at the moment. And we know from all the other previous categories that previous scores mean nothing when it comes down to the final. You've got to deal with the nerves, you've got to deal with the pressures, and anything can happen. So yeah, completely disconnected from the handle across there to 4, pulls the handle up to her chest. And it looks like she got the ski outside, I'm not sure, but at some point she let go of the handle, and we'll have to hear the judges if they score 1/4 or 1/2.
Well, they've actually scored that at 4 at 13.
Okay.
4 μπάλες με 13 μέτρα σκηνή για την αθλήτρια της Νότιας Αφρικής, Σαμάνθα Μπλόεμσμα.
Yeah, I was with you thinking that that might have been 4.5, but it just shows we're quite a long way away. Very different angle from the judges.
Yeah, so there are a couple of things, remember, the judges will be looking for. Fundamentally, did that ski or did the front foot of the ski boot manage to get outside the turn buoy? That's the first call. And the second one is, was the skier holding the handle in the skiing position? So it looks like Samantha let go of the handle, but whether A, the ski was outside of 5-ball, and B, she was holding the handle, is the judge's call that one of those 2 things did not happen, and therefore she gets the buoy before, which is a full score of 4 buoys.
So as you say, Stuart, in the lead so far, but we still have 3 skiers to go. And the next to ski is Linnea Cederqvist of Sweden. Interestingly, she was one of 2 people who got 2.5 at 12 in the preliminary round. But the other one was Marie, I believe, Marie Vimpranyetsova, who will follow her.
Yes, again, we keep saying it, but all of these skiers capable of doing deep down 13s, 12s, and some into 11. But it only counts what you can do on the day and how you can control your nerves and still ski committed, get that ski underneath you, get that handle down to your hips, stay balanced, stay stable and not panic. It is definitely a mind game when we get to the finals.
Άλλες 3 αθλήτριες υπολείπονται για να τελειώσει η κατηγορία. Η Λίνεα Σέντερκουιστ από τη Σουηδία, η Μαρία Βερμπενιετσοβά από Ελλάδα και η Κέλι Άτκινς από Μεγάλη Βρετανία.
Looks like they're just sorting the line out down at the dock, ahead of Linnea Cederqvist taking her first pass.
Yeah, so you'll see as this Ski Nautique 6 litre, the 200 model, this is a Nautique 200, comes past. that the line is secured to a carabiner, which is secured to the shock line, which is fixed to the pylon. The idea of the shock line is that if the heavier skiers hang on to something, there's no longer a chance that the handle can fly back and hit the driver or something of that nature. In the olden days when we started out, there were cases with ski lines pinging at the driver and getting caught around their neck while they're driving, so that no longer happens, which pleased to see.
Okay, so Linnea, it looks like she's starting on 14.
Yeah, so Linnea running safely that opening 14-meter pass, a very tall skier. And as I say, if she can get the handle into the correct position and leverage her height, then she can whip that ski from one side to the other very quickly. Another left foot skier. So disadvantage to a lefty is turning in for the gate, is their offside turn to try and get that ski round. But what they lack in committing at the gate, they can normally make up on the one ball. And if they get a good one ball and settle, then it's all to play for.
Με επιτυχία το πρώτο πέρασμα της αθλήτριας από τη Σουηδία, Λίνεα Σέντερκουιστ, ήταν 14 μέτρα σκηνή, 14 και 25 για την ακρίβεια. Θα κοντίνει και θα επιστρέψει με 13.
So just to confirm, in order to secure a place on the podium, she's got to get a piece of 5, Stuart. Score to beat at the moment is a full 4.
Yeah, and if she ties that 4, then we look back at the count-back score and see which one of those two skiers had the highest score, which I think would be Linnea. So. Okay, she's safely around 4, she's 5, she's pulling to 6. Just gets the ski outside, has to hold it through the gates, and she does. I think they'll score that as a full 6 and 6 on the 13-meter line for Linnea.
6 μπάλες με 13 μέτρα σκηνή για την Λίνα. Ωραίο πέρασμα. Θα επιστρέψει με 12.
So just watching the replay, Linnea hooks up well. She's looking good out of 1. Something happens at 2. Maybe that handle she just puts out to the side rather than push it forward. And now she's having to work 3. Lot of slack at 3. It's an onside turn. Pulled long again. She's just putting that handle out to her side. She doesn't get her shoulders rotated and push that handle forward on the ski, which is affecting her ability to get that ski round. But she's safely down just about with inches to spare. 6 boys.
So that's a bronze medal at the very least for Linnea, with 2 skiers to go. She is in the lead.
What did Linnea score in the qualifying? Do we recall on this, Jane? Was she one of the skiers at...
2.5 at 12.
Okay. And she tied, I think, with somebody else on 2.5 at 12. Okay, this is 12 metres. Oh, she's pulled up there. She's going to have to work. I'm not sure that she was outside that 3 ball, you know. We'll have to wait and see. And she's fallen in at the end. So it'll be interesting whether they score that as a 2 or a 2.5 or even a 3. But it looked to me from here that that ski may have been inside the 3 ball. Let's see on slow-mo. On replay.
Yeah, pretty sure that that was inside 3, and it sounds as if the judges have scored 2 there on 12 metres.
So you can just see on the replay, Linnea's a little bit on her back foot. As she pulled out there, she turned in on her back foot. She's having a fight at 2. Watch this ski now on the 3 ball. No, she's inside 3, and the judges score it correctly. It's 2 at the 12-meter line.
2 μπάλες με 12 μέτρα σκηνή για την αθλήτρια της Σουηδίας, Λίνα Σέρεντκουιστ. 2 στα 12.
Very good score nonetheless, Stuart.
Better than my score, for sure. Yeah.
your binoculars on. It's there already since this morning.
But with two skiers left on the dock, they now know what they need to do. They're both capable of doing it, which is getting past two on the 12-meter line.
And interestingly, as you said, ties in the preliminary round could be significant here, because the next skier, Marie Vimpranietsova of Greece, also had 2.5 at 12 in the preliminary round, the same as Linnea. So if they were to tie now, that could be significant, because obviously if they were to tie and they were in potential gold medal position, they would have a run-off in any event.
Yes.
But if they were to tie for the silver medal, they would have to have a run-off too, because of their equal preliminary scores.
That's my understanding, yes. And we've seen some run-offs. For those of you that don't know, the procedure is in a run-off, the skiers have to go out on the line length, one line length longer than the pass that they failed to run in the final. So they don't get the few passes to warm up. They have to go straight out. I think the running order of that is a flip of a coin, or maybe drawn out of a hat or something, but they have to go out on one line length longer than the pass they failed. In this case, that would be 13 meters.
Okay. Επόμενη αθλήτρια από Ελλάδα, Μαρία Βιμπρανιετσοβά, ξεκινάει με 14 και 25. Στον προκριματικό έφερε 2,5 μπάλες στα 12. Μαρία Βιμπρανιετσοβά, 14 και 25. Με επιτυχία το πρώτο πέρασμα της Μαρίας Βιμπρανιετσοβά, 14 και 25 το σκηνή, θα κοντίνει και θα επιστρέψει με 13.
Everything is ready here for the prize givings. I have all the anthems, I have everything. But we'll do it at 3 o'clock. Down there? Yeah, down there. Was that highlight? 14. Speak. I thought it was.
So that opening pass by Marie Vimpranietsova of Greece was 14 metres. She'll be coming back on 13. So the second place skier at the moment has got 4 on this line. So she'll want to exceed that to get a podium spot.
That was a lovely 13 meters, very patient, safely down that 13-meter pass. Yeah.
Τέλειο το πέρασμα της Μαρίας με 13 μέτρα σκηνή. Τέλειο το πέρασμα της Μαρίας Βιμπρανιετσοβά με 13 μέτρα σκηνή, επιστρέφει με 12 και για να πάρει τη σκητάλη και να βγει στην πρώτη θέση θα πρέπει να κάνει πάνω από 2 στα 12 που, σκορ που έχει η Λίνεα Τσέντερκουίστ από Σουηδία.
So on this next pass, the score to beat to go into the outright lead is 2. 2 boys at 12. Currently, Linnea Cederqvist of Sweden is our leader. So we'll have to see what Marie can do. As I mentioned, both of those skiers got 2.5 in the preliminary round.
So here we go, let's see what she can do coming back on the 12-meter line.
Μαρία Βιμπρανιετσοβά, 12 μέτρα σκηνή.
Nicely hooked out of 1. Oh, she's no, she's banked 3. She's still going.
Whoa.
Yes.
Superb skiing there for Maria. I think they will score that as a 4. She did really well to get there to 2 balls. She was out of shape with a lot of slack line, but...
Ναι, είναι πάνω από 2 μπάλες. Περιμένουμε το αποτέλεσμα από τους κριτές. Υπολογίζω 4, που σημαίνει η Μαρία αυτή τη στιγμή είναι στην πρώτη θέση.
So we're looking at our new leader and guaranteed silver. It'll all be down to what the final skier on the dot can do, and that's Kelly Atkins of Great Britain, who scored 3 on the 12-metre line length in the prelim. 1 boy less than we've just seen Marie score. So very good score for Marie there.
Yeah, tough to beat, but we know that Kelly can do this. So, and I'm biased with Team GB skier. I'm supporting Kelly, and hope she does well on this. Won't be easy with that score of 4 at 12, but.
Lot of support here for Marie, a Greek team skier.
Τελικό αποτέλεσμα για τη Μαρία Βρυμπρενιετσοβά, 4 μπάλες με 12 μέτρα σκηνή. Την φέρνει αυτή τη στιγμή στην πρώτη θέση. Χρυσό μετάλλιο, αλλά θα δούμε στο τέλος, γιατί ακόμα υπάρχει η Kelly Atkins, η οποία στο προκριματικό είχε 3 στα 12. Περιμένουμε και την αθλήτρια της Μεγάλης Βρετανίας και θα δούμε πώς θα διαμορφωθεί το αποτέλεσμα. Μέχρι στιγμής η Μαρία Βρυμπρενιετσοβά πρώτη.
So Kelly just entering the course very shortly. I think she'll go out on the 14 metres, if I'm not mistaken, at 55. I don't know if she'll opt for a longer line and just play safe, we'll see. But I know, speaking to Kelly earlier, she was nervous in her last Europeans. I think she qualified for the finals and didn't run as well as she'd like. Let's see what she can do. It's 14 metres.
I believe it's 16. Let's have a look.
Beg your pardon, yep, the boat has the orange line which indicates 16 metres. Our screen was showing 14, apologies. 16 metres for Kelly. And very nice opening pass.
So do you think you thought she might go out at 14? Do you think she just did that to settle her nerves after her last experience?
Yes, I'm not sure what she does in practice. I just saw it came up on the screen that it was 14, and my thought was that may be what she'll do. As we say, it's a case of there's such a big difference between 16 and 14 in terms of the feel of the line. We've got these master line ropes at this European competition, which are fantastic lines, but they are new, and there's that little bit more stretch that you get in them, especially on 16. So, but she was safely down that, no problems at all, and she'll be coming back now on 14.
So the person whose place on the podium is at risk here, if Kelly does well, is Sam Bloomsberg of South Africa. She's currently in 3rd spot with 4 at 13. So we've got 2 podium confirmed, 2 podium places confirmed, but not what they are. Whether they will be gold and silver or silver and bronze will be determined by what Kelly Atkins can do.
Nice pass from Kelly, looking very strong out there. I didn't want to say anything earlier because I didn't want to jinx it for her, but that looked like a very easy pass from the start. So yeah, she'll be pleased with that. Kelly, of course, skis at Pentley Lakes up in what's that, Lincolnshire?
Norfolk.
Norfolk, thank you. Norfolk in the UK.
In East Anglia, on the east coast of England.
Yeah. But supported here by Ed, and the children are here in support, so wishing her well. She's done very well in all of these events, hasn't she? Trick and jump. She's
in 3 finals, which is not bad, is it? That's what you're aiming for if you're a 3-eventer?
Yeah, that's certainly a claim. Not bad at all. But she's now going to come back on that 13 metres, and she'll be getting stuck in on this green line.
I believe her son, Noah Pollard, will be competing here in a couple of weeks' time at the Europe and Africa Youth Championships.
Okay, how old's Noah now? Is he under 17?
I think he might be in the under 17 category, yeah.
Okay, this is Kelly returning on the green line, 13 metres for Team GB. Come on, Kelly. Yeah, another skier down the 13-metre line. Bit of a handle slap at one. See what went on the replay here. I'm not sure that's deliberate. I don't think she'll do that in training, but...
Well, as long as the judges score that full pass, then that is a medal for Kelly. Now the key will be how far down 12 she can get. She's got to go above 4 to take the gold, or more than 2 to take the silver.
Yeah, Kelly will know that. This is where the nerves kick in. She's earned her right to be here. She just needs to get up on that boat for 12 metres, patient around that one ball, and get a piece of 4 or 5. Well, 4 would be enough, wouldn't it, on countback? Only for a second. No.
No. I mean, if she were to get 4, that would be a tie
runoff. Yes.
For the gold, therefore a runoff. So let's see how far she can get.
And the next score behind her is 2, isn't it?
Indeed. Oh.
Okay, so 2. Doesn't she get a silver based on the countback for that?
Yes, if that is equal second place, then the fact that she had the higher score in the preliminary round, I believe, means Kelly Atkins takes the silver medal. So that means your champion is Marie Vimpranyetsova of Greece with 4 at 12.
Έτσι η Μαρία στην κατηγορία των γυναικών άνω των 35 έχει χρυσό μετάλλιο, πανευρωπαϊκή πρωταθλήτρια στην κατηγορία της, Μαρία Βιμπρανιετσοβά, με 4 στα 12.
And just to confirm, the judges have clarified that is 2 at 12. So, of course, I said Kelly would get the silver medal. I had to wait for the official score, but that is the case. So we have in first place the champion Marie Vimpranyetsova of Greece, 4 at 12. Second place Kelly Atkins of Great Britain with 2 at 12. And in third place, on the same score, Linnea Cederqvist of Sweden. So congratulations to those women. A great over 35 women's slalom final. Next up, we will be having the over 35 men's slalom final, and there will be 8 skiers in that category. So you enjoyed that one, Stuart?
I did. That was fantastic. I sit here sympathising with the girls who are having to deal with all the pressure and the stress of the finals, but it's interesting to watch how many techniques they use in terms of where they pull out, when they turn in, how they connect with the handle and the boat, and they all looked as nervous as I felt when I was skiing the other day. So well done, ladies, really good.
And just looking at how tight that was, I mean, the preliminary round scores for Kelly was 3 at 12, and for Linnea was 2.5 at 12. So that extra half buoy has made the difference between a silver and a bronze.
Yeah, and worth pointing out, the ladies in this category are the only category, I believe, that have skied anywhere near what they were doing in preliminaries. All of the other men's categories and the other categories were a good few boys down from where they did, but the ladies are consistently delivering these high scores.
You're just like melted chocolate fudge on my vanilla, mate.
Whatever that.
Got here.
So just whilst we wait for the over 35 men's slalom, which is just getting underway now, actually.
Yep, no waiting, no messing around. This is Paul Forastier of France, the first skier in this category.
8 skiers in the men's over 35s. We'll just look up some scores for you and see where they were in the qualifying, but obviously only 3 places on that podium.
So this is the 16-metre line, that first.
Ξεκίνησε η κατηγορία των ανδρών άνω των 35 ετών, τελικός σλάλομ, με πρώτο αθλητή στο νερό που μόλις είδαμε, τον Πολ Φορεστιέ από Γαλλία. Ξεκίνησε με 16 μέτρα σκηνή.
So Paul has gone in at 16. He managed 3 at 12 in the prelim.
Yes, I think that's not going to be enough. 3 at 12 for the finals in this event, but as we keep saying, many of the skiers not delivering to the same standard that they did in qualifying or even in practice, so the pressure is on. Paul coming back on 14.25 metres, the yellow line. That was a flawless pass from Paul, absolutely superb 14-metre textbook pass. Nothing at all I can say to improve on what he just did there. Perfect line control, perfect balance, patient around the turns. Yeah, really good skiing. You know, it's interesting as a slalom skier, constantly analysing what you're doing. When you run a pass like that, I would hope that the skier's thinking, that's good, yeah, I did really well with that. I hope I can now deliver that on the next pass and learn from it. But as we know, it can all go wrong so quickly. But that was absolutely superb skiing from Paul.
Yeah, I guess you if you think you feel comfortable, the timing's right, the rhythm's right, that pendulum swing is right, then you think, yeah, that was a good pass, and you hope that your coach in the boat says that was a good pass too, because if he doesn't, you think, what am I missing?
Yeah. No, but he now loses 1.25 metres off the length of that last pass, and he's coming back on 13 metres.
Yep, that's a big difference. Makes a big difference. Still look very early and comfortable.
Safely down it. Just have a look at the replay. I think he just pushed that ski a little bit out of one and was lucky to not lose the fin on there. He's a right foot skier, so the one ball is his offside turn. Nicely up on the boat, maybe hanging out there a little bit longer than he'd like to. Yeah, just pushes on one. On the handle a long time into two, which is good. Nice and early for three. And no panic after that. If there's one comment I'd give, I'd like to see him stay on his back shoulder a little bit longer into 2-4. And here again over to 6. Comes up, just gives back to the boat a little bit earlier than I think he needs to. He'll get away with it on those longer lines, but as the line gets shorter, it's going to be tougher, and he needs that extra bit of direction off the second wakes to keep a tight line.
So this is 12 metres, and he's going to be setting the benchmark for the other skiers to follow.
Oh, he's fighting now.
Oh!
And it's all gone wrong at 4 ball, that was. Yeah, he won't be happy there.
He's okay, fortunately, putting his hand in the air. It was a very impressive backslide.
Yeah, but it's not the trick event, it's a slalom event, so we'll have to see how the judges score this. I think his ski was outside that buoy. Whether that's his normal skiing position, we'll have to wait and see how the judges score it.
Yeah, 3.5 at 12 is the score the judges have given.
It just gets pulled out of shape out of 2, compresses, does really well to fight to 3, has to get the hammer down across to 4, managed to get his ski, I think, outside 4, and spins around and loses the handle at 4. So score correctly, 3.5 on the 13-metre line for our first skier in the...
On the 12.
I beg your pardon, on the 12-metre line for the first skier in our over 35s category.
Okay, and on the dock there, getting ready, is Espen Rio of Norway.
3,5 μπάλες με 12 μέτρα σκηνή για τον αθλητή της Γαλλίας Paul Forestier και επόμενος αθλητής στο νερό Espen Rio από Νορβηγία. Στον προκριματικό γύρο έφερε 3 μπάλες με 12 μέτρα σκηνή. Να δούμε τι θα κάνει στον τελικό.
He tied with Paul Forestier in the prelims to get into this final with 3 at 12. He is going out at 14.
I think we have 2 Norwegians through to the final in this category. Both very strong skiers. Espen getting stuck in here on this opening pass. And safely down the 14.25 metre line.
Paul.
Paul, you want to tell us a few words about the conditions out there? France have got a strong team out here this weekend, but you didn't ski to your best. How is it?
Yeah. Well, the lake is incredible. It's perfect to ski this morning. Conditions are excellent. Driver's fine. Boat's perfect as well, so everything's okay. I myself am just a bit disappointed. I would have loved to finish the 12. Maybe just, to improve my overall. I don't think it's going to be sufficient anyway for the podium or whatever, but for me, for the overall, that would have been nice. But here I am, as slightly improved.
Paul, you've made it to the finals. Congratulations. No doubt we'll see you back next year. Well done.
So that's Stuart, thank you. Having a little chat with Paul Forestier. Disappointed with his score, but great, as you say, Stuart, getting into this very competitive final.
So just about to watch Espen coming back on, I believe, the 13 metres, picking the weed off the line there as he gets up. Big turn out of 1, another big turn at 2. Oh, he's into his back foot there. He's having to work for this pass, but safely down that 13-metre line. So many of these skiers will be able to get away with being slightly out of shape on the longer lines, but it'll punish them when they get down to the 12 and even 11 and lower lines. It's been not quite as connected as I'd like to see. Nice and wide for his gate, but a little bit narrow on the angle there, I think, which caused him there to slightly brake. Handle still quite high up on his body there, big pull for 2. Yeah, drops in with his shoulder hard on 3. Back in the game at 4. And safely across to 6 ball. So 6 ball is on the 13-metre line for Espen. He'll be coming back on the 12. Okay, what did Espen get in the qualifyings on this chain, do we know?
Yeah, 3 at 12.
Okay. Ooh, I'm not sure.
Whoa. That was a bit of a fight.
That was a bit of a fight. We'll have to watch the replay here for the start. It was a little bit questionable, I think, the start through those gates, but we know from experience we can't see from here. It'll be a judge's call to see what Espen gets. Let's watch the replay. Looks good on the replay, turns in, big pull out of 1, just gets slightly broken, too much speed now at 2, has to deal with that slack line again at 2 ball, gets his shoulders forward, desperately trying to get that ski moving, and but he keeps getting his shoulder over his front foot, which is slowing him down. 4, big stretch to 5, and I think he's inside 5 ball.
Yeah, so we'll have to have a look. I think maybe the judges are going to be looking at that gate, as you've said. It's very difficult for us to see here, but no, he's coming back in by the looks of things.
I think he's run that 4.
Oh no, sorry. Apologies. Yes, yeah. He's being taken back to the dock. But yeah, I think. Although we don't have the best position here, I think it looks like your call was right. You said the gate was questionable, and it looks as if the judges agree with you. Just to confirm that the gates are actually judged by 2 judges watching very carefully positioned cameras. Those who are in the grandstand, if they look to their left, they will see this metal pole with a camera on it, which is basically focused on the gates at 45 degrees, and the 2 judges in the jury tower who have the responsibility for looking at the gates will judge them from that video at each end, the entry gates and the exit gates. So it looks to me as if he's been 0 gated, so that will be a score of 0 at 12. Just confirm that. Yes, indeed. So next up is the second of the Norwegians in this final, and that is Espen Dale.
0 μπάλες με 12 μέτρα σκηνή για τον αθλητή της Νορβηγίας Espen Rio. Επόμενος αθλητής στο νερό, από Νορβηγία επίσης, Espen Dale.
Espen is the small name or big name? Small.
Okay, looks like Espen's opted to come in on the 16 metre, the orange. Very strong skier. All the Norwegians here are very strong skiers in this category.
Yeah, you were just saying off mic, Stuart, where are the Norwegians in the team classification? Well, these are taking into account the results after day 3 yesterday. They're currently sitting in 7th place.
Which is past halfway, right? We have 16 countries competing.
Indeed.
So, yeah. That's respectable.
Obviously, a couple of them can't really score very highly because in Monaco, for example, in 16th place, they've got one skier just in the slalom. So their skiers' points are their overall points as a team. So yeah, at the moment the classification is 1 Greece, 2 France, 3 Switzerland.
But the Norwegians don't have the best of weather. Let's be honest. I can't imagine them skiing year-round in their shorts down there. So it'd be good if there's anyone from Norway that would like to come and tell us in the commentators box where I can get a ski in Norway, and when I can do it in my shorts. I'd be interested to know.
I'm sure they're running. I can see somebody running. I'm not sure if that's. I think that may well be Norwegian. Anyway, Espen Dale coming back for his second pass.
Now, I would give that guy a medal just for that pass there. I've never seen a skier stand on the ski like he's standing on a wakeboard and run a pass. That ski was bobbling out of position on pretty much every turn. We'll watch him on replay.
You wanted to take the Norwegian?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Yes.
So Stuart just asked a question of a Norwegian, and we've got Anders Foss, the silver medalist in the men's slalom over 45. So congratulations on that first of all, and please tell Stuart where he can ski in Norway in shorts and when.
Actually, we start skiing in shorts in the beginning of June. Actually, normally we start skiing when the ice goes. So the same day that the ice goes away, we're breaking the ice with the boat, and then we go out. But we start skiing in the end of May, I think, with shorts actually.
And how long is your season?
That depends on when the ice comes back. So normally we stop when the ice comes back. So in mid-November normally we can ski out.
And Anders, I keep driving around Ioannina looking at these water ski posters, and there's a guy that looks very much like you on that poster. Is that you?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, let him watch his teammate now come back in at 13. Stay with us if you wouldn't mind for a moment, please, Anders.
2.5 maybe. We'll see how they score that.
So will he be disappointed with that, Anders?
Yeah, I think so. He did 4 at 12 in the qualification, which was his personal best, and I think he had hoped for a score similar to that in the finals actually. So I think he's disappointed with that. Yes.
So Anders, how many competitions do you have in Norway? Where are the lakes? How do we come and ski with you guys?
Actually, we don't have so many lakes in Norway. We have some natural lakes, but the conditions are not so good, unfortunately, and there are some. Yeah, we have some problems with the government when it comes to rules for skiing in small lakes. But we have a really nice man-made lake just outside Oslo, which is called Siap. So it's about 50 minutes from Oslo, and that's where I train. And I think we have between 12 and 14 ranking list tournaments every summer. So we have actually a lot of tournaments up there.
That's pretty impressive. 12 and 14. Okay. And ski boats, we're running 200s.
No, we have the two new Nautiques, the newest, yeah.
The carbons?
Yeah, the carbons, yes.
Yeah.
With 450 horsepower in both of them, so yeah.
And many of these competitions are open to international skiers, if we can come over and ski?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. We had the Slåstad Pro-Am, it's like 1 week ago, when we have like the world elite there skiing with us, so that was a huge tournament, and of course all the other rankings tournaments is open for everybody, so yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you, Team Norway. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, and once again, congratulations on that silver medal.
Yep.
Thanks to Anders Foss for answering your call, and we know everything there is to know about skiing in Norway.
Yeah, I fancy coming to Oslo. That's, you know.
I could tell,
Yeah.
Stuart.
Never been.
So not sure what's happening here, because it looks like the towboat has...
Skier may be protesting. I'm not sure. We'll have to find out.
Yep, there may be something that's gone on there while we were...
Chatting to Anders.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happened there with the towboat coming back to pick up Espen Dahler. Maybe that we were distracted. We'll try to establish what's going on. He seems to be having a word with the boat judge.
Am I right, Jane? I don't think there have been many challenges really at all in this event, which is good. Conditions are ideal. I mean, the only possible thing we could pick up on is slight debris. On the earlier practice days, we had a very strong wind, and anything that was floating around on the lake was all pushed to one end. The skiers you'll see flicking weed off their line before they get up at the start and that sort of thing. And occasionally, I think we had one instance where some debris got caught around the boat propeller. But generally speaking, we've not had any challenges from skiers, and things have gone really well.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think there was one about the rope, which wasn't allowed. I think debris, there might have been a duck situation. You know, there's always something, but there've been, as you say, very, very few. Run very smoothly.
We'll have to bear with us a moment while we find out what the situation is.
I just mentioned a duck. I mean, it might have been a. There are ducks around here that are usually out of the way, but every now and then you see one, not really expecting a boat to be going up the course, and a skier at very high speed, just nonchalantly going about their business, flapping away.
Well, these are the diving ducks. So, I mean, I know from experience, I called a duck on 2-ball when I didn't run a pass and got to 5 in the Pamvotis Open and wasn't given the rerun. Knowing from a judging point of view, it's a very subjective one. The test is really, did the distraction cause the skier not to run the pass, and that's really subjective to how far down the pass they continue to ski before they protested. In my case, I saw a duck at 2. It didn't really put me off, but you're thinking about it, oh God, there's a duck. I didn't run the pass. I then protested at the end, and the judges didn't award that rerun, which is probably the fair decision.
Yeah, and I guess if it is a wildlife protest, then and the judges didn't see anything, they will look back at the video to see if there's something they missed. I know the lake that I ski on, we have a lot of wildlife. We have swans, we have geese, we have all sorts of ducks. We have coots, and coots are ones that really do dive. They're quite small anyway, and sometimes you can see them and they look like they're waiting for you to come and hit them, and then they're down and they're out of the way. It's almost as if they've, you know,
Yep.
they know what's coming.
Exactly. I'm not an ornithologist or a birdwatcher, but I think these are diving grebes that we've got here, and they'll pop up with a big fish in their mouth just as you're about to turn, or they'll dive in front of you just as you're about to turn. And whilst it won't interfere directly with your skiing, you do see them, and it does affect your thought process down the pass. And we're fighting for a medal, you know. If there's any chance that you're going to get a rerun, then why not challenge it?
Yeah, of course. That's why we're on hold at the moment until we get a decision.
It's a duck.
Sure. You see?
The Grace told me it's a duck, and maybe it's for them to don't move it.
So it's all very quiet here. In fact, when the boat's not going and everything's gone silent, you realise just how still it is here. I mean, as I say, there's not a breath of wind at the moment.
But I'm
really
feeling
hot.
I'm feeling for the skier, you know, if he gets this rerun, it'll be from the same end that he just took the last path. He's had no chance to warm up, no chance to get used to it. He'll have to go back out and do it. I'm looking, and I think the skier's not been given that rerun.
Look, yeah, dived into the lake. It might have been to cool down, but yeah, he's got the ski and he's looking like he's swimming to the shore. And the boat...
It's a difficult one, Jane, because once the judges start giving reruns for this sort of thing to people, then other skiers say, well, hang on, that skier got a rerun. I had a duck on mine. I know Thierry from the French team had a duck on one of the turns for his finals and didn't get the rerun. So they are here, they are a factor, but unless the judges feel it caused you not to run the pass, then they're correct not to give you the rerun.
It's a very varied life, isn't it? The life of a judge at championships like this. You have to deal with all sorts of things.
Yeah, as I say, I keep saying, we're slalom skiers. We have to blame somebody. It can't possibly be our fault. You know, it's got to be the boat or the duck or the wildlife or the sunlight or whatever it might be. But no, unfortunate. We now have how many more skiers in this category? We've got 5 to go, I think. And their best score so far is
3.5 at 12.
Yeah.
So it's all to play for.
Exactly.
We were just about to say exactly the same thing.
All to play for, and our next skier, Vincent Fondeux, had what score in his qualifying?
He scored 5 at 12 in qualifying, so doing that would be enough to take the lead.
And I'm going to guess that gives him a ranking score somewhere down 11, so I'm going to predict that he's more than capable of running 12. But as we know, it's one thing to be capable of doing it, and a very different one to actually deliver it on the day of the finals with all the pressure on your shoulders.
Yeah, PB I think of 3.5 at 11 Vincent has.
Okay.
So obviously the boat had to go up to the top of the lake, set down and come back again. As we say, you have to do that to make sure that the next skier has the same conditions as all of the others.
It's about fairness. It's making sure that the movement, any movement on the lake, is equal for all skiers. So the driver will have just done this simulation pass. They don't run down. They run down the side of the course, and the conditions. They'll be given 50 seconds now at that end for the next skier to go, which simulates exactly what all the other competitors have had to deal with. So. So we are waiting for Vincent Fondeux of France, who it looks like on the screen will be coming in on the 14.25 meter line. Vincent, another of these very tall French skiers, very smooth out there, no problem at all for him on this opening pass, and he'll be looking to get a piece of 11, I'm sure. 14.25 meters under his belt for Vincent Fondeux of France.
Ο αθλητής που μόλις πέρασε Ο αθλητής που μόλις είδαμε είναι ο Φόντο Βίνσεντ από τη Γαλλία. Ξεκίνησε με 14 και 25 σκηνή. Στο προκριματικό γύρο έφερε 5 μπάλες με 12 μέτρα σκηνή. Είδαμε την πρώτη του προσπάθεια. Θα επιστρέψει με 13. 14, now it's 13.
So just looking at Vincent's face on the screen there, breathing deeply, a sigh of relief to be down his opening pass. Now coming back on the 13-meter line. Oh, he's out of shape. He's out of shape to 6. He's another one of those skiers that just looked like he was too relaxed. He went into that pass, his legs were quite straight, he was nice and balanced at those first few buoys, but at the minute he got to 4 ball, I think it was, he didn't have bent legs and he just didn't manage to get that ski round and was off balance from 4 to 5. Let's see what he does on replay. So quite tall, he's got the advantage with the height, but he doesn't compress those legs well in the turn. You see the handle pull up. At that point there, he's pushing on the ski, doesn't get the angle he needs. Same again on that turn now, he's having to work. And you'll see pitches on his back foot there, breaks a little bit, comes forward to 5. Huge break at 5, can't quite get that ski round to 6, and skis inside 6 buoys on the 13-meter pass.
So yeah, quite a surprise really that we've got 2 skiers in this final who have failed to complete 13 metres, which you wouldn't really have expected.
I'm not. I failed to complete 12, and I didn't expect to do that either. No, don't underestimate. The pressure is on. This is for the finals. They're trying to do everything by the book, and if you pull too long, it's going to go wrong, and if you stand too weak, it's going to go wrong. You need just the right tempo. Just watching Ioannis out on the water now. Ioannis skis for Cyprus. And I was lucky enough to ski over at Cyprus a few years ago. Fantastic hospitality, a great lake, and I think they were telling me that they have a competition in November this year. So if you fancy a bit of warm weather skiing in November, get in touch with the Cypriots about entering their competition. You'll know that our season ends on the 31st of October each year. So technically the competition in Cyprus on the beginning of November, I think first weekend of November, is actually your first score for the 2023 season. So if you're still fit from this year and you want to post an early score for next year, get yourself over to Limassol, Cyprus, and enter their November competition.
You going to do that, Stuart? Do you fancy that?
If I can get the time off, absolutely. Yeah. No, it's a great experience.
Time off? I thought you were your own boss.
Well, yeah, but I still need to get the time off.
You need to give yourself the time off.
And don't tell my wife that, because she's actually the boss, so I'm not the boss. So. Good skiing from Ioannis, safely down 14.25. He'll be coming back on the 13 metres, and I expect him to run this next pass. You'll just see on the water there's a nice little ripple has appeared. We've got a very, very slight breeze that is just that nice ripple that skiers like, because it takes away the feel of any chop, and you're not looking at the glass, seeing your own reflection all out of shape as you go across the course. So Ioannis safely down 13 metres. He'll be coming back in on 12 in just a moment.
Yeah, we've seen for the last couple of days, actually, as the day progresses, a little breeze picks up, and then it can actually get quite strong. But it's been pretty good conditions, it must be said, apart from practice.
Yeah,
as soon as this competition started, that was it. It's almost as if the weather gods knew they needed to behave.
No, we've been very lucky with the weather here. It's been superb. So for this final, certainly in the last 2-3 days, conditions have been outstanding. And looking at the water, I think they'll like this breeze. Ioannis, I think we saw him battle his way. He's definitely a fighter. He battled his way to 5.5 on the 12, I think, in the qualifying, and launched himself out of the ski on his way through the gates at 6. So let's see what he can do on 12 metres.
So 4 to take the lead.
Nice and wide, right foot forward skier. Good turn out of 1. 2, he's having to battle a bit. Nice big reach. Across to 5 and safely back to 6. Excellent, he'll be very happy with that.
Well, there's our new leader.
First skier down the 12-meter pass is Ioannis of Cyprus. Yeah.
Ο αθλητής που μόλις είδαμε είναι ο Γιάννης Κόκκινος από την Κύπρο. Ξεκίνησε με 14 μέτρα σκηνή, συνέχισε με 13, έβγαλε και το 12 και γυρίζει με 11 μέτρα σκηνή, 11 και 25. Να πω ότι ο Γιάννης στον προκριματικό γύρο έφερε 5,5 μπάλες με 12 μέτρα σκηνή. Περιμένουμε να δούμε τι θα κάνει στο 11.
So the only thing I can pick up here on Ioannis is he doesn't really get well connected with that handle to his hip right from the start, and he's having to battle his way down there. If you watch the better skiers like Robbie Alexander and so forth, they get that handle to the hip and they do not move. They work behind the boat, they feed it out nice and gently in the turn, and they stay still and patient. And Ioannis was a little bit scrappy on that pass. He's now going to come back on 11.25 meters. Bit on his back foot on 1, he's got his way to 2. I don't think he'll get outside of 3, but he should be happy with that. That's a score of 2 on the 11-meter line.
Well, that's something for these 3 remaining skiers to chase, all capable, of course, of doing that. But as you keep saying, it's a final, the nerves are out. Wind's picked up a little bit, so on the opening pass there'll be a little bit of a tail breeze.
Yeah, I'm looking at the flags now opposite. There is that tail as they go out, which, depending on the line length you choose and where is your difficult pass, I think they'll be wanting to take that 11 in the headwind. So this should be an advantage if that wind picks up anymore for any of the 11-meter skiers, starting on the 14-meter line.
2 στα 11 και 25, το αποτέλεσμα του Γιάννη Κόκκινο από την Κύπρο. Και τον φέρνει στην πρώτη θέση αυτή τη στιγμή. Έχουμε όμως ακόμα 3 αθλητές, οπότε το αποτέλεσμα θα διαμορφωθεί αλλιώς.
So yeah, that's the score to chase. 2 at 11. Wind's dropped again. It's a little bit up and down, isn't it? But I guess if these remaining skiers were going to go out on 14 anyway, it probably won't change their tactics. So here we have Jamie Bloemsma of the Netherlands, and it looks like he's going in on 14.
Yep.
Jamie Bloemsma από Ολλανδία με 14 και 25.
Yes, Jamie, we've adopted Jamie in the UK. He is skiing for the Netherlands, he is Dutch, and his wife Samantha is skiing for South Africa, but they are both based in the UK and routinely ski with us at all of the competitions in the UK. So Jamie safely down 14.25 meters. I think we saw him get 3 or 4 at 11 in the qualifying. We know that he can he can run the 11-meter pass. I think his best in competition this year, maybe 4.5 at 11, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, he got 3 at 11 in the prelim. His personal best was 3.5, but earlier this year he bettered that to 4.5 at 11 and got a new Dutch national record in the process. So he's been skiing very, very well and regularly getting into the 11-meter line, so he'll want to continue that here.
Να αναφερθώ στο αποτέλεσμα του Γιάννη Κόκκινο, γιατί προηγουμένως ήταν κλειστό το μικρόφωνο. 2 μπάλες με 11 και 25 για τον Γιάννη Κόκκινο. Τον φέρνει στην πρώτη θέση αυτή τη στιγμή. Έχουμε όμως άλλους 2 αθλητές, οπότε το αποτέλεσμα θα είναι διαφορετικό. Ελπίζουμε να έχουμε ένα μετάλλιο για την Κύπρο ή για την Ελλάδα.
Okay, Jamie coming back on 13 meters. Nice hook up out of 1. Nice and patient at 2. Beautiful at 3. He's all over this like a rash. No problem at all for Jamie Bloemsma of the Netherlands, safely down 13-metre pass. Excellent skiing. There was even a duck at 5 ball that's still there, just flapping its wings, and didn't mind that at all.
Yeah, I was looking at the duck, and fortunately it was going in the right direction, slightly away from the buoy. So the fact that Jamie was in really good shape coming around that, he wasn't late. I don't think the duck was in any danger, but it did look a little bit startled.
Hey,
not Jamie, the duck, that is.
Yeah, no, the duck had the best seat in the house. That's undisputable. So awesome skiing from Jamie. He'll be coming back on the 12-metre line. He knows he needs to run this pass. He knows he can run this pass, and I'm going to bet that he does run this pass.
Well, he's got to get 4 to go into second place, but that won't really be good enough, or potentially not good enough, because we've got another couple of skiers to go after Jamie. As you say, you're betting he's going to run this.
Yeah,
we don't have long to find out.
No, you'll see Jamie get stuck in. If he gets a clean 1 ball here, he's going to work all the way down this pass, and he won't let go of that line, I don't think, unless he's launched out of that ski. Safely down to 4th, coming up to 5 ball. And patient, a lot of slack line at 6, but very patient skiing from Jamie. He wasn't in the best of shape at the start of that. We'll have to watch the replay. But big smile on his face as he's down that 12-metre line. So it's a pull out, bit of a wobble on the pull out. Gets that handle low. Elbow in the shoulder at 1, buckles a bit, now has to start fighting right from 1 ball. Jamie cranks it on 2. He is an absolute warrior, this guy. He's going to put every ounce of strength he's got into there. Same at 3. Big pull at 3. Buckles a bit more, load of slack line at 4. Left foot forward is his onside, big turn at 5. And pulls long to 6, knows that he's just got to hold that handle high to get through the gates on the 6 buoys on the 12-metre line.
You can almost see him go, phew.
Absolutely. So Jamie is chasing now. He needs to get more than 2 at 11, I believe. If he scores a score higher than 2 at 11, he secures his position on that podium.
Absolutely.
And he will be in qualifying. I think he got 3.5, maybe?
3, yeah.
Okay.
So let's have a look.
All about the gate. And he gets it. 1's good. 2 slack line. He's got to work to 3.
Oh.
And he's just he got the start, I think, at 1, but had to pull long to 2. Let's see how the judges score that. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Jane, again, I keep talking about this count back. If we've now got 2 skiers tied on the 2, assuming Jamie is challenging for a silver or bronze, he would go through for that because of his better score in the qualifying. Is that right?
Yeah, indeed. The two skiers on the same score at the moment in this final are Jamie and Yannis Kokinos, assuming that, of course, the judges confirm that to Boy. That would become significant if they are going for the gold medal, because they would then have to have a runoff. But we don't know. I mean, if it were to be competing for the silver or the bronze, as I say, then that would mean that Jamie would take the higher medal, the medal with the bigger the better colour, if you like. But we've still got 2 skiers to go, and the next one is Kevin Dizeron of Switzerland, and we are going to be having a word in just a second with Jamie Bloemsma, who's still panting. We're going to be having a word in a moment with Jamie Bloemsma, who's still panting, having come straight here from swimming in. But let's watch this opening pass first of all of Kevin Dizeron of Switzerland, I believe on 14 metres. There you go, that's completed. So, Jamie, you're in a tie at the moment in first place, 2 at 11. You had a bit of a squeal there. What do you make of that?
To be honest, I enjoyed it. It was a good time to be out there. I felt a bit dodgy on my 12. It wasn't the best 12 I've run. So my nerves got the best of me on my 11 a little bit, and I was a bit more cautious and really tried to go for it. But yeah, it is what it is. It was great though.
Well, absolutely fantastic skiing nonetheless. And at the moment you're tied in first place.
Yeah, I'm pretty chuffed with it. You know, I wanted to make the finals this European, so if I get a medal, that's great. But I achieved what I wanted to achieve, to make the final, and that was for me the most important thing coming down to Greece. It makes it worthwhile if you make the final, and on top of that, I skied quite nicely, so I was super stoked.
Yeah, you've been skiing very nicely this year and getting into 11 consistently, so it can't be bad. I know Stuart here wants to have a word as well.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking to see if you want to say anything to the guys back home supporting you and working hard while you're out here.
Yeah, all my team back home with 4 legs have done a great job so far running the lake for us. It's been a hell of an achievement for them. They've been put on a lot of pressure the last couple of days while Sam and I were away from the ski lake. But we're back on Tuesday and back to the grinding, so.
Back in the office. Okay, Jamie, well done. Good luck in the results. Let's watch the next pass, 13 metres.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks very much to Jamie for coming up here straight from his skiing. We're just looking at Kevin tackling his second pass, which is 13 metres. Looking good, Stuart?
Yeah, looking very good. This again is the skier that does this double pump. So he kind of slows the ski down by doing a pre-turn, a pre-break, I guess you'd call it, pre-turn, just before he commits to the turn. It's an unusual style. It's not one that I can do myself and it hasn't worked for me, but you will see a few of these skiers using it.
Hey guys, it's not necessary. This is
So Kevin should be returning now on the money pass, the 12-metre line. He knows he's got to get down this pass. That will apply the pressure to him. Let's see what he can do. One-handed gate. Commits well into 1. Nice and stable out of 2. Pulls a little bit long to 3, but gets back into shape for 4. And safely down 12 metres. Yeah, very smooth skier. Looking at the angle that he gets his shoulders and body down against that Nautique 200, he really works behind the boat. Is in exactly the right place. Very good to watch. See him on replay. Superb gait here. Does that double pump at 1, gets that ski round, hooks up nicely, lovely bent knees, springs up for 2 ball, another big turn at 2. Really commits to this 12-metre line. There's no hesitation from him at all.
Ο αθλητής που μόλις πέρασε είναι ο Kevin Dizeron από Ελβετία. Ξεκίνησε με 14, συνέχισε 13, πέρασε το 12 και θα συνεχίσει με 11 και 25. Απομένει άλλος ένας αθλητής, ο Γιώργος Κατζής από την Ελλάδα.
So Kevin got 3.5 on this line length in the prelim. If he does that, he will go into the lead.
But there's still one skier after him. So it's all to play for. A little bit on his back foot on that gate glide. Oh. See that double pump again there. I'm not sure that worked for him on 2, but he's definitely on still going. One more, he's got to work hard. Well, I take it back, that definitely worked for him. He's run the 11-metre pass. And the Swiss team have gone wild.
The cowbells are rattling or ringing or whatever they do. Yeah, they're very, very happy with that because that means that Kevin Dizeron is guaranteed a silver medal with just one skier to go. He takes the lead and will be the first skier in this over 35 men's slalom final to have a go at the 10.75 metre line. You done that, Stuart?
Yeah, in my sleep. In practice, I've got a 3 at 10.7, but I haven't got anywhere near that this year, so he gets to. I'm just watching this on replay. He is so committed on all of these turns. He's out of shape from the start, but just watch him throw that ski round, pull that line in, get straight back into position as quickly as he can, and just managed to get round 6. So fantastic skiing from Kevin. Really, really good. So if I'm not mistaken, we haven't had, let's wait for the traffic, we haven't had that many skiers come back on the 10.7 metre line.
No.
1 or 2 maybe?
I'm
okay,
just, well, in the prelim, yeah.
Got to get right up on the boat. Another good gate. 1 is in, slack line out of 1. He gets his ski outside of 2. Does he get back in time? Yes, he does. Yes, he does. I think the judges will score that as 2 on the 10.7. Let's wait and see.
Yeah, it looked like it. It looked like he pulled back and got just back to the line of the boat lane before those buoys. That's the rule, isn't it, to score the full buoy?
Absolutely. You've got to get the ski back inside that first line of yellow gate buoys before the next set of gate buoys for that score to count. When you're taking the sort of speed that Kevin was taking there at 2, it's not always as easy as you think. He's got to slow that ski down to be able to turn and keep a tight line. He was patient, he waited and just managed to whiz through there in time. So I would score that at 2 on the 10.7.
And indeed, that's what the judges have scored. So big score to beat for the final skier in this category. And it's George Hatsis of Greece.
He was flying that kid.
So we only have one more skier that can upset things. Now, George, if I'm not mistaken, he didn't qualify as, or maybe he did. Did he ski well in the first round? Oh no, he was the first off the dock, I think, wasn't he? In the
yeah, I can't remember, but he got 4 at 11. Yeah. So he's going to have to go some to beat that amazing score of 2 at 10.75 by Kevin Dizeron. So are the Swiss going to get their gold medal? We'll see.
2 μπάλες στα 10 και 75 για τον αθλητή της Ελβετίας Kevin Dizeron. Αυτή τη στιγμή τον φέρνει πρώτο. Έχει όμως συνέχεια η ιστορία εδώ. Τελευταίος αθλητής της κατηγορίας Γιώργος Χατζής. Στο προκριματικό έκανε 4 στα 11. Και εδώ θα γίνει τώρα λογικά η μάχη για το χρυσό, αργυρό και χάλκινο. Σε λίγο θα δούμε τον Γιώργο Χατζή.
So as the final skier in this category, George Hatsis, steps into the water, the Swiss are crossing their fingers down there. Them and their cowbells are hoping for their second gold of the day. But George Hatsis has other. He basically has other aspirations. He wants it for the home nation. So let's have a look at this last skier, the top seed in this final.
And George, am I right? This is his home site, right? George's base?
Sophia, can you? Is this George's home site?
Yes, it's George. Είναι ο Γιώργος Χατζής. Με 14 νομίζω, δεν έχουν δώσει ακόμα σκηνή.
So George went out on the 13-meter line, safely down his opening pass. 13 meters for George.
Ναι, είναι 13 το σκηνή που ξεκίνησε ο Γιώργος, είναι 14. Με 13 λοιπόν το πρώτο πέρασμα, επιτυχημένο, θα επιστρέψει κοντένοντας, με 12 δηλαδή θα επιστρέψει.
So, Sophia, do you know much about George? Does he ski here a lot at Ioannina?
Not so often here. George has his water ski school in Kaiafas, Kalkida, Skinias, Aliertos, so he can't be here all the time.
Of course, the Hatzis family put on that amazing Pro-Am competition at Kaiafas recently with dancing girls, live music, massive trophies. Really spectacular. I was watching it on the webcast, and it's made me want to go next year if they have it, which I'm sure they will. So, George Hatzits now coming back on 12 metres.
Γιώργος Χατζής, 12 μέτρα σκηνή.
So patient, lovely to watch George here. Loads up, lets that ski come around, stays still, waits for the Nordique to pull him across that pass and safely down 12 metres.
Ωραίο και το 12 του Γιώργου. Τα κοντίνη το σκηνή θα επιστρέψει με 11 και 25.
So where does this leave us now with the final scores? We've got skiers, they definitely need to be in 11, so he's going to have to...
Yeah, I mean, if he got 2 on countback, he would get the silver medal on this next line length. He would get the gold only if he can beat 2 at 10.75, or if he scored 2 at 10, we'd end up with a runoff, of course, with Kevin Dizeron.
Just looking at replay there, that was a nice smooth pass. Maybe not as early as Kevin's earlier pass, but we'll see. He's a tall, strong skier, George, so he's going to want to get down this 11-metre line.
Γιώργος Χατζής, 11 και 25.
One-handed gate, nice and wide, loads up nicely, patient at 1. He's in trouble at 2.
Oh, I hope he's okay. Let's have a look. Is George okay there? Looks like it, but just obviously very, very frustrated with that.
You know, I'm more interested in whether they score where he let go of the handle. Let's watch this on replay. The judges are going to be look closely at how far he got after 2 ball.
2 at 11. Oh my God. 3 scores.
So it's a bit of slack out of 1. Doesn't get the handle forward, pulls it up to his chest and manages to hold it to the wakes. And scores a full 2, I believe.
Yeah, that's it. So we've now, that's amazing, isn't it? We've got 3 skiers here who've tied on 2 at 11. But what is absolutely definite is our champion is Kevin Dizeron of Switzerland with 2 at 10.75. And on countback from their scores in the preliminary round, which shows why your score in the preliminary round is quite important, George Hatzis, silver medal with 2 at 11. And Jamie Bloemsma of the Netherlands, the bronze medal with 2 at 11.
Congratulations to all those skiers in the over 35s category. We'll see if we can get a word with George when he comes in.
2 στα 11 ο Γιώργος Χατζής. Αυτή τη στιγμή έχουμε 3 αθλητές με το ίδιο αποτέλεσμα, όμως η κατάταξη γίνεται ανάλογα με το τι έχουν κάνει στον προκριματικό. Το σίγουρο είναι ότι ο χρυσός πρωταθλητής είναι ο Kevin Dizeron με 2 στα 10 και 75. Δεύτερος ο Γιώργος Χατζής και τρίτος ο... Third is κόκκινος or Bloemsma? First is Kevin.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, we're just checking the scores. The officials just need to double check that they've got the order correct on the over 35 results, because we're looking at countback.
Yeah, on countback, according to my reckoning here, George Hatsis got 4 at 11 in the preliminary and Jamie got 3 at 11. So if that's correct, I believe the pictures you're seeing on the screen are not quite correct there. I believe it should be Kevin Dizeron, a clear outright winner, 2 at 10.7, followed by George and then Jamie. So we'll see if
Yes.
if that is.
I mean, second George, third Jamie.
Yeah, I think that's just a little error in the software or something there that hasn't quite updated. We'll see if we can get a word with George, who we believe is the silver medalist. George, would you come and have a quick word?
Yeah, of course.
Stuart's just going to have a word with him. He's a little closer to him.
George Hatsis, how was that for you?
Actually, to tell you the truth, it wasn't good enough, but that's okay. I enjoyed it. I had fun. I came here, I'm really tired. I had the tournament the weekend before, the Kayafas Pro-Am, and I was exhausted over there. But I managed to come here. I got my silver medal. I'm happy with this.
And fantastic skiing and fantastic job for everything you did in Kayafas. Do you want to say thank you to anyone back home that's watching?
I want to thank everybody who's watching this tournament. It has been a big effort for this tournament, from what I know. I know that the Greeks know how to support those tournaments, and they are doing the best they can.
Yeah. And what about the sponsors? I don't know many of these sponsors, but a lot of sponsors helping out to organize these events, right?
Actually, to tell you the truth again, we don't have that many sponsors because of the economic crisis. But hopefully next year or the years after, sponsors are going to come.
Yeah. And you're going to come back and fight again next year, right, for that gold medal?
I will try.
Good, good. Thank you, George. Congratulations on silver. Well done.
Right, there you go. I tried to catch the eye of Kevin Dizeron as he went back on the golf buggy, but unfortunately he didn't see me. I was hoping we could get a word with our new champion, our second Swiss champion of the day in slalom event, but maybe we'll catch up with him a little bit later on. So congratulations to those medalists. And I guess we're going to have just a little bit of a while now while we set up for the jump finals, which will be the last action of the day, but a whole lot of jump action to go yet.
So yes, on the screen, I would caution that result. We need to double check with the judges. We are not the judges, we are the commentators, but on our notes, they may have the order, the final order, incorrect on that list. We believe that Jamie Bloomsma earned the bronze medal and that George Hatsis earned the silver medal based on the countback score, but
yeah, I've got a feeling it's the software, because obviously they're putting 3 people down in second place based on the final score, which makes sense. They're equal in second, but because of the rules of the competition, if you equal your score in the final, then the score you get in the preliminary round determines the order of the medals. So if you look at those scores in the preliminary round for George Hatsis and Jamie Bloomsma, you'll see quite clearly that George Hatsis got 1 boy more than Jamie, which is why it'll be the other way round. It'll be Kevin Dizeron first, George Hatsis second, and Jamie Bloomsma third. So I'm just assuming that it's a sort of software issue with the scoring system here. Of course, we will let you know if that changes, but I'm pretty confident that's the position.
I think you're absolutely right, Jane.
Τελείωσε και η κατηγορία των ανδρών άνω των 35 ετών σλάλομ, με χρυσό μετάλλιο στον Kevin Dizeron από την Ελβετία, αργυρό μετάλλιο στο Γιώργο Χατζή από την Ελλάδα και χάλκινο μετάλλιο για τον Μπλοένσμα Τζέιμι από την Ολλανδία. Συγχαρητήρια σε όλους.
It's a clear call. The right person.
Τρίτη αθλήτρια στο νερό, η Diane Kirby από την Ιρλανδία. Ο βατέρας είναι στο 1.50. Θα τη δούμε στην πρώτη της προσπάθεια την Diane.
Well, welcome back to finals day here at Ioannina. Welcome back to finals day here at Ioannina. We're moving on to the sharp end of competition. That is the jump finals, and we're kicking off with Diane Kirby of Ireland, the one and only Diane, who happens to be the one and only skier from Ireland in this competition, and the one and only finalist in this over 65 women's jump. Going over a 1.5 metre ramp, 3 attempts at the ramp, highest score is the one that counts. Nice and safe jump and landing for Diane there. Nice confidence
booster. Το πρώτο
booster.
άλμα της Diane. Σε λίγο θα έχουμε και τα μέτρα. «12 μέτρα και 90 εκατοστά» το πρώτο άλμα της Diane Kirby από Ιρλανδία.
So 12.9 metres for that first jump for Diane.
Δεύτερη προσπάθεια για την Diane Kirby από Ιρλανδία. Ωραίο και το δεύτερο άλμα της Diane. Σε λίγο θα έχουμε τα μέτρα.
So another landed jump there. See what the scoring system determines. The distance that she's jumped.
16 μέτρα. 16 μέτρα το δεύτερο άλμα της Diane Kirby.
That's a big improvement for Diane there. 16 metres on jump number 2. I think she'll be pleased with that. Currently, the distance that she's going is about 17 metres, so not far off that.
Τρίτη προσπάθεια και τελευταία για την Diane. Τρίτο άλμα.
So let's see if she can dial it up just a little bit more and get a bit more distance on this final jump. Diane just cutting out from the behind the boat.
Με επιτυχία και το τρίτο άλμα της Diane.
So great jumping there from Diane. I'm sure she'll be pleased with that. That was another improvement by 0.3, so 16.3 meters, the longest jump by Diane Kirby.
16 μέτρα και 30 εκατοστά, το μεγαλύτερο, και αυτό θα της δώσει τη θέση.
As I mentioned, Diane, the only woman in this age category, and she has competed in all three events. So she will be our champion in all three events and the overall, of course. And we'll be moving swiftly on to the over 65 men. And there are two in this category, Filippo Trivelato of Italy and Lasse Jonsson of Norway. So there you're looking at number 74, or getting ready. He's the first out, and that's Filippo.
Η Diane είναι η μόνη αθλήτρια στην κατηγορία της, τρέχει και στα τρία αγωνίσματα. Επόμενη κατηγορία, άντρες άνω των 65, άλμα τελικός. Έχουμε δύο αθλητές, τον Φίλιππο Τριβελάτο από Ιταλία και τον Λάσε Βίνταρ Γιόνσεν από Νορβηγία.
So most of these jumpers in this afternoon's finals will be going over a 1.5 metre ramp, with the exception of the over 35 men. The ramp will be put up for them. They are the last ones, the last competitors of these championships. They'll be coming up a little later this afternoon.
Instead of Musakal, there is the same thing, but with the plant and the chop bit of it. It's something like that. Okay, you go to check. I go.
So here comes Filippo. He's cutting out to the right for a three-quarter cut. Nice looking jump and landing.
Και 30 εκατοστά, το πρώτο άλμα του Φίλιππο Τριβελάτο από Ιταλία.
33.3 meters for Filippo's opener. So let's have a look at that again. So a bit of an unfortunate situation there for Filippo. It's been taken down to the end of the lake for another attempt. It's got one distance already recorded, 33.3. No, and he's decided to pass on that one. Not comfortable taking on the ramp from that approach.
Δεύτερο άλμα για τον, μάλλον τρίτο άλμα, για τον Φίλιππο Τριβελάτο. Περιμένουμε να δούμε τα μέτρα. Υπάρχει πίνακα στον πύργο των Κρητών, που μετά από μετρήσεις βγαίνει αυτόματα το μήκος του κάθε άλματος.
So there you see the homologator Nigel Talamo in the hat there, sorting out the line. It's his duty to measure the jump lines of these skiers before they compete to make sure they are the right length.
Συγγνώμη, κάτι έχασα. Έκανε άρνηση. Το τρίτο του άλμα ήταν άρνηση.
And that skier now is Lasse Jonsson, the second and final jumper in the over 65 men's final.
Επόμενος αθλητής που μόλις ξεκίνησε και τελευταίος στην κατηγορία άνω των 65 άντρας είναι ο Lasse Vidar Jonsson από Νορβηγία.
So both these men in this category scored rather similar distances in the preliminary round, but Filippo's already improved on that. See if Lasse can as well.
Okay, το πρώτο άλμα του Lasse Vidar Jonsson. Okay, το πρώτο άλμα του Jonsson. Περιμένουμε τα μέτρα. 25 και 90 το πρώτο άλμα.
So that first jump, 25.9 metres. He'll see the distance as he skis past the jury tower, which has the display on it. He'll know what he has to do if he wants to take the gold. At the moment, the longest distance is 33.3. He's got to beat that if he wants to beat Filippo to the gold. Oh, a little unbalanced there, and yeah, unable to hang on to that one.
Δεν μπόρεσε να το κρατήσει, Jane. He couldn't stand.
No. So the towboat's going back to him now. Make sure he's okay. So Lasse won this competition in this category last year, and he was first in jump and overall in 2020 in this over 65 category. But his longest jump recently, in I think 2020, was 30.1, so he'd have to exceed that if he wants to become the champion again. Let's have a look. He seems to be okay there, being picked up and taken down the other end of the lake for a third and final attempt.
Ο αθλητής είναι ok, συνεχίζει για την τρίτη του προσπάθεια. Lasse Engelsen από Νορβηγία. Τρίτη προσπάθεια, θα τον δούμε στην τρίτη και τελευταία προσπάθεια.
And incidentally, that jump distance wouldn't have been enough to do it. It would have been longer than his first jump had he managed to land it and ski away, but not enough to take the lead. Yep, more balanced.
Περιμένουμε τα μέτρα του τρίτου και τελευταίου άλματος του Νορβηγού αθλητή. «26 μέτρα και 40 εκατοστά». Το τρίτο και καλύτερό του, οπότε κρατάει αυτό και τον φέρνει στη δεύτερη θέση.
So an improvement in distance on that final jump, 26.4 meters, but that does mean that Filippo Trivelato is your gold medalist and Lasse Engelsen will take the silver. So congratulations to them. We're moving on next to the over 55 men's jump final, and we will have 5 men in this category. And the really good news is we're going to have Great Britain's Dush Lukic to talk us through this again, and he's going to be assessing these men's technique as they pull out and then cut for the ramp, and whether they pop over the ramp. You're going to tell me all these sorts of things to give me some advice for when I decide to go over the ramp. Sorry, I'm just laughing there. But and also one of your teammates in this category too. So welcome back, Dush. I hope you've had a nice day.
Thanks very much, Jane. I've had a great day, thank you. Enjoyed all the slaloming. It's been great to see some phenomenal performances. So looking forward now to the jump event.
So first up, we've got Pascal Delage of France. So Pascal jumped 16 meters in the preliminary round.
I guess right now it's all about just steadying the nerves to begin with. So he'll just want to have a safe landing and then see if he can intensify. So actually cutting from the very middle of the boat wakes, which is a bit unusual. flattened off and sat on the back of his heels a little bit into the ramp. So he's going to have to really work the ankles a little bit more, get those knees over the ankles and the feet a little bit more, and he'll be in better shape. We're lucky today, Jane. Conditions are perfect. Not a breath of wind. I suspect probably the jumpers might like a little bit, just a teeny weeny bit of a headwind. But the conditions are perfect. Just watching through Pascal's replay just reiterates to me what I was saying earlier. He has to have the weight on the balls of his feet, and the weight is very much on the heels. I mean, skiers have a different approach to the single cut, but I would advocate that you should just be just outside the left-hand wash when you actually decide to start working the cut. It looked to me as if he'd actually gone from the middle of the boat, which would have disturbed his rhythm and his approach. So let's see what happens on this round. He didn't land. Full.
The first?
Yeah. Okay, still in the middle of the wash, so he's going to have to make two pulls. There's a little bit of action there, and then a little bit of movement again. Still on the heels, but slightly better than the first one, but still too far on his heels.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Dush saying not a breath of wind, and then suddenly you've just got a little bit of a tailwind. I mean, it is. Earlier today, I thought we were going to get that situation that we've had the last couple of days, where in the afternoon the wind picks up a little bit, and it's always been in that direction, which would mean a tailwind for the jumpers, which of course they don't like. They prefer the headwind, but hopefully it's just a little breeze, and it's not going to affect them too much.
No, I mean, I don't think it is strong enough to bother the skiers, really.
But the breeze is affecting on us.
But the breeze, as Sophia rightly says, the breeze is having a very positive effect on the commentary tower. We're all feeling the benefit.
Except for my papers, which are now going to have to be weighted down with rocks, which I think Tom Dokopil kindly collected for me yesterday. Okay, so Dush, what has he got to do on this third and final jump to secure to ensure that he at least gets a distance on the board?
But primarily, Jane, he's got to put more weight on the front of his right foot. So the balls of the feet need to be doing the work. How to get there? Really, he just needs to push his knees forward over his feet, and that'll then flex the ankles, and that'll give him the weight on the front of his feet, and then just sort of work the right leg and the left arm a little bit more. I think. I don't think he needs to do much different than that, frankly, and he needs to land this. Didn't want to jinx him, just wanted to let him do the job. So well done. Good landing there. We'll get a score for you in 2 seconds. That was a little bit better. He still wasn't properly connected. Still a bit too much weight on the back of the heels, but not as much in the previous jumps.
Άξιζε να σταθεί σε ένα. He deserved.
He totally deserves it, Sophia. Absolutely right.
Pascal Delage από Γαλλία.
19 meters. Give Pascal a round of applause. I can see his sort of fist bumping for joy. So congratulations, 19 meters.
And an improvement on what he did in the preliminary round by 3 metres. So that's not bad, because those nerves must have been there really with those first 2 jumps. So it's good to respond in that way and get a good distance.
Completely agree. Who's the next skier, Jane?
It is Frédéric Vigneron of France.
Okay, so we've got Frédéric now. I think he was jumping in the high teens in the previous round.
Yeah, I think it was 17.4 was his best jump in the prelim.
Okay, understood. And he's had a good tournament so far because he made the final of the slalom with a couple at 13. And he also, I think he had quite a good trick score, didn't he, Jane?
Yeah, I'm going to have to just consult the Oracle to check that out. But yeah, I've got a feeling it was.
Επόμενος αθλητής από τη Γαλλία επίσης, ο Φρεντερίκ Βινγκερόν. Ο βατήρας είναι πάντα στο 1.50.
Yeah, Frédéric in the tricks final yesterday finished 5th and scored 2,060 points.
That's a very good score, very respectable. So he's going for a good overall score here. Needs to land it. It's more important to land this than to generate the distance, frankly, for Frédéric. He's definitely going to be all about the overall for him. And of course, there's stiff competition. We know that for the overall and the over 55s, you've got Yves Saint-Viteur, who's a very accomplished, more than an accomplished skier, superb trick skier, a great all-round skier. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, we'll talk about this after watching this jump, but I just wanted your assessment of how the overall results are looking in this category. But let's have a look at this jump.
Okay, all about safety and the landing. See how we go. I mean, that was a very solid jump. There was never any doubt he was going to land that, frankly. So he'll be pleased with that. I'm going to guess it was about 15 or 16. But it was solid. His weight was reasonably over the front of his skis, so that was okay. Probably could have a little bit more edge working through the ramp just to give him a bit more stability, but I thought it was very good.
And it's 19.2.
Well, I think he'll be delighted with that. That's better than the preliminaries.
19 μέτρα και 20 εκατοστά, η πρώτη προσπάθεια του Frédéric.
And as you were saying, Dush, you've got to look at the overall scores. At the moment in this over 55 men's category, Frédéric is in 5th. I don't know if you can see any of those scores on there as to see whether...
I haven't got my readers.
Oh, he hasn't got his reading glasses, so there you go. But currently in 5th place overall. Leading at the moment is Yves Saint-Viteur with a pretty big score, 2,500 points in excess of. So let's have a look at Frédéric's second attempt.
Okay, he can afford to take a bit more of a risk, go a little bit later, edge a little bit more progressively. He's gone for safety. That was pretty similar to the first one. And, I don't believe in the safety jump, frankly, because you have to edge to have more control over the ski. And I think he edged back a little bit there and didn't land because he had a little bit of slack, didn't have control off the top of the ramp in the same way as the first one. So I guess the advice is to edge progressively, and it may mean starting the edge a little bit later. We're all on edge.
Oh my God.
Sophia, say something. Say something.
Something.
Oh dear, you can tell it's the final day here because Dush and Sophia are just going a bit doolally. Hopefully I can keep them in check for the rest of the day. Dush, behave.
Do you know any jokes?
Yeah, I do, but they're not here.
It's on.
So let's see, is he going to edge all the way through to the ramp this time, Dush? What do you reckon?
I'm saying probably not. But anyway, let's see. I hope so. Okay, here he comes. He should be very relaxed right now. He should try and give it some beans. Okay, maybe left it a bit later. Keep working, keep working, keep working. Worked all the way through. That was a better jump. So he had much better posture. A little bit of a sort of crashy landing, but that's sort of normal. It wasn't quite foot to foot, but it was perfectly good. I think he's going to be around the 1920 again. And we're just waiting for the. We're just waiting for the score. But give Frederick a round of applause.
Yeah, 19.3. Dush, absolutely right, around that same sort of distance. So that is marginally longer than his first jump, and it puts him into the lead so far. 19.3, the longest distance for Frederick Vigneron. And as we've said on many occasions here, the thing about water ski jumping is it doesn't matter how you look, there are no style points, there are no points for how high you get. It's all about the distance you get and the fact that you land and ski away. So whatever you look like, as long as you can land it and ski away, then your distance will be measured and you'll get a score. And the biggest score for Frederick Vigneron of those 3 attempts, 19.3 meters, so 0.3 ahead of the only other skier to go so far in this category, and that's Pascal Delage of France. Next up, we have Yves Saint-Viteur of Belgium, the current leader in the overall standings in the over 55 men. So Yves posted a longest distance of 23.9 in the first round.
Okay, let's see how he goes. I think he's pulled out a little bit soon, actually. So he's not really brought the skis around that much, but he's kept the edge reasonably progressive into the ramp. Over the front of the skis, almost a little bit too far over the front of the skis. I think he just went a little bit too early, but he's going for safety. And it's always difficult to gauge the precise approach on the first one.
Of course, Dush, for these overall skiers, they're looking at getting an overall medal, and at the moment, as I said, Yves, on the latest calculations, is in the lead with 2,531.82 points, ahead of Frank Schulze, who also, of course, goes in this jump final, and he has 2,229.65. So. Is that a sort of Can that be changed at this stage? So 2,500. If you, I don't know. Do you want my glasses? Do you want to have a look at that?
I can see that. 2.5 versus 2.2.
Yeah.
It's probably quite a big ask. Mark's the expert on doing the combination maths. So I don't know what the differential in additional jump distance is that Frankie needs to actually achieve to catch up with Eve. But in the meanwhile, he's actually now counter-cutting. He's a lot wider and he's a lot later, I can tell you, a lot later. The ski's got to come round here. The skis are coming round. He's got his weight on his heels though. Yeah. That was close because that was much later, but the weight was on his heels. So I guess his teammates will be telling him to actually get the weight a little bit further forward when he makes the turn and not be leaning back so much when he makes the turn for the gates, for the jump.
I don't know if we're going to be able to see that on replay, but obviously the skiers pass if they're not in the right position to go over the ramp, but that was very, very close to the bottom left-hand corner, it looked to me, from this angle here, Dush.
Well, Eve's an entertainer. He's doing it again, so that was entertaining and interesting to watch, but I'm glad he didn't take the jump. So you can see here on the replay, he's got a lot more speed, he's got a lot more width, he's carrying nicely down the lake, getting ready to turn, but I just don't feel the skis come round enough to give him the real edge there, and the weight's on, really it's almost on his heels as he's going through there. There's very little weight on the right-hand ski, and really you need to bring that right-hand ski all the way round in front of you, almost leave the left-hand ski a little bit behind, some people would say, and then really start working with the ball of the foot on the right-hand ski to make sure that you've got full control. His weight was on his heels in that instance, and it was he was heading for a potential crash. So I think he's got a feel for it, and that probably means we're going to produce a significantly longer jump this time round than the previous round, which is great if he can land it, but it's making it exciting because he's definitely ready to apply the pressure.
Well, I guess we can say he's on the podium in this final anyway, because he has got the longest jump so far with only 2 jumpers to go. So congratulations to him, but of course he'll want to increase that distance.
Yeah, I have no question about that. So let's see what happens when he comes back. Okay, straight into the canter. A couple of ducks there. It's going to go through one. Oh, the duck has actually ducked. Not that anybody cares, but anyway, I thought it was interesting. He's not as far down late this time. It's a much safer jump. He's not being able to bring the skis round. He's drifted in, so he's having to work to get off that ramp, that top left-hand corner. A little bit too flat on the approach, so it's a fall. So it's confirmed to Yves Saint-Viteur, 23.9.
Yeah, so that's it. Only one recorded jump there. That distance of 23.9, but at least it's got him on the podium. We'll have to see where that is. I mean, you would expect, Dush, assuming all goes well, that the remaining 2 on the start list would exceed that distance. We've got Mark Beard from Great Britain and, of course, Frank Schulzer of Austria.
Absolutely. Both skiers, I think Mark jumped 31 point something in the prelim, and Frankie jumped 32 something. I'm sure you're going to tell me the numbers, but I know that's what they were, roughly speaking. So it's game on really for the medal, and it's game on, I think, for the overalls. Frankie under pressure to catch up with Eve. I just don't know whether 300 combine points is feasible in the jump, and what is required to achieve that.
Well, maybe once Mark has actually had his jump, he can come and help us do the calculations as we continue, which is great. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Dush. I think the biggest jump of Frank in the prelims was 32 metres and Mark's was 31.5. So assuming they're able to land one, then you would expect those two to take the top two spots, but it's a final, anything can happen.
Okay, so here's our Mark. The famous red helmet. I think Mark's personal best is about 41, 42 metres.
Yeah, I think his lifetime best is 43 something, but not for a while, I believe.
So, obviously, I know Mark's skiing reasonably well. He'll three-quarter this, just get a gauge for it. Wants to watch. There's a little bit of debris there. He wants to avoid that. It's getting out good and wide. Okay, bringing those skis round a little bit. Oh, that's a good jump actually. Just wants to hold that. Wants to hold that. It's a good solid start. I still felt he drifted in a little bit when he was actually heading towards the ramp. Just could have brought the skis round maybe a little bit more. But it's a good solid opener. Mark's not a foot-to-foot lander. He tends to sit back when he lands. 23.9.
So let's see that distance, yep, 32.6, so better than he scored in the preliminary round, and it's a guaranteed silver medal for Mark.
I mean, he made that look pretty easy, and he's produced a very good score. So the real question now is, how much pressure does he want to put on Frankie? And we know Frankie's got a head for all of this stuff because we watched him earlier on today, and it was phenomenal. So, was it yesterday? Apologies, yesterday. So, I know Mark's going to put the pressure on, and I know that Frankie's going to respond. So this is going to be very interesting for the next few minutes. Let's see how much later Mark goes now. This is, for me, a telling point. Okay, he's a lot wider. He's a lot wider. And he's a little bit later. Those skis have got to come round though, Mark. Bring those skis round. They are. And he's heading straight in there up to the top, and it's a good one. Can he hold it? Can he hold it? Yes, he can. Well, this is going to be interesting. Definitely applied more pressure there. Great jumping.
Yeah, and just for those of you looking at the overall, I mean, currently Yves Sambiteur in first, Frank Schulze in second, and Mark Beard in third. You know, so these guys in this jump category all going for overall medals. I believe Mark is secured the bronze. I'm not sure whether anybody can catch him in that overall, but let's have a look. That was a better jump, as Dush said, 34.3.
They said it's too loud. Okay, turn the volume down.
So Mark delivering here in this final. Let's see if he can push it a bit better, and as you say, put the pressure on the final jumper, Frank Schulze.
Okay. Just watching the replay. I mean, he's sort of crashed a bit, but he managed to hold it. So I'm going to stay fairly quiet here. So he's later. He's bringing the skis round. He's attacking this. He's really attacking this. And that's another good jump from Mark. So, wait for the score. I think they can hear me when I'm commentating.
Who can? Oh, I see. That's what you mean. Right.
Okay, let's give Mark a round of applause. 36.3. 36.3, that's a great jump. Well done, Mark. Good luck, Frank.
Mark will be absolutely delighted with that. Improving every jump, and each one of those longer than he did in the preliminary. So really stepping it up. And is Mark one of those people who responds to the high pressure situations in your experience?
100%. Yeah. He likes the pressure. He likes the pressure in jump at least. He might not like the pressure as much in the other disciplines, but certainly responds to it in a jump event. And yeah, he's a gladiator.
So here we go, the last competitor in this final, Frank Schulze of Austria.
36 is the best.
Yeah.
It's hot.
I mean, we know that Frank's capable of a 40-metre jump when pushed. So the main thing is just he'll be filling it out as well, this one. So the main thing is going to be just to get the landing. I'm going to predict mid-30s, low to mid-30s on the first one, and then he'll start applying the pressure. But let's see. He's good and wide. He's good and wide. He's quite late. He's going for it. Oh, wow, and a foot-to-foot landing as well. Should ski that away. Well, I mean, he got stuck in on the very first one.
Frank Schulze από Αυστρία, πρώτη προσπάθεια στο άλμα. Είναι ο τελευταίος αθλητής στην κατηγορία των ανδρών άνω των 65, τελικός άλματος. Περιμένουμε και τα μέτρα. 34,40 το πρώτο άλμα.
There you go, so that first jump, 34.4. So good first jump, Dush. You'd expect him to push it on this next one.
It's interesting contrasting the styles of the skiers, Jane. Frank was later on that first one than Mark was on his 36-metre jump, and yet Mark got the better distance. Whether that's technique or, as Mark says, physics, I just don't know. Frank looked in pretty good shape there. I think he maybe could have sort of continued working to the top left-hand corner of the ramp a little bit more, would be my guess. I'm not an expert on jumps, but I have watched them a little bit. So I wonder whether that's what he needs to do here. Certainly the skis could come around a little bit more on the approach into the ramp, so he can really have the opportunity to attack and generate more speed and angle. But it would be interesting to be able to work out why Mark went 36.4 off a seemingly less aggressive jump. I'm sure it's about velocity, frankly, and and just carry. Anyway, we can hear Frank calling out to go. Is he going to go for the counter cut or just a straight three-quarter? Okay, it's a straight three-quarter.
Δεύτερο άλμα για τον Frank Schulze.
Okay. Oh, it's got good width. Got to bring those skis round. The skis have come right round. It's a good approach. His arms are out a little bit, just a little bit, but it's okay. And he should ski away from that. That was a good jump. That was a very good jump.
I should say that the 1-2 in this category last year was Frank Schulze and Mark Beard. So is this going to be the same or a reversal? Let's have a look. Yes, it is going to be the same, because Frank Schulze has just jumped 37.1 meters. So that is enough for the gold medal. Look at that. Is he saying he wants another one, or he wants to come in?
37 μέτρα και 10 εκατοστά, τον φέρνει ήδη στην πρώτη θέση. Φρανκ Σούλτσε, 37 και 10, έχει ακόμη μία προσπάθεια.
Okay, he's coming back for more. I'm just looking at the replay. He just got the skis round so much better. Still feel there's a tad of disconnection, i.e. the arms, they're meant to be out, but I just wondered whether they're out a little bit too much as he's coming into the ramp. Anyway, let's watch the technique here. I'm watching his arms more than anything else here. He's much later. Skis coming round. Where are the arms? Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
Very, very sensible decision by the champion. So, congratulations to our medalists in the over 55 men's jump. Gold medal, and the champion for 2022, Frank Schulze of Austria, with a distance of 37.1 metres. Silver medal goes to Mark Beard of Great Britain, 36.3, and the bronze medal to Yves Saint-Viteur of Belgium, 23.9. So congratulations to them. Hopefully we'll grab a word with Frank at least, if we can get him down here once he comes in before he starts the big Austrian celebrations.
Okay. Άλλος ένας τελικός τελείωσε και έχουμε χρυσό μετάλλιο για τον Φρανκ Σούλτσε από την Αυστρία με 37 μέτρα και 10 εκατοστά, αργυρό μετάλλιο για τον Mark Beard από την Μεγάλη Βρετανία με 36 μέτρα και 30 εκατοστά και χάλκινο μετάλλιο για τον Yves Saint-Viteur από Βέλγιο με 23 και 90. Yeah! Congratulations to all!
Indeed, Sophia, congratulations to all of them. No time for rest here. Straight into the over 45 women's jump final. So, assuming they land a jump, I guess they get a medal because there's only 3 of them. Is that right, Dush?
I believe that's the case, Jane.
So, which colour will the medals be? First out on the water, Angeliki Papadimitriou of Greece, one of 2 Greeks in this final.
What did she jump in the first round, Jane?
So, what did
Και συνεχίζουμε με την κατηγορία γυναικών άνω των 45 ετών, τελικός άλματος. Πρώτη αθλήτρια στο νερό, Παπαδημητρίου Αγγελική, βατήρας 1 και 50. Αγγελική Παπαδημητρίου, πρώτη προσπάθεια τελικός άλματος γυναικών άνω των 45 ετών.
So Angeliki jumped 23.3 metres in the preliminary round. I mean, looking at the scores, there were quite a big difference between her and Angeliki Andriopoulou and Elena Thompson. But let's see whether Angeliki Papadimitriou can get a solid first jump.
Okay, she's going for the single cut. I mean, she didn't get much width on there, so she was quite close to the bottom right-hand corner when she started, and she wasn't much further to the left when she finished, so she needs to edge through the ramp a little bit more.
Δυστυχώς δεν στάθηκε στο πρώτο της άλμα η Αγγελική, έχει όμως άλλες 2 προσπάθειες.
Hats off, I hope she's okay. Okay, I don't quite know what's going on here, Jane. Just looking at the replay. Well, she looks fairly safe in the air. Just a slightly awkward landing.
She looked like she went over to the left, obviously, and she tried to correct it to stand up, and took a second sort of fall, really, I guess. But it looks as if she's okay. She's standing up.
Yeah.
Looks like she's going to put her skis back on, give it another go. Yeah, I was saying, Mark, quite a difference in the distances between Angeliki and the other two skiers in this final. So you would expect that if this Angeliki can land a jump, that it would be the bronze medal. But who knows? Who knows? I think we've got something in the high 30s for Angeliki Andriopoulou and over 40 for Elena Thompson. So they have bigger distances as their personal bests. So all's well in the water by the looks of things, and Angeliki Papadimitriou will be taken down to the other end of the lake to approach this second jump. Wind's picked up a little bit again, Dush, a little bit more of a tailwind that she's going to have to deal with.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's a bit stronger. I think the skiers will have to manage that. I don't think the tailwind's going to have a massive effect on Angeliki. But I think I just want to see her actually coming off the middle of the ramp at least. That she was coming off the top right hand corner. That's not a place you want to see the skiers coming from. Okay, so we know what to expect. It's going to be a single cut. Okay, she needs to work through that ramp now. Still taking off very close to the top right hand corner. We're perfectly safe, but I'm a little bit surprised at the approach.
Με επιτυχία το δεύτερο άλμα της Αγγελική, πέρασε στον πρώτο στίβο, πέρασε από το πατήρα, στάθηκε. Αν και στο πρώτο έχει μία πτώση, ίσως και να έχει τραβηχτεί λίγο στο σβέρκο, κάτι τέτοιο κατάλαβα δηλαδή. Θα δούμε, πάντως μπράβο της που συνεχίζει αν έχει χτυπήσει.
Okay, just waiting for the score for Angeliki. She'll be happy. She's made a sensible landing, 20.5, so she's 1.5 meters below the previous round score, but at least it gives her the confidence to go out and maybe attack it a little bit more.
20 μέτρα και 50 εκατοστά το δεύτερο άλμα της Αγγελικής. Έχει άλλη μια προσπάθεια και τελευταία.
So let's see how she does. I still subscribe to the view that the more aggressively and the more you attack the ramp, arguably the safer it can be, as long as you're not waiting until you've gone past it. But oh, she's going for a 3/4. Okay, this is interesting. She's stepping up. Okay, nice and wide. Let's get those skis round. Skis coming round reasonably well there, actually. Arms are out a little bit, but that's a solid jump. Come on, ski that away. Ski that away. Yeah, very good jump on the final one. That's considerably better, and I think that's going to be mid-20s.
Yes, πολύ ωραίο άλμα από το τρίτο της Αγγελικής. Περιμένουμε και τα μέτρα.
Just waiting for the final score for Angeliki, but please give her a round of applause as she comes in. That was great skiing. Just watching the replay. Yeah, she's measured, she's relaxed. The skis come round pretty well. They could come round always a little bit more, but actually she gets them right round.
28
And she's working all the way through.
90 εκατοστά το τρίτο και καλύτερο άλμα της Αγγελικής, 28 και 90.
Yeah, she'll be very glad she hung on to that one because that is her longest distance by a long way, 28.9 metres. So congratulations to Angeliki. That's really good jumping.
Well, you can just see she clearly wasn't prepared to take any risks in the previous round, and she's got plenty in the locker. I mean, she's clearly a 30-plus metre jumper if she wants to do it, but she's obviously managing the situation. And I think it's very sensible, frankly, in the jump event, as we all progress through the age groups to manage our bodies, frankly.
Not only that, according to my note here, that's a personal best.
Is it?
27.1 it says here, and it looks like that was this year. So I mean, unless she's put that down as her season's best.
I'm wondering.
Yeah, maybe she has jumped longer, but perhaps that's she's put that down rather as than a personal best.
Yeah, for the season, certainly. I don't know about.
But yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, even if it's the longest she's jumped this season, then that's good to do in a final like this.
No question.
Η αθλήτρια που μόλις ξεκίνησε είναι η Αγγελική Ανδριοπούλου, παγκόσμια πρωταθλήτρια, πανευρωπαϊκή, πολλές περγαμηνές η Αγγελική στο ενεργητικό της. Θα τη δούμε στην πρώτη της προσπάθεια.
Okay, alles klar. Danke. Alles klar.
Nein, ist wirklich gut.
Good.
That's the champ.
Hey, Frankie! Hey, well done. Congratulations. Okay, that's good. Okay, sorry. All right. So we've got Angeliki number 2. He's going for it straight away. Oh, wow, she's wide and she's late. She's wider and later than any of the other skiers.
Ooh.
Just made it. And a great landing. My word.
She was so high up on the boat there, Dush. I mean, it looked completely different to anything we've seen, really.
Absolutely. I mean, we've got a good vantage point here for that. And there's no question she was so much further down course than any of the other jumpers and so much later. And I was starting to wonder whether she was going to get on the ramp. Interestingly, yesterday when she ran her 12 metres in the slalom, she was fighting all the way through. I mean, this girl is fantastic.
Ωραίο το πρώτο άλμα της Αγγελικής. Ναι. Ωραίο το πρώτο άλμα της Αγγελικής. 39 και 30.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever met any water skier tougher than Angeliki Andriopoulou, and she has just gone 39.3 metres, which means a silver medal at least, and longer than her longest distance in the preliminary. So yeah, and you can expect Angeliki will not be satisfied with that, Dush.
No, I can't wait for the next jump. Come on, Angeliki, what have you got? Okay. Oh, it's going to be wide and late. Here she comes. My word. Oh, my word. Come on. Oh. She wants it so much. God, she wants it.
Για να μην ανέβει η Αγγελική το βατήρα σημαίνει ότι δεν ήταν εφικτό, δεν το ρίσκαρε μάλλον να ανέβει.
Yeah, she knows that the jumper to follow, Elena Thompson, is a 40-metre plus jumper, and I think Angeliki will want to go over that 40-metre mark. She's having a lot to say. I don't know whether that's to her coach on the bank there.
I think she's lifted the helmet off so she can hear. So. Okay. just a brief delay. We'll be with you in a few seconds.
I think, as I understand it, the officials are just resetting the distance measurement. Make sure that that's operating correctly.
Okay, πάμε Αγγελική για το τρίτο άλμα. Πάμε δυνατά.
Oh, Angeliki's dog is running fast down the bank here. I don't know whether it's just to support Angeliki or concern for her or what, but clearly there's a lovely relationship there.
That's a pretty quick dog. The boat's moving pretty fast.
Not sure the dog completely kept up there, and now the dog's going to have to come rushing back the other way. So let's see. Here we go.
Here comes the dog. Look, the dog on the...
Here comes the dog, and here comes Angeliki with a double cut.
Okay. All right, she wants to pile the pressure on here. All right, it's a late cut again. Well, she's going for it this time. Oh my word! She
didn't quite make that 40 meters. You don't think on that one?
Not sure. I think she didn't quite have the sort of the carry through the ramp. I don't think she'll have quite had the distance there. But she's certainly leaving it as late as possible.
So we'll wait to see. But it looks like perhaps that first jump of hers would have been the longest. Do you think?
I think so. We'll wait and see. Meanwhile, we've got the 55 men's silver medalist, the Flying Eagle, Mark Beard, going to come and say a few words and explain to us a little bit about the physics of jumping.
The physics of jumping and also the calculations on the overall, which is what I'm fascinated by. But let's just see. I think we've just got a little bit of an issue with the jump measurement, so we're just trying to see what Angeliki's final jump was recorded as. Perhaps while we're waiting, we can have a few words with Mark, team captain GB. You've had a few medals today anyway, and you've just got I've just switched the microphone off. You've got a few medals today for GB, and you've just picked up the silver in the jump. How did it feel for you out there? I mean, you did really well. 3 really good jumps.
Well, first of all, Frankie was incredible. I knew the only thing I could do was put the pressure on him, and that was a 3-season best for me. I had to put down a score that he got to chase, and he was a little bit raggy in the prelims, so I just got to make him have a go at it, and he did a great job.
I mean, he really had a go, didn't he, Mark?
Absolutely. Absolutely. He's a terrific competitor. We're both weekend wallies, and we joined Battle some probably 6 or 8 years ago in this event, and we've gone through 45s, and now Frankie's joined the 55s. So we do Battle again, and it's always been that close. He easily gets me in the slalom, but in the overall, we're usually not far apart, and in the jump, it's always pretty close.
I was trying to work out the overall positions at the moment. I know you're in 3rd place, and I think Frank Schulzer is in 2nd behind Yves Saint-Viteur. Have you had a look lately at the calculations? Do you know whether they're likely to change?
I don't think the positions will change. I don't think they can quite get there.
42 μέτρα και 50 εκατοστά, το τρίτο και τελευταίο άλμα της Αγγελικής. 42-50.
So great score in the end. It took us a while to get there for Angeliki, but Angeliki just jumped 42.5 meters. I think she deserves a round of applause. That was a hell of a jump. I wasn't sure she'd got the same distance as the prior, but clearly she has, and that was phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. She would have been going for that over 40 meters, and I mean, I know nothing, but I didn't think it was going to be as long as the earlier one of 39.3. But yeah, great, and that really does put the pressure now on this final jumper, Ioannina Thompson, who got around 41, I think, in the prelim. So yeah, I mean, she knows what she's got to do.
No, that's right. I mean, I don't know
Η αθλήτρια που μόλις ξεκίνησε είναι η τελευταία της κατηγορίας, Έλενα Τόμσεν από Ελβετία. Νομίζω κάπου στα 41 έκανε το προγραμματικό της. Πάμε να τη δούμε στην πρώτη της προσπάθεια.
Is that right? Is it that bad? Is it that bad? No. Okay.
It can be worse.
You can hit it underwater though. Okay. So I can tell you, Elena is about as far down course as Angeliki, maybe a little bit further even. She's just gone for it. Only just got on the ramp.
No, not so perfect.
Only just got on. Mark, why don't you talk us through this? You're the jump expert and the physics king.
Thanks, Dush. Do you want to swap seats for a second, just to let Mark sit down after his exertions?
Dush keeps mentioning the physics because I argue my excessive weight is an advantage in this event. Once you get the mass moving, the laws of momentum and physics say that you should keep going. That was tremendous jumping, that was.
So what about your hips, Mark?
Okay, so that first jump from Elena already over the 40-metre mark, so not enough to take the lead and the gold medal just yet, but 40.9, first jump, you'd expect her to go for it a bit more on the next one.
Just watching this replay, watch this turn and set up there. That is fantastic.
40 μέτρα και 90 εκατοστά το πρώτο άλμα της
Actually, the boat beat her a little bit. Oh, sorry. The boat beat her a little bit through the wakes. It was getting on top of her. I think she'll have a bit more control on this one. But for everybody back away from the lake watching this on the TV, watch this turn at the end of the glide. This is just incredible. That was a far more controlled approach, that one. But the turn at the end of that glide and the set, tall position set, ready for the cut to the ramp is just textbook. It's absolutely superb. What's your chat at the moment? You've been
great set and knackers.
Clearly the best jumper ever.
Wow. 40.2, so just a little bit less distance on that second one. You surprised by that, Mark? I thought it looked better.
I thought it looked better too. It was certainly more controlled. She'll be looking to come a little bit later and then put it all together on this one.
Pressure's on.
40 μέτρα και 20 εκατοστά το δεύτερο άλμα της Έλενα. Έχει άλλη μια προσπάθεια τελευταία.
So yeah, sorry, talking over Sophia, we're all getting a bit excited at the culmination of these championships. So the pressure's now on. Let's see what she can do.
Here we go, this is late. Round the 600 in the glide, and watch this turn. I think she mistimed that, really. I don't think she was as late as she was needing to be.
Well, I mean, this is exciting. We'll have to wait for that distance, but at the moment in the lead is Angeliki Andriopoulou of Greece with 42.5. First two jumps of Elena were not enough to overtake that, and we're not sure about that one really. So we'll get that distance very soon, and we'll know which order the medals, where the medals go. Everybody's very quiet here, waiting for the score to come up. Or the anticipation.
Thank you. We have 10 seconds now before we start on the over 45 side.
I'm just going to have a look on the scoring system because I haven't seen it come up on the display yet. So let's just see if it's... No, it hasn't come up on the display on the jury tower, but according to the scoring system, that was 37.7 metres, which means that your champion in the over 45 women's jump is Angeliki Andriopoulou of Greece with 42.5, an amazing distance. And silver medal to Elena Thompson of Switzerland, and the bronze to Angeliki Papadimitriou of Greece with 28.9. .7. So there you go, there's the confirmation on the screen of the results.
Και το τελευταίο άλμα της Έλενας 38.70, που σημαίνει χρυσό μετάλλιο για την Αγγελική Ανδριοπούλου με 42.50, αργυρό για την Έλενα και χάλκινο για την Αγγελική. Συγχαρητήρια, κορίτσια.
So yeah, remarkable final there with two of the women getting over 40 metres. Next up we've got the over 45 men going. There are 5 men in this category. We're starting out with Rod Rowlands of Great Britain, and we've got Jan Buksh of Germany, Lefteris Kousathanas of Greece, Mathieu Gourdet of France, and Magnus Jonsson of Sweden.
Η επόμενη κατηγορία που συνεχίζει είναι η κατηγορία των ανδρών άνω των 45 ετών. Εδώ έχουμε 5 αθλητές, εκ των οποίων ένας Έλληνας. Ένας, αλλά τι ένας, Λευτέρης Κουσαθανάς.
These.
No, these.
Oh no. In this final went to Rod Rowlands of Great Britain, who Mark, of course, is one of your team members, and we've mentioned before during these championships that Rod is actually over 60, but is competing in this over 45 category. Remind us again the reasoning behind that.
Well, you need 5 scores from each event towards the team total, and we didn't have a jump at our 55 age category places were maxed out, so to get Rod on the team we have the option of putting him in 45, and that's what we've done with I think 3 of the skiers. So Rod is skiing outside of his age category, and to make a jump final at 64 years old in the plus 45s is incredible. It's an amazing effort from Rod.
And I think you said that in practice he didn't land a jump, and I think he went up in the prelims and landed all of them, and decent distances for him.
Yeah, absolutely, and decent distances for him, but also the way the team calculations work. 45 men have a adjustment of 15 metres. So for him to score at all for the team, he's got to jump more than 15 metres, and that was a big ask as well. And he skied incredibly well yesterday, and he's looking to go further. He's fired up. He's looking to have a go at it today.
But if you look at the others on that list there and the preliminary results, I mean, the top 3 places could be pretty close here. You haven't got your glasses on, have you?
I can't see him that far away.
Well, Magnus got the longest distance of 35.4. Then we had Mathieu Gourdet with 28.2 and Lefteris Kousathanas with 27.6.
And in the overall, Magnus is leading. And he's watching over his shoulder because Lefteris is only about 27 combination points behind. So if Lefteris can improve his jump score and Magnus doesn't, he could push Magnus out of the first place in the overall. Magnus was asking me earlier on, and we were calculating it. It's not even a metre, 27 combination points. So whatever Lefteris, however much he increases his jump distance, Magnus has really got to match it to make sure that he stays in front in the overall.
And of course, the third place in the overall at the moment, Sébastien Marois, he was the one jumper who didn't make it through to this final, so he won't be able to improve on that placing, will he?
I'm sorry, I wasn't concentrating enough, but I was trying to read it. But no, you can't go into the overall with a 0 score.
Yeah. So I mean, he scored a distance in the prelim, but didn't make it into the final. So that's a problem for the overall.
Yeah. That is the disadvantage, is that you can't improve your overall score or your team score.
I think we've just got a brief pause here. Boat's probably refueling, but we'll be getting underway shortly. And it looks like the boat's doing a simulation pass up and down the lake. But we'll be back with you very shortly.
Τα πρόσωπα στο σκάφος. Θα κάνει ένα τσεκ του στίβου ή όχι. Πηγαίνει στην αφετηρία του άλματος να παραλάβει τον πρώτο αθλητή στην κατηγορία των ανδρών άνω των 45 ετών, τελικό άλματος, ο οποίος είναι ο Rodney Rowlands από τη Μεγάλη Βρετανία.
Stavro. Stavro.
So here we go, getting underway with this next final, the over 45 men jump. On the water now, Rod Rowlands of Great Britain. Mark Beard, the GB team captain and silver medalist in the over 55 men's jump, is still with me, and he's going to be talking us through this final. So what are you looking for here from Rod?
Looking for safety, really. Rod's fired up to have a go at this, and I'm slightly nervous about it. Greg Perry's been providing some terrific coaching over WhatsApp, and we've been spotting for him and talking to Rod about it, but you can't tell him he's going to have a go. Fantastic, great job. And Rod's an old school jumper. His classic style is to pull out for the ramp, set himself in a position and with his arms tucked into his waist and ride over in a straight line. It's clear that he's been having some coaching with Greg, and he's changed his technique. That was great, and he'll be delighted with 17.3.
Mark just giving him a wave, getting a little bit of coaching there, but yeah, I mean that's bigger than his best jump in the prelim. It was 16.3. It's another metre he's got on him.
Yeah, and I think we had a conversation about it. We said try and keep everything the same and just up the boat speed a little bit. So that's what he'll have done. That's the progression really, is to up the boat speed until you get to maximum, and then start worrying about other stuff. But you can see Rod's arms are relaxed, or they were on the last one. Straight arms, relaxed, completely different style to what he's used to. There we go, another landing.
Well, the new style seems to be working for him.
Yeah, absolutely, he'll be buzzing.
Who is he? Jan?
No.
Bax?
Roland's.
Ah, the first one.
17.7, yet another improvement, just a little improvement, but yeah, longer.
Just want to look.
I think it's fair to say, Mark, Rod will not be expecting to get a medal in this category, will he? But he's just delighted to have made the final.
I don't think there's any doubt he deserves a medal. No, he won't be challenging for the top. But there's a private battle going on between him and Simon Woolridge, his training partner, and Rod will be glad to put a bit of distance again between them.
To that one as well.
I think he might have pushed on a bit from there. That's tremendous. There was a hint of his old technique creeping back in on that one. Just before the ramp, he was changing his position and setting himself to ready for going over, and that's absolutely not what you should be doing now. But 3 landings again, it's just fantastic. Well done, Rod.
Yeah, team captain here is very happy. Let's wait and see what that distance was. Mark, what's also quite interesting is a little bit of a change. If you look at the flags over there, for when these longer distance jumpers come in, if there's a breeze at all, it looks like it might have turned round into a bit of a headwind, although the flags on the other side of the jury tower look like there's still a tailwind. So explain that. I don't really understand.
I don't understand it either. This site is absolutely unique from that point of view. You can Dush commented over the last few days that his familiarisation slalom of 4 passes consisted of 4 passes with a different wind direction in every single one. I know I've been stood on a jump start dock and ready to be prepared for a headwind, and I've gone out behind the boat and it's a tailwind. It's a really strange microclimate here at Ioannina.
Okay, well, although the display has failed on the jury tower, we do have a final distance for Rod, and it's another improvement, 18.5
That
metres.
is unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
There you see Magnus Ioannina cooling down there. He's not going yet. There's three more skiers to go, but I don't blame him. I wish I could do that. Oh dear. Right, so next up, Jan Buchs of Germany.
Επόμενος αθλητής στο νερό από τη Γερμανία, Jan Buchs.
Jan got a best distance of 16.8 in the prelim, so Rod has exceeded that distance, but that doesn't really matter at this stage. It's all about what you do in the final, of course.
Good setup, knees bent, arms straight. How many times have we heard that before? Yeah, steady jump.
.6 for that opening jump.
Jan just turning at the top for his second ride in, and there's a small duck fishing in the skier's path just before the jump. I'm hoping that he keeps his head down.
Oh, yeah. He's ducked. The duck has ducked. He knows what's coming.
So it's good start from Jan. Here we go. He's edging in this time. Feet to feet, that was great. Good example of just putting a little bit of edge on and driving those skis through the ramp. Keeps you up tall on
So 18.1 for Jan's second jump. Still 0.4 behind Rod, so he's got another attempt to go ahead of Rod in this final.
So 5 minutes ago we were talking about the wind. Now those flags are showing that it's a reasonably firm tailwind. The water conditions are great, but you can see a ripple on the water. There's, without question, a noticeable tailwind. I don't think it'll affect Jan.
So another landed jump. I'll have to wait and see what that distance is. Did it look about the same to you?
Safely over, yeah. I think it's similar to the other two. Good job, though. Good job.
Yeah, just a little bit longer, 18.4 metres, so that's 10 centimetres just behind Rod. So
here's an interesting fact. Rod is in the gold medal position with 3 skiers to go in a 45 plus category, and he's 64. That is just ridiculous.
Of course. The remaining jumpers have longer distances in them, but as we've said before, you have to land a jump. It's all about the distance, but landing the jump and skiing away. So I guess this is a high risk sport, Mark. You never know what's going to happen.
No, absolutely. Things can go wrong, and they do go wrong. And there's a lot of other dynamics going on. Like I said, Magnus and Lefteris are within 30 points of each other in the overall. That's next to nothing, and a slip up. If Lefteris has decided he's going to chase Magnus and try and put a jump out there that for Magnus to chase, then 3 missed landings could let Rod into a medal.
If this were you in that position, what would you do? Do a safe one first of all, just testing it out and then go for it, or knowing you've got to make the distance, if you've got to try to beat the score you think you're going to have to beat right from the outset?
Yeah, I think I've learned this lesson the very hard way and been seeded number one in the jump and not landed one. It's for us weekenders, it's all new and you've got to figure it out. I say to colleagues and youngsters at home, stay in the game.
Επόμενος αθλητής που ξεκίνησε αυτή τη στιγμή για την πρώτη του προσπάθεια, Λευτέρης Κουσαθανάς, Ελλάδα. Ο βατήρας πάντα στο 1.50. Ο βατήρας θα ανέβει στην επόμενη κατηγορία. Όχι στην επόμενη κατηγορία, στην μεθεπόμενη κατηγορία. Στους άνδρες άνω των 35 θα ανέβει ο βατήρας και θα πάει στο 1.65. Τώρα είμαστε 45 συν άνδρες. Lefteris Kousathanas, πρώτη προσπάθεια.
So Lefteris Kousathanas of Greece coming in for his first attempt at the ramp.
He's going straight in with a full three-quarter. He's in the glide, looks well. And that's a good first jump. Yeah, it's important. It's important to keep yourself in the game. Lefteris needed a landing. He's well capable of the distance, so he needs a landing to get in the medals. He's got that job done. The next bit is what he's going to do to put some pressure on Magnus in the overall and in this jump competition.
Ο Λευτέρης στο προκριματικό είχε 27 μέτρα και 60 εκατοστά.
29.9, so there you go. The longest distance, not surprisingly, so far. So in the medals.
29 μέτρα και 90 εκατοστά, το πρώτο άλμα του Λευτέρη.
Quite a heavy landing there on the replay. Hope he's okay. Coming in for the second jump, and he'll be looking to build up on that. He was quite early, took a nice steady turn and set off pretty well direct for the ramp rather than overturning his skis. He pointed them at the ramp and went. This is a bit later. That's another landing.
So even if his rival in the overall, Magnus, who's leading at the moment, even if Magnus were to go a long distance, does it matter how far Lefteris goes in terms of meters as to how many extra points he might get?
He's we worked it out that Magnus has got to increase by the same amount that Lefteris increases by.
So pretty straightforward, unlike some of the calculations at the end of the competition.
Pretty easy to watch.
29 μέτρα και 10 εκατοστά το δεύτερο άλμα του Λευτέρη.
So 29.1, so similar distance.
Yeah, and on the replay you can see him slipping out a little bit in the air. You can see him banking and turning towards the boat in the air. That's because he's easing off on the way into the ramp. He needs to keep that right foot down, keep the accelerator pedal pressed on the way into the ramp, so that it keeps him up on top of the skis and doesn't let the skis bank out to the left. This is later. I think that was a better jump, but I think it's probably a similar distance.
Just waiting for that distance to come in. Looks like that was 29.8, so very consistent jumping, but his longest distance was his first jump, 29.9. So in the medals, bronze at least for Lefteris. In the overall, well, we'll have to wait and see what happens. The next jumper, Mathieu Gaudet, not in the running, I believe, in the overall. But Magnus, who will be the final jumper in this category, certainly is, and he is leading at the moment. But as far as this jump final is concerned, Lefteris is on the podium, so congratulations to him. Let's see what colour medal he's going to get. Next up, Mathieu Gaudet of France.
Το τελευταίο άλμα του Λευτέρη Κουσαφανά, 29 μέτρα και 80 εκατοστά. Σίγουρα έχει μετάλλιο. Θα το μάθουμε σε λίγο, πιστεύω το αργυρό. Σίγουρα το αργυρό βασικά. Συγχαρητήρια Λευτέρη. Και επίσης τελειώνουμε με τον Μάγνους Γιόνσον από Σουηδία.
So Mathieu Gaudet, he jumped the longest distance of 28.2 in the preliminary round.
Jump in the prelim. So here we go, full three-quarter. That's a bit later than Lefteris. In fact, that's very late. Nice turn, set for the ramp. Surprisingly heavy landing. That was quite a nice setup, nice jump. He stayed tall in the turn, set his position, maintained that all the way through, cut into the ramp. It was all good.
There you go, 30.5 metres, it's telling me on my scoring system, even though the display hasn't come up. If he hasn't seen that, I guess he'll be dropped in at the end to be told, or told from the boat. 30.5, so that is the longest distance so far, so that means he has at least the silver medal. And Lefteris at least the bronze.
So keep yourself in the game. He's taken with his second seed. He's taken his first jump. He's secured silver. He's given himself 2 jumps to have a go at putting some pressure on Magnus. This is a later cut. I don't know if he really needed to go any later. This is really quite late. But a good setup, nice and tall, good turn. Good acceleration into the ramp, but I think he could have probably got more out of that cut from there.
At least no.
No, at least the bronze. Lefteris.
One more to go.
There is one to go after this one. Another one. Magnus. No.
So 28.4, so no improvement on that. So still the first jump, the longest distance. He's got one more attempt over the ramp. Only the longest distance counts.
see on that replay, it's a great turn, great setup. Nice solid position off towards the ramp. But he really needs to drive at that point. He needs to drive more into the ramp.
Okay, what's he got on jump number 3? Can he put the pressure on the final jumper, Magnus? Let's see what Mathieu can do. Can he go over 30 again?
Here we go, a later three-quarter again. Another landing, another good jump. Nice setup. It's really good style in the glide, good turn, set for the ramp. They've got the right ski through and the right hip through. Just lacking a bit of drive into the base of the ramp that would give him a bit more distance.
So there you go, another similar distance, 29.7, but that longest jump for Mathieu was 30.5, so that's the distance Magnus knows he's got to chase. Magnus Ioannina, the top seed in this over 45 men's jump final. Of course, we know he has it in him. He scored, he went a distance of 35.4 in the prelim, but as Mark pointed out before, for the overall, which is what Magnus is chasing, it's pretty close between him at the top and Lefteris Kousathanas in second. So Mark will be able to assess the distance that Magnus goes on each of these jumps and whether he'll have done enough to maintain that lead. But at the moment, what it's about is who's going to take the gold medal in this jump contest. So Magnus Ioannina, our last jumper in this category.
Και θα τελειώσει η κατηγορία των ανδρών άνω των 45 με τον Magnus Ioannina από Σουηδία.
So here comes Magnus for his first jump, looking like a three-quarter. That's a steady start-off point. It's good in the glide. He knows he's early, it's an easy turn, and now he's working to the ramp, puts his foot down for the last bit, and he gets off the top really well. It's a good opener for Magnus, and again, managing what he's doing. He's got 3 jumps. He needs a 30.6 to win the gold. I would expect him to do that on his first jump to secure the gold, and then he's got an eye on the overall. So Lefteris has improved by 2.3 meters, and we know that Magnus needs to do the same to make sure he stays in front in the overall. That means he's looking for a 37.7 jump out of one of these last 2. There's 36.2. So that secures gold, but it also leaves the overall a little bit open. I think it's too close to call at that. I think Magnus needs another meter on that to be sure of holding on to the gold in the overall.
I'm glad you're doing the figures rather than me. My brain can't quite cope, but yeah. So you reckon another meter on that will secure the overall? Yeah, absolutely. He needs a 37.2 or more, and he's well capable of that. Magnus is capable of over 40 metres. But that's what makes this jump event brilliant, because it comes down to often the last jump. He got on his heels a little bit then. He was pulling into the ramp, and
when he tried to kick off the top instead of being on top of his skis, he was pulling a little bit too hard. I don't think that will be good enough.
So how much does he want this overall? We'll see on the third and final jump. He didn't actually make the overall podium last year and was third in the jump, according to my records.
Yeah, 32.5. So he knows he's got to bring it down a bit. He's got to be a bit later. Magnus is a great competitor, former Open team member. He's captained the Norwegian Juniors and the Norwegian Open team. He's
Seniors, you think? Swedish, do you mean?
No,
Oh,
Norwegian.
the-
The Norwegians have hired him as a coach and team captain.
Yeah, yes, that's
Yeah.
right. I knew he was a team captain for the youth actually a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
But in terms of skiing, he's skiing for Sweden. Just to clarify.
Absolutely. And see how he slipped out there because he got on his heels. He knows. He nodded to me when I said bring it down, so he's looking to bring it a bit later. He just needs to keep his style. That's a great style and great jump. I hope it's more than 37.2. Is that being biased towards Magnus
It is
against
actually.
left terrace? Sorry about
I'm
that.
not sure you should be saying that here in Greece, actually. But no, I know you're good friends with Magnus, so understand that. And of course, I know Magnus reasonably well as well. He's helped me out sitting where you are on many occasions, doing a great job. So it's always nice to see him do well. But he's the gold medalist in the jump competition, whatever. So congratulations to him. We'll just see if I can get the distance before it comes up. 35.6. So no, not quite enough. So absolutely fantastic jumping, but according to Mark's reckoning, not enough to hold on to the overall gold. But in our over 45 men's jump, our champion is Magnus Engelsen with a longest distance of 36.2. Second place, Mathieu Gourdet of France with 30.5. He'll take the silver medal. And Lefteris Kousathanas of Greece will take the bronze with 29.9 metres. But more importantly for him, Mark, it looks like the overall gold for him.
It's almost too, well, it is too close to call. We'd have to work the numbers out more accurately than we have, but I think Lefteris has got him in the overall.
Okay, well, we'll confirm that as soon as we can, but it's one of those two anyway, so absolutely fantastic skiing across these championships from both of those.
Okay, τελείωσε η κατηγορία των ανδρών άνω των 45 ετών. Έχουμε πρωταθλητή με χρυσό μετάλλιο τον Μάγνους Γιόνσον, αργυρό μετάλλιο από Γαλλία τον Μαθιό Γκουρντέ και χάλκινο μετάλλιο Λευτέρης Κουσαθανάς. Όμως ο Λευτέρης Κουσαθανάς είναι πρώτος στο τρίαθλο. Έχουμε χρυσό στο τρίαθλο και χάλκινο στο άλμα με τον Λευτέρη Κουσαθανά.
Yeah, it looks like the overall results have been updated in favour of Lefteris, but before we confirm those standings, let's go straight on to the over 35 women's jump. First jumper on the water, Kelly Atkins of Great Britain, who's already secured the silver medal in the slalom in her category.
She has, and like all skiers, she was a little bit disappointed. She wanted a bit more. If only she could have got two more boys. We've all been there. It was a tremendous performance, and it's the last year in this age group for her, so she's skiing with against competitors who are nearly 10 years younger than her. She'll be having a go at this as well.
Η επόμενη κατηγορία και η αθλήτρια που βλέπουμε είναι η Kelly Atkins από Μεγάλη Βρετανία, γυναίκες άνω των 35, πρώτη προσπάθεια.
And skis away, first steady jump, get one on the board first. Now we can work on it.
17.6 for that first jump from Kelly.
17 μέτρα και 60 εκατοστά για την αθλήτρια της Μεγάλης Βρετανίας, Kelly Atkins, πρώτο άλμα.
Team captain multitasking here, commentating, coaching. So that was exactly a metre short of her longest jump in the prelim. So first jump, steady the nerves, go out and give it a bit more.
Get a score on the board, which she's done. That gives her the freedom to have a go at these last two. She's a tendency a little bit to push that right ski away from her, press on it too hard, push it behind her, instead of allowing her right knee and right hip to come through with the right ski. And so she's not getting enough acceleration into the base of the ramp. And you'll see this here. And I think that was better. I think the skis ran better into the ramp. But it's hard to change in a championship final when you're doing your best to find an extra metre or an extra half metre. Very difficult. I'm sure Greg at home is watching the jump coach. Message us and tell us what you think, Greg.
Very similar distance there, 17.4, just a little bit short of the first one. I'm sure Kelly knows what you're talking about. Hand signals.
Yeah.
So what's she got to do on jump 3?
Well, you can see there in the replay that the right ski is not pushed forward. It's actually she's pushing it away and not getting acceleration. So she's fighting against the boat all the way into the ramp. But you can hear the boat speeds change. She's up the boat speed this time. So if she keeps everything else the same, that extra 3K should give her a little bit more distance. And I think that's a little bit further. She's strong, runs her own personal training gym. She's a strong lady.
Yep, I mean the amount of physical exercise she does, gym work, classes that she runs, and then she's training in 3 events. She's got children to look after, a ski school to run. I mean she must have incredible stamina. There you go, 18.9. So yes, well that was good. That was a big improvement.
Like all of us, she has a fantastic support team around her as well. Be impossible to do what she does without that. And she'll be back here in a week's time with the juniors, with one of her boys, Noah.
Yeah, is he under 17?
Under
GB
17 GP team. Yeah, he's good.
And will he be going in the overall as well?
He will ski in the overall, but his talent is slalom. He'd be disappointed not to make a slalom final, I would think. Maybe even get amongst the medals.
Okay, so next up in this final is Camille Turon of Switzerland. So Camille jumped 19.1 metres in the preliminary round.
Επόμενη αθλήτρια από Ελβετία, Λορένς Καμίλ.
Camille Turon, who you're looking at there, she won the overall in 2021 and Kelly Atkins was just behind her with the silver. She also won this jump competition and Kelly Atkins won the silver there. course, we have got a woman in this final in Marie Vimpranietsova of Greece, who jumped 47.5 metres in the
Wow.
prelim. So, as I say, you have to land a jump, but you really wouldn't bet against her, would you?
Absolutely
unless
not.
you had an awful lot of money to waste. But
She's a fantastic skier. Can you switch off? They put the last one.
So, some issue, I think, with the potentially with the boat's speed there, which means that Kelly is going to take a re-ride. I presume that means just on her third and final jump. So whatever this jump is, if it's shorter than the one that she landed and skied away, 18.9, it will be, I believe, the shorter distance that will count. So she'll be looking to do at least 18.9 again. Is that right, as you understand it?
Yeah, it is. The score's not protected, so it's a straightforward take a third jump again. No.
So your guesswork is maybe the boat speed was a bit too fast?
Yes, I would say so. I don't know whether Kelly has a letter or whether she returns to baseline with the boat speed. So I don't understand fully how that switch and the zero off works, but she's not taken enough speed off the boat when she was cut into the ramp. So
yeah, it's certainly coming down, as that jump number 3 was fast. So that means a re-ride, no protected score. So she did score 18.9, but that will not stand. It will be whatever she jumps here.
and she comes with a third jump.
So let's see what that distance was and how that compares with the ineligible jump.
Did she ask for a speed that was not allowed? Yeah. Did she? I didn't know she was. No, I didn't know she was already at maximum. I told her to put the boat speed. Yeah. So I didn't realise it was already there. It's latest quick. Well, it's good that she's got a rewrite.
77.
Because she might not have got it.
Yeah, so that was 17.7, so not as long as that previous jump, which will no longer count, but still a marginal improvement on her two other jumps. So the final score for Kelly is 17.7. That was her longest jump. All very, very consistent. She got that longer distance with an ineligible speed. I think the boat was going too fast, faster than the maximum permitted speed for this category. So that explains what happened there. But she did get the option of a re-ride, and she did manage to put an extra 10 centimetres on her longest distance. So 17.7 metres for Kelly Atkins of Great Britain. And now we will get Camille Theron of Switzerland.
Women, speed maximum 51. Yeah. Much.
No. That's...
Yeah.
Here we go, first jump for Camille. .7 for Camille. Not far short of her best in the prelim, which was 19.1.
Here we go, jump number 2. And from there being absolutely no wind, there's now a firm tailwind again. That's a nice steady single, a little bit of edge into the ramp. Skis away nicely. Notice one or two of these skiers are now using SP skis for jump skis as well as slalom skis, and handmade in Cyprus. I don't know. I've not seen them used in the UK, but quite a few of the competitors are on these skis.
Well, that's given her an extra metre, 19.7. See if she can get over the 20-metre mark on this this final one. If she improves by another metre like she did there, well, that'll do it. or even 30 centimetres.
She's got good technique. I would expect that she can do that. Nicely over the balls of her feet. Bit of edge into the ramp. Nice and tall off the top. I think that was a good jump.
Yeah, 19.4, very similar to that second one, just a little bit shorter. So best score for Camille Theron of Switzerland, 19.7. So, next jumper, Celia Standiti. Aspasia is her full name, but she's known as Celia Standiti of Greece.
Επόμενη αθλήτρια στο νερό αυτή τη στιγμή ξεκινάει για την πρώτη της προσπάθεια. Celia Standidi, Ελλάδα.
Knowing that she had this jump final coming up, I'm sure she couldn't celebrate quite as much as she would have liked. With her gold medal in the tricks yesterday, she was extremely emotional. She gave an interview to us and said that she'd been waiting for that for a long time, and she can't wait to hear the Greek national anthem as she's standing on top of the podium. But she won't be thinking about that just now. She'll be thinking about what she can do with these 3 jumps.
So Celia's on a very late 3/4, out in the glide. Nice turn. It's a steady opener, that is. Good jump.
Ωραίο άλμα το πρώτο της Σίλιας. Περιμένουμε και τους βαθμούς.
Celia's also currently lying in second behind her Greek colleague, Marie Vimpranyetsova, in the overall. She's, what's that, about 110 points or something behind her, but in silver medal position.
Yeah. I'd be guessing that's less than 2 meters, I would think. So
less than 2 meters of improvement.
Yeah. So she.
31 μέτρα και 10 εκατοστά, το πρώτο άλμα της Σίλιας.
That's a good opening jump there. That's 31.1. Now that is pretty. I think that's an improvement. Yeah, of 2 meters.
Wow.
Over her preliminary round.
She's chasing the overall with this jump set. It's what we talked about before. So jump number 2, SP skis, nicely out in the glide with that. She looks like she thinks she's late. She turned in a bit hard. Still a nice jump.
Πολύ ωραίο. Μπράβο, Σίλια.
She just looked like she was starting to panic at the end of that glide, like it was later than she'd used to being, and I think that probably cost her a little bit. She looked like she panicked. She turned in a little bit hard. That would have triggered the switch on the boat a little bit early, and so she didn't get as much power against the boat as she would have wanted.
Nevertheless, she has actually increased her distance, 32.4.
Yeah.
32 μέτρα και 40 εκατοστά. Έχει ανέβει πάρα πολύ από το προκριματικό της. Μπράβο, Σίλια.
So is that 3 meters 30 she's improved by over the first round? Let me just have a look. 20. Am I getting the right one there? 29.1. Anyway, let's see what she can do on this final one.
She knows. She'll know what she needs, and she'll be chasing this one.
Τρίτη προσπάθεια για τη Σίλια.
I hope she just keeps calm in that turn this time. She's out wide. It's quite late. That's nice. That's nice. That's great jumping. Great jumping.
Μπράβο, Σίλια.
So let's have a look at that distance, and then I'll give Mark the distances, the differences between her preliminary round jump. So that was 32.2, so a little less than her second jump. So longest jump by Celia Standiti is 32.4. So obviously she is on the podium in this jump final. Question is, what has that done to the overall standings?
32 μέτρα και 20 εκατοστά το τρίτο άλμα της Σίλιας, κρατάει το 32-40, είναι σίγουρα στο βάθρο. Απομένουν άλλες δύο αθλήτριες από Νότια Αφρική, η Σαμάνθα Μπρέμσμα και η Μαρία Βρύμπρανιεσοβά, για να έχουμε πλήρη εικόνα.
Of course, it'll all depend on the final skier in this final anyway, because Maria Vimpranyetsova is the one who is leading the overall ahead of Celia Standiti.
And her backup team will be doing exactly the same as I'm doing, and diving into the rules to see what difference that extra couple of meters is making to the overall combinate points.
I'll let Mark have a little look at that, but we will be going out next with Sam Bloomsma of South Africa.
So the adjustment is -7 meters. So the 1,000 points is for the longest jump -7 meters. To work the combinates back from there.
Okay, good luck.
What was Marie's
that was big.
leading jump
that was big.
from yesterday?
Yeah, it was where is it now? 47.5. That was big. Anyway, let's concentrate on Sam Bloomsma's first jump.
And we're lining up for a full 3/4 here with Sam. That's nice and steady for her opener. Good setup.
So Sam's first jump, 29.2.
μέτρα και 20 εκατοστά, το πρώτο άλμα της Σαμάνθα.
Not far off her best in the preliminary round. Okay, let's have a look at jump number 2.
It's another good setup, nice turn, strong position to the ramp. Another good jump, a little bit further. Yeah, I've got that 3.3. 3.3 times 25, 82. That's an improvement of 82 company points. So what's the company points? Can't see, you'll have to tell me. 29.2 for Sam. Getting coaching from the bank from husband Jamie.
So exactly the same distance on that jump as number 1.
Τα ίδια μέτρα και το δεύτερο άλμα της Σαμάνθα, 29 και 20. Έχει άλλη μια προσπάθεια τελευταία.
Okay, third and final jump for Sam. Can she push this one a little bit further?
That's another steady jump. Looked very similar, in fact, to the one before.
There you go, almost identical, but just another 20 centimetres that she pushed out on that final jump. So best distance for Sam Bloomsma of South Africa of 29.4 metres. And of course that gets her on the podium, which I'm sure she'll be delighted with. At the moment, guaranteed bronze medal for Sam and a guaranteed silver for Celia of Greece. So one final jumper to go. Marie Vimpranietsova, get ready for some big jumping. We saw her jump a remarkable distance of over 40 metres. I think it was, let's just remind myself again exactly, 47.5.
Και η τελευταία αθλήτρια, και εδώ να πω πως η Σίλια αυτή τη στιγμή έχει θέση στο βάθρο και μάλιστα διεκδικεί το αργυρό μετάλλιο. Θα δούμε την Μαρία Βεμπρανιετσοβά, η τελευταία αθλήτρια της κατηγορίας. Η Μαρία στο προκριματικό είχε 47 μέτρα και 50 εκατοστά. Παγκόσμια πρωταθλήτρια, πανευρωπαϊκή. Η Μαρία έχει και αυτή πολλές περγαμηνές, πολλά μετάλλια στο ενεργητικό της.
So, Mark, just if you expect Marie to just crank out a fairly easy jump by her standards, it should be enough to take the gold. But the key is that overall, and you've been crunching some numbers while I've been working out who scored what when. And what do you think the position is with Marie and Celia?
Well, I think Celia is in front by the equivalent of about 0.8 of a metre in the overall standings. So Marie, although she only needs 33 metres to win the jump competition, I think she needs something like 48.5 to win overall. And again, down to the jump competition, down to the last event. She'll know what she needs to do. She'll have had her team tell her and give her all the facts and figures. Round the 600. This is a big jump, a big setup, full double cut. This is the first one we've seen today, and she waits out wide, Wow.
Wow. Πολύ ωραίο άλμα το πρώτο της Μαρίας. Περιμένουμε και τα μέτρα.
Oh my word, that is 46.2, so wins the gold medal in this jump competition by some distance, but she'll need to improve on that to secure the overall, if Mark's calculations are correct.
I think she needs another...
46 μέτρα και 20 εκατοστά και με αυτό το άλμα η Μαρία ήδη έχει το χρυσό στα χέρια της, με αργυρό τη Σίλια Σταντίδη και χάλκινο τη Σαμάνθα Πλοέμσμα. Μπράβο, κόρες.
So yeah, congratulations to the medalists. The gold's going to the jumper out on the water, Marie Vimpranyetsova of Greece with, well, we don't know what her final distance is, but she's got 46.2 already. Then Celia Standiti with silver, Sam Bloomsma with bronze. So what can she do on jump number 2? Can she go beyond 46.2?
She's late on the 600, a different technique to the others. If you notice, when she turns in, she sinks straight away. So we're loading against the boat very early. And only just on the bottom right-hand corner. And notice in the air how she's banking out slightly. That's costing her a little bit in the air. It might be better to back that cut up a little bit, not sink so hard against the boat early on, and that might give her more speed and cause her not to bank out in the air.
So 46.5, she's creeping up, but she needs, well, you reckon, Mark, she needs another 2 meters to take the overall?
I do, and 2 meters is with what Marie's doing is not a great deal. It could be a bit of squaring of the shoulders. It could be a slightly smoother turn, and that extra couple of meters could easily come.
46 και 50 το δεύτερο άλμα της Μαρίας.
Just watching the replay, she's in the glide there and she keeps out wide, but when she turns in, she sinks there and loads against the boat really early. And see how she's sideways in the air and banking?
Yeah, that's not ideal.
That's costing her distance.
Okay, so one final attempt at getting this overall title as well as the jump title.
It's a similar setup, similar position. I think she missed that one. I think she missed the ramp on that one.
Well, we'll see. Let's have a look at the distance. But how quickly will the overall results be updated once we've got this final jump distance? Do you know?
I'm not.
Is it automatic on this system?
I don't know that. I'm not sure. You'd have to ask Stato that across in the tower opposite us.
Well, we know what the points were, so we'll be able to see whether they've changed.
Yeah.
So that at least will be useful.
47 και 30 το τρίτο άλμα της Μαρίας. Χρυσό μετάλλιο στο άλμα, χρυσό μετάλλιο στο τρίαθλο. Δεύτερη Σίλια Σταντίδη, τρίτη Σαμάνθα Πλοέμσμα. Επίσης δεύτερη Σίλια Σταντίδη στο τρίαθλο. Μπράβο κορίτσια, συγχαρητήρια.
So yeah, congratulations once again to our medal winners in the over 35 women's jump final. Just confirmation of those places. In first place, the last skier you saw on the water, and you're watching her now on the webcast, the slow motion replay, Marie Vimpranyetsova of Greece. Gold medal, 47.3 meters. That last jump was her longest jump. She takes the gold. She is your champion. In second place, Also from Greece, Celia Standiti to go with her gold medal in the tricks. She had a longest distance of 32.4 metres, and the bronze medal goes to Sam Bloomsma of South Africa with 29.4 metres. So many congratulations to those medal winners. And next up, we are going to move on to our final competition of these championships. Be a little delay because this is the over 35 men's jump, and they will be jumping over a higher ramp, 1.65 metres. So, Mark, that's going up from what to what? That's in old money. It's 5'6" to 6 foot.
Yeah. The big boys jump at 6 foot. They're very welcome. It looks like a mountain at 5 foot, I can tell you. So yeah, these guys are good.
So is it? So what's 180 then? Is that because that's the one that the pros jump on? So so that's 6 foot, isn't it?
No, I beg your pardon. We're going up to 5'6".
Yes. So So it was 5 foot.
It was 5 foot previously.
Yeah. Anyway, I prefer meters and centimeters. So let's just stick with the fact that everything we've seen so far has been a 150 centimetre ramp height, and now lifted to 165 for our final 4 competitors on the water. We're coming up to the climax of these Europe and Africa over 35 championships for 2022. You can see the officials going over there to put the ramp up, and the homologator Nigel Talamer will be able to check that it is at the right height.
Και η μέρα θα τελειώσει με την κατηγορία των ανδρών άνω των 35 ετών, τελικός άλματος. Θα έχουμε μια μικρή καθυστέρηση γιατί ο βατήρας πρέπει να ανέβει από το 1,50 στο 1,65. Εδώ σε αυτή την κατηγορία έχουμε 4 αθλητές. Ο πρώτος αθλητής από Ελβετία, ο Σεϊρό Ολιβιέ, Βέλγιο, Φορτάμπ Ολιβιέ, Γαλλία, Πολ Φορστιέρ και τέταρτος Αμόν Ντελακούρ, Γαλλία. I can catch you guys. Will take the gold medal when it's presented tonight at the official closing ceremony dinner, and Magnus Jonsson of Sweden will take the silver and Sebastian Marois the bronze. That's what it's looking like on the overall in the over 45 men. So as we are waiting for this final to start, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank everyone involved in the organisation of this event at this wonderful site, Pamvotis Ski, or Ski Pamvotis in Ioannina, a lovely city in the northwest of Greece. They ordered very good weather for these championships. If anything, just a little hot. 40 degrees is not really my ideal conditions for sitting outside commentating, but I'd rather have that than freezing cold weather. Conditions generally have been really good here. The officials have done a great job, and I'm sure, Mark, on behalf of the skiers, you'd like to thank them for everything they've done here.
It's a tremendous event that they put on, and in every respect, from the peripheral things like the opening ceremony and final night, of course, but everything to do with it, and importantly, the water conditions, everything to do with the competition on the water, the boats, the driving, the technology's worked well. They do a fantastic job, and it's a privilege to come here.
Well, I thought I'd give you the opportunity to say that because it's all going to get a bit exciting now for the final competition of these championships, the over 35 men's jump. We've got 4 skiers in this. First out will be Olivier Chéroux of Switzerland, followed by Olivier Forton of Belgium, then Paul Forastier of France, and Arnaud Delacour of France.
Thank you.
So the boat just going up and down, doing its mandatory pass after a gap before Olivier Chéroux, bib number 93 with the red helmet that you see there, gets in the water.
I think we should also remember that not just the organising team here in Greece, but the team that they put round them, the team of officials and drivers and on off-water crew, they always get forgotten, especially the commentator. But a fantastic job by everybody concerned.
Well, I'd also like to thank everybody who has come and helped me sit beside me at this commentary point, because I wouldn't be able to do this job if you guys, the skiers, the team captains, didn't come and give your expert guidance on the jump, the slalom, the tricks. It makes a big difference, and I'm grateful to those of you who have also come up and given little interviews, sometimes after not having your best set out there. So that's absolutely great. It's been really good to be here. And I'm sure you guys will do it all again sometime soon. So in fact, you've got the Worlds coming up, haven't you? The Senior Worlds coming up in France a bit later this year. And I'm sure many of the people who've been competing here this week will not be able to rest after these championships, because it'll be training, full-on training for that. Anyway, now we are on to our final event. Over 35 men's jump final. Olivier Chéroux of Switzerland takes to the water.
Και η τελευταία κατηγορία ξεκινάει με τον αθλητή της Ελβετίας, Olivier Chéroux, για την πρώτη του προσπάθεια.
Notice the flags are absolutely still now.
Yep, can't see it on the webcast, but oh yes, you can actually at the bottom.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of breeze, but not down this end of the lake where the jump is.
The jump is. Looks like Olivier will take a single first. Nice and safe, good single, nice edge into the ramp, good form.
Yeah, it looks good, and I'm sure the Swiss team are watching now. If they're watching the webcast, they will see that beside Olivier Chéroux's name is the Swiss flag. Apologies, apparently yesterday, mistakenly the French flag went up. That didn't go down too well.
Don't they share?
Well, they're neighbouring countries. What does it matter, huh? Okay, 31.5 for Olivier Chéroux's first jump.
31 μέτρα και 50 εκατοστά για τον Olivier.
And he's put a score on the board. There's four competitors in this group, 3 medals. you've got to put a score on the board, put yourself in the game. He'll have a look to increase that now.
Yeah, I mean, if any one of these competitors doesn't land a jump, then that's a bronze medal already.
Yeah.
Of course, we don't wish that on anybody. We want to see some really good jumping here.
Yeah.
He's capable of more. He went 38.5 in the prelims.
Yeah. He's coming for a 3/4 this time. There's a And that was a really steady 3/4 jump. Good form, good technique, everything good with that one. That'll be a lot bigger than 31 metres.
Yeah, 37.3.
μέτρα και 30 εκατοστά το δεύτερο.
Nice jump, but on the replay, sorry.
Olivier, okay.
Sorry, Mark's getting excited here, talking over Sophia. Very many apologies, Sophia Kostula, my co-commentator here for the Greek native speakers.
Okay, third jump, 3/4 again, not particularly late, just trying to keep good form. Nice turn into the ramp, really early. Great jump, great form in the air.
That's his work done for the day.
Το τρίτο άλμα του Olivier Seyrou.
So biggest jump of the three for Olivier, 39.9 metres. So all these men in the jump final are in the overall event. Olivier is in fourth place of 4. At the top we have Olivier Fortom of Belgium, who will be going next in the jump. So Olivier Fortom, who's getting himself set up, ready to go. Before the preliminary round, said he hadn't been on a pair of jumps for a year. Didn't seem to bother him too much, didn't faze him too much. Super overall skier, but of course most known for being a phenomenal trick specialist. Just failed to get the 10,000 points when winning his tricks final yesterday. Got 9,000 something, it might have been 997 I think. Mark's wondering what it was, I can't remember. I know that we thought he might just crack the 10,000 for the first time this year. But enough by a long way to win that tricks event. So Olivier Fortom of Belgium hits the water see what he can do in the jump.
And of course, that big trick score yesterday puts him way out in front in the overall. He can't be caught in the overall.
Olivier Fortomb από Βέλγιο στην πρώτη του προσπάθεια.
That's good because he just failed to make the slalom final, but obviously won the tricks by a long way. And yeah, I mean, as you say, very strong showing here. So I think that's the wrong caption up there. This is Olivier Fortomb of Belgium.
No, I don't think it is.
Oh no, maybe it's not. No, I apologies for that. This is Paul Forestier, bib number 42, I think that was. So yes. So not quite sure what the situation there is. Yeah, that's definitely Paul Forestier of France. Not sure what the position is with Olivier Fortomb. For a while, my live results were not updating, so I was unable to see who was on the water. But what a great jump for Paul Forestier, 49.1 meters for his opening jump. Phenomenal, Mark.
Yeah.
49 μέτρα και 10 εκατοστά, το πρώτο άλμα του Ολιβιέ.
Okay, second jump. Just turn right on the 600 in the glide. He's late, stays tall at the start. Now he builds in. That's great technique. Right over the skis in the air.
Yeah, Paul jumped 46.5 yesterday, so increased that considerably, and that was another 80 centimeters, so 49.9 for jump number 2.
49 μέτρα και 90 εκατοστά το δεύτερο άλμα του.
And Paul and Arnaud in this category are very, very close in the overall. They're jumping for a medal in the overall tournament, silver and bronze. Olivier Fortomb has it in the overall comfortably, but the two Frenchmen are battling it out. There's only a few points between them.
So I guess that may be why Olivier Fortomb has not jumped.
It could be.
He didn't have to, and he didn't think he was going to get a medal. Maybe, I don't know.
That's right.
I mean, always a possibility. But here comes Paul Forestier for his third and final attempt
Turns
over the ramp.
right on the 600 again, up into the glide. It's a big setup. That's a nice turn. Builds into the ramp. He's only just on the bottom right corner.
So let's see, 51.3. So
Wow.
that is, I think that is, it is the first 50 metre plus jump we've had of these championships. So What a great score, 51.3. So that's the silver medal at least for Paul Forastier.
51 μέτρα και 30 εκατοστά, το τρίτο και τελευταίο άλμα του Olivier Forester. Olivier Fortam, sorry.
So if we see Olivier Fortin, we'll ask him what his thinking was not going out in this, because I mean, with only 4 skiers, he could have got a medal. But I guess, you know, he's won the tricks, which is his big event, and he's won the overall without actually going in the jump final. So maybe he thought, well, I can't win the gold in jump, so I'm not going to bother.
Yeah, absolutely.
But of course, now knowing that Olivier Fortin has not started, we know that Olivier Chéroux of Switzerland has at least got the bronze. Arnaud Delacour is our final jumper, our final skier on the water at these championships. Now this will be interesting. We've got an over 50-metre jump. Can we have another one? Let's see.
Sorry?
Paul. No, Paul.
That was Paul.
Now it's Paul.
This is no, Olivier Fortin didn't jump, Sophia. Sorry, just commentary team just helping each other out here. We're a little bit separated. We're not right close together, so we're just trying to establish that we've all got it right. Here comes Arnaud Delacour of France. First attempt.
This looks like a steady 3/4 for first jump. Good steady opener, really good. Not stretched in any way, nice setup, quite early for the ramp. Didn't take too much out of the boat on the turn in, really nice jump.
Daisy, I told about Fortin, and Fortin didn't jump. Come on, tell me.
He didn't jump.
Yes, now, you tell me now.
But we said it.
No, we said it. Yeah.
You said it? I can hear from the kid maybe.
Good opener, 47.9. Only good enough at the moment for the silver medal, but that was jump number 1, 2 more to go.
And these two Frenchmen are not only battling it out in the overall as well as the jump, with 2 jumps to go, but they're probably looking for a place on the French team at the Worlds in September.
Yeah, big French team of skiers, and not all of them will have secured a place, so that's what they're looking for.
Yeah, this is a full double, so midway between the 6 and 700. And he's later. That was a great jump. Notice a little bit of snowplow in the glide. I think he thought he was late, but actually when he got to the ramp he seemed to be early. So he'll probably adjust for that in the 3rd jump. And here we go, another bit of tailwind now. Flags are going. We've easily got 7 miles an hour of tailwind here.
45.3, so not as far. Still his longest distance, 47.9, so he's going to have to step it up a bit if he wants to take the gold in this individual jump event.
You can see him looking round at the flags. You can see him trying to weigh up what he's got to do next. Here's the replay. He's in the glide. Just a little bit of snowplow there. He thinks he's late, but he turns in, stays tall, and then when he gets across the other side, he's in the middle of the ramp. Okay, full double, and he's turned in the same place. So I think he's going to let these skis glide. That's a fabulous jump. I don't think that's enough. I don't think that's 51. On his full double cuts, he didn't seem to be as late when he got to the ramp.
So maybe that first distance, the longest, when he didn't...
when he did the 3/4?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But until we get it, until the technology tells us what they've measured it, we won't know for sure. Yeah, it looks... Oh, no, that's the last one, I think. Let me just double check. No, it is. It's exactly the same. So another 45.3 metre jump. So longest distance for Arnaud Delacour of France, 47.9 metres. So that means that the champion in the over 35 men's jump is Paul Forastier of France with 51.3. Silver medal goes to Arnaud Delacour, also of France, 47.9. And the bronze medal to Olivier Chéroux of Switzerland with 39.9. So very many congratulations to all those medalists, to all the medalists throughout these championships. That brings the Europe and Africa over 35 championships here in Ioannina in northwest Greece to a conclusion. There will be a whole host of medal ceremonies to come down at the Skiers Island later on. So those of you on site, please make your way down there and make sure that we congratulate all these medalists, the overall team, the overall individual medals and the team medals will be presented at the closing night banquet here in Ioannina. But from me, Jane Peel, from Sofia Kostula, and from all of my co-commentators, our co-commentators, interviewees, everybody. That's it from here. Thank you very much for joining us. Hope you've enjoyed it and maybe see you again sometime.
Thanks, Jane.
Και με την κατηγορία των ανδρών πάνω από 35 με πρώτο χρυσό μετάλλιο για τον Φορεστιά Πολ από Γαλλία με 51-30. Αργυρό μετάλλιο Delacour Amon από τη Γαλλία με 47-90 και τον Olivier Chéroux από την Ελβετία με 39-90. Τελείωσαν οι πανευρωπαϊκοί αγώνες θαλασσίου σκι για πάνω από 35 ετών εδώ στο κανάλι της Αμφιθέας για πολλοστή φορά στα όμορφα Γιάννενα, ωραίοι αγώνες, ωραίο site. Ελπίζω όλοι να είναι ευχαριστημένοι. Συγχαρητήρια στους νικητές. Συγχαρητήρια και σε αυτούς που δεν θα ανεβούν στο βάθρο. Για μένα είναι όλοι νικητές. Ευχαριστώ όλους τους αθλητές που πήραν μέρος. Ευχαριστώ τον Όμιλο Παμβώτης, την Ομοσπονδία Θαλασσίου Σκι, όλους όσους βοήθησαν εδώ για να γίνει αυτός ο αγώνας. Γιατί έγινε πραγματικός αγώνας για να γίνει αυτός ο αγώνας. Οι απονομές θα γίνουν σε λίγη ώρα στο νησί εδώ στο κανάλι και τα τρίαθλα και τα ομαδικά θα γίνουν το βράδυ στο final party. Να είστε όλοι καλά και να είμαστε όλοι καλά να ξαναβρεθούμε σε τέτοιες διοργανώσεις. Γεια σας. Ευχαριστώ την Jane Peel για ακόμη μια φορά και όλους όσους είχε καλεσμένους που μας βοηθήσαν, τον Μάρκ, τον Ντούσκο, τον Στιούαρτ, Τόμ Τζοκουπίλ, Αγγελική Παπαδημητρίου, Τζαν Τζόνσον, Ντάιαν Κέρμπι, Μάγνους Γιόνσον, and forgive us if someone is forgotten. Thank you. Επίσης, ευχαριστούμε το ασθενοφόρο, the ambulance, for being here all these days, and the people inside the ambulance, the doctor, and everybody who helped